Ancient Destroyers Book 5 by Holly Hook. Chapter 1. Dread settled in even before Janelle and her friends crossed the border. Janelle had spent the past few days making sure nobody in her party had an excuse to turn back or delay. The world depended on it. Passports? Check. Bottled water? Plenty of that, as she wasn't sure if the rumor about Mexico's supply had any truth to it. Clothing changes? Lots of those. Working air conditioner? In the desert, that was vital. But things always had a tendency to go wrong. Janelle spent much time pacing up and down the camper that had been her home on wheels for the past few weeks. Cacti, sand, and the occasional coyote flew past as her trusted driver Mel drove. A couple of pickup trucks zoomed past them on the opposite side of the road. Like they were fleeing, almost, from what they sought. It wasn't every day you would wake up an ancient Mayan storm god who might or might not decide to help stop civilization's end. Each crack in the dry ground looked deep and menacing. The mirages on the road ahead moved like amorphous monsters, waiting for the next car to fall into their traps. But if it weren't for the hot desert sun and the cloudless Arizona skies, she and the others would all have something much worse to worry about. There's no possible way she can be around. Not in this. Gareth appeared at her side, so close that a single strand of black hair tickled her cheek. She loved his hair. Janelle hoped that he would never cut it. Some things had to stay the same because everything else fell apart. She kissed him on the lips, brushing her nose against his and not caring if anyone else saw. As Tempest High leader, no privacy was her way of life. But there was no point in complaining about the unfair hand life had dealt them until they figured out how to get the insane storm goddess to stop pursuing them across the world. Gareth wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. His kiss brushed the side of her temple, parting her hair with a tickle. I'm glad you changed your mind. I don't care how scary this Huracan god turns out to be. If he can take care of Cordelia, well. I won't have to become a goddess and fight her, Janelle thought for him. Gareth didn't finish. A heavy silence lingered between them as the highway whizzed underneath. None of them wanted to talk about it, and they hadn't since they left Flint a few days ago. Janelle was hoping. Praying. This was their last chance, her last chance. The thought gave her nightmares every night. The camper rolled over a bump in the road. We should have flown, Janelle said for the millionth time. Gareth sighed and stayed close. Not with bad weather around the airports, we weren't. Janelle sighed. Sky travel didn't bode well when your enemy used it to move around. And she had yet to find any close flights from Flint that didn't force a connection through the Windy City. The weather in Chicago was terrible over the past few weeks, delaying flights. How much longer did they have before they reached the border? Mel had GPS running on the dashboard, but Janelle couldn't tell how close they were. There weren't too many exits to go by out here, and the mile markers were meaningless. Her driver seemed to read her mind. He faced her. The wrinkles around his eyes seemed as deep as the cracks on the desert floor. We're about 50 miles out, ma'am. I don't normally cross the border this way. Driving cross-country isn't my forte, so they say. Agreed. Flying would have been better. A lot better. Janelle couldn't say that the air was Cordelia's realm now. It was best to stay on the ground, but it felt like a waste of Mel's pilot skills to make him drive all the time. But they hadn't had any other choice. Driving was the fastest way they could have left. Janelle couldn't have her father come along for this. She just couldn't. Deep down in her gut, a feeling told her this was her job. Hers, Gareth's, Leslie's, Paul's, Kenna's, and Sophia's. They had snuck away from the campsite back home together. Her father would try to stop her from doing the one thing that could save her from going down the path of her biological mom, since he had the best intentions. That's what good parents did. Janelle had left him worried like she had so many times before. He deserved better. Come on, Gareth said, leading her away from the window. Why don't you relax and stop thinking about this crap for a few minutes? All the stress will make you get gray hair and wrinkles at the ripe old age of 25. Janelle let him. There wasn't anything to look at out there anyway. They had another hour before reaching the border. Maybe 2. Time didn't have much meaning anymore. Since when are you the one telling us to relax? Gareth managed to smile. We'll have tons of time to freak out and worry when we get there, won't we? He led her back to the others in the cramped RV. Leslie, Paul, Kenna and Sophia sat around the table. Playing cards and phones lay scattered everywhere, among an army of pop cans and fast food bags. Nobody else had taken Gareth's advice. Leslie picked at her nails, watching her phone for the call from her mom that would never come. Sophia lay back against her seat, eyes closed like she was gazing within. Even Paul and Kenna sat slumped over, studying the carpet. Janelle couldn't even remember what they'd been playing. There was too much on their minds, all of theirs. Poor Leslie had spent most of the past few days quiet, which was never a good sign from someone who usually talked like an auctioneer. Any ideas yet? Janelle asked Sophia for the millionth time. Right now we don't have many leads. Mexico has way too many Mayan ruins. Huracan could be dormant in any one of them. Sophia shook her head. I haven't had a chance to talk to Huracan today. Janelle's gaze moved towards Kenna, which was enough to explain it. Sophia shared her body with a bad-tempered Norse winter demon. It could surface whenever it wanted, using Sophia as a puppet, so long as Kenna wasn't very close. Huracan disappeared like ice under a blowtorch when she was around, which Janelle knew was usually a good thing. We can stop at the next rest area and have Kenna get out of the camper, Janelle offered. Hopefully, Kenna wouldn't take offense. Lately, she'd developed some of her mother's jealousy and attitude. She needed to save it for if they faced Cordelia again. Kenna shifted in her chair, a scowl brewing underneath. A hint of fire glinted in her eyes. They had better be careful. That's fine. It's not like I'll burn by standing outside. You get a sunburn? Paul asked, tying his long hair back. It was the first joke he'd made since they'd left the Flint campsite behind. That's like Sophia freezing to death. Nobody laughed. The mood in the camper plunged more and more the closer they got to their destination. Soon, it would hit the center of the earth and explode. Janelle's skin prickled with the tension growing in their tight, cramped space. Never before had so many walking disasters gathered in one place like this. Something ugly was going to happen sooner or later. Would Huracan be angry that they were waking him up? Probably, but this was the only thing they had. The only hope. And if Huracan had turned all the tempests and outbreakers back in the days of the first Spanish explorers, he could reverse what he'd done. If they asked nicely enough. It was probably dumb to hope for that, but Janelle held onto it, mainly for Leslie's sake. Mel, she said, walking back up to the front of the vehicle. The air conditioning blew against her, bringing a chill that made her think Huracan was about to throw one of her tantrums. She glanced back to make sure the demon hadn't taken Sophia over. Sophia was shuffling the card deck. She had never looked less dangerous. Yes, the driver asked. The wrinkles on his forehead grew into canyons as he turned his head. We need to stop at the next rest area. Sophia needs some air, if you know what I mean. I do not like Arizona. Huracan already complained from her perch in the back of Sophia's mind, intruding like the world's worst backseat driver. Great. Sophia had only been off the camper for a minute. Things were guaranteed to get worse. Yes. I know. It's hot. Sophia slowed down, taking her sweet time walking to the rest area building. The sun warmed her dark hair, black shirt and jeans. Even if they did have a truce now, Huracan deserved this. The ceasefire wouldn't last anyway. The demon would return to her old ways and threats as soon as Cordelia was gone. We're both going to have to live with it. There aren't too many other ways to get us all to Mexico. That's going to get even hotter, by the way. We could have flown. At least airplanes have air conditioning. I'd know. I flew with your mother before I jumped to you. That stung. Sophia sucked in a breath and kept her thoughts a blank easel. In the silence, she could almost hear Huracan chuckling. Sophia pushed open the rest area door and slipped inside. Air conditioning and the smell of cleaners wafted over her. An Arizona map dot told her they were close to the border. She quickly checked to ensure no one was around to see her talking to nobody. All clear. Ken is terrified of heights and going over water. You should know about the water fear she has. I think it's a volcano goddess thing. The sky's also Cordelia's domain. It's not a good idea. At least Janelle doesn't think it is. Huracan had nothing to say to that one because it was true. Sophia might as well have put a piece of duct tape over her non-existent mouth. Sophia found a stall and ducked inside. It wouldn't be suitable for anyone walking into the building to find her standing there, letting Huracan lull her into some trance. At the same time, she wished someone would come in here with her to ensure nothing horrible happened while she was out. When the demon took over completely, Sophia remembered nothing of it. Relax. I won't attack anyone. Cordelia is my target now. Until we get rid of her, Sophia said. Huracan had no answer for that one either. Sophia didn't want to trust her, not after she'd nearly frozen her new friends and dozens of people at Flint's airport. Huracan had been all too willing to join Cordelia until the goddess found out she'd almost hurt Janelle. That wouldn't have been a big deal, except that Janelle turned out to be Cordelia's biological daughter. Now, the crazy storm goddess wanted their heads on a pike. But Sophia had no choice but to trust Huracan if they would find this Huracan guy. Sophia sighed and leaned against the side of the stall. Go ahead. The cold spread through her limbs, signaling the start of the takeover. It flowed through her veins like water fresh from a melting iceberg. Soon, her vision would go gray, and she'd remember nothing until the demon let go. Then she'd have to return to the camper to let the others know what sleeping gods, if any, Huracan had sensed. That was provided she was even telling the truth. Every time Sophia did this, there was a chance she'd wake up to something much worse. The gray slipped into her vision, fuzzy at first. Still, it closed tighter and tighter as Sophia slipped away into nothingness. She wanted to plead with Huracan not to try anything on her friends, but showing her any weakness would not be a good idea. If she had to live the rest of her life with this other inside her, she had better find a way to be firm about it. Her grandmother would probably tell her the same thing. The world snapped back in a second. Sophia blinked. Was it already over? No. Sophia hadn't even gone out completely. Kenna must be walking back to check on her. That by itself would keep Huracan from doing so much as to make the temperature in the room drop a couple of degrees. But there were no footsteps. Sophia, Huracan said. Did you feel anything? Any nearby deities? Other than Kenna? She tried to keep her voice upbeat, but something felt off about how the demon said her name. It was almost worried. Scared even. Yes, she said. We need to leave right away. Cordelia is approaching. Chapter 2. Sophia couldn't move at first. Fear itself kept her glued to the floor. She can't be. Not in full sunshine. It was the storm goddess's one weakness, and the desert was full of it. She is. I can sense her. She's 10 or 15 miles away and coming fast. Maybe it was a lie to get her to run back out to the camper, but she had to get outside just to make sure. At last her feet came free. She bolted out into the lobby, past a vending machine, and out the door into the heat. She could feel Huracan's strength melting away in it. Several cars were pulling into the rest area, as if about to take shelter there. Half the space was filled now, and more cars, a whole line of them, pulled off the freeway. Look around, Huracan managed, weak and far away. Sophia did just as Paul called for her. Sunshine. Sand. Cacti everywhere. And to the west. Oh no, she breathed. A fuzzy brownish wall approached, towering up to the puffy clouds above and stretching as far to the sides as she could see. A dust storm. Sophia had never seen one before, but there was no mistaking it. Cordelia had found a way around the sun problem. Sophia! Paul shouted again from the window. Run, Huracan sputtered. Sophia turned and ran back towards the camper. The brown wall loomed a little taller in the side of her vision. They had minutes before the dust storm reached them. Everyone stared out the RV's window as she climbed the steps and shut the door behind her. Now we have to leave, Sophia pleaded. Cordelia's coming. Huracan could sense it. Someone, probably Paul, swore in the back of the camper. Janelle's driver promptly turned on the ignition and gunned the camper forward, narrowly missing a minivan that was parked to ride it out. Next to him, Janelle gripped the vehicle's dash as she stared out the window at the approaching storm. Her arms trembled. The shell that Janelle usually kept around herself was crumbling. She knows what we're trying to do, Janelle managed. Mel punched the gas on the on-ramp. The camper shook with the acceleration. Sophia had to grip the table to keep from falling back. Everyone else had already made their way to chairs and bunks. She staggered over and sat on the floor next to Paul's legs as he and Leslie huddled closely. From this angle, she could see brown and tan with only a tiny sliver of the blue sky left. Already, the dust storm had towered closer. It was bearing down on them fast. We shouldn't have stopped, Janelle managed. Mel, do you think we can outrun it? I'll try. The older man leaned forward. Sophia raked her mind for any pointers Huracan might have, but Kenna was only 2 feet away, holding the side of a bunk. Until they separated, she was on her own. Kenna couldn't protect them all, but she was already stiffening and facing the dust storm as if daring Cordelia to come closer and fight her. Kenna could have that opportunity. It wasn't one that Sophia wanted to have again. Even Huracan knew better. Mel reached the freeway and the motor died off some. Sophia could stand up. She still couldn't see the edge of the dust storm. She wondered if it spanned the world, covering everything like the blizzard Huracan had promised not too long ago. It couldn't be. But Sophia didn't put anything past Cordelia. What's going on? Leslie asked. Is that a dust storm? I've never seen one before. What if, oh? Leslie felt her insides dropping. The leather on the seat squeaked as she and Paul huddled closer together. The scene outside the windshield and their windows looked like the world's end. For a moment, she imagined a face in front of that dust storm, a female face smiling at them both. It was anything but friendly. Janelle beat the back of Mel's chair. Come on. Can't this thing go faster than 70? Janelle glanced to her side again at the approaching wall and smacked the back of the chair as if Mel were a horse. I know it can. I'll pay for the gas. Just go. The frantic pitch in her voice made Leslie hug Paul harder from the side. He hugged her back, said nothing, and stood. Paul, Leslie started. Paul and Kenna stared out the window at the dust. The blue sky grew scarcer and scarcer. What would it be like inside a dust storm? Dark, if Cordelia could hide inside of it. Like the storm that Leslie herself had floated through a few days ago when she had her first. Oh no. She leaped off the cot and ran to join Janelle. Mel, you have to step on it. If she catches up to us, it's all over. She'll make me give Janelle my breath and make her a goddess like her. Then she'll release me and Paul both. She faced her friend, who stared at her with wide gray eyes. Sorry. I didn't want to say that. It's true. Janelle stood quietly now, staring at the road ahead. Cordelia won't stop until that happens. The camper's engine whined with speed. A car passed by on the other side of the road, probably headed to the rest area. The wall of dust grew across the space ahead of them. It was definitely growing closer by the second. Fat arms of tan and brown reached toward them. They weren't going to avoid the storm. I won't do it, Leslie assured her. You know that I won't. Besides, what has she got on me now? We're in a desert. There have been no thunderstorms for ages. It's not like I can have an outbreak out here. As soon as she said that, she knew she was wrong. Cordelia could use Paul as leverage. What would she do if the goddess held him there, threatening to yank him out of his body forever and make him serve her? She wasn't sure. She could never bear to see him vaporize and fly away. Janelle glanced back at Paul. He still stood with Kenna, conversing with her in a quiet voice. They must be coming up with some kind of battle strategy. It wouldn't work. Kenna's elements were earth and fire, not the sky. Heights terrified her. Water paralyzed her. She was useless against a goddess who could fly and control it like. There was no water in this desert. Only dirt and sand. Leslie held up a finger. They might have a chance. Pull over. Leslie ordered Mel. I have a plan. At first, Mel didn't even turn his head. The engine continued to whine, and the dust overtook the road ahead. The sun still shone. That wouldn't last long. Janelle swallowed. Do it. That's an order. She glanced at Leslie. I hope you have some great ideas. Mel slammed on the brakes. Leslie staggered and barely missed running into Sophia and Gareth. The camper stopped with a final lurch. Everyone stared at her. Paul. Sophia. Even Kenna. No one said a word. It was time to speak. I think I know a way out, Leslie said. Talking fast was her talent. We light a fire. Kenna uses fire travel to take us out of here. Gareth shook his head. That won't work. The wind in the dust storm will blow it out before we can all get out of here. He was right. Leave it to Janelle's boyfriend to always point out the negative. Leslie gulped as her heart pounded. The answer to this wouldn't please anyone. We'll have to light it in here then. We sacrificed the RV. She waited for a round of protests. There were none. Paul looked out the window again. The world had already turned into a terrifying wall of brown. I agree, he said. Kenna had already dug through her backpack for her matches. I need something to burn. She waved for someone to hand her something. Even a small fire will work. But I can only take one person through at a time. Open a window though. We don't need anyone dying of smoke inhalation. Leslie wasn't crazy about traveling through a tunnel of lava way under the earth hundreds of miles to some other place, but they had no other options. At least she'd be unconscious. She hoped. It was a trip she hadn't dared take before, and thought terrified her. Janelle leaves first, Gareth said, shouldering his way to Kenna. His hazel eyes darkened a shade. Don't go too far. We need you back here fast. Someone, probably Paul, handed Kenna a shirt because it read Executioner across the front. A match struck and flames spewed up over it. A bitter smell filled the camper. Kenna tossed the shirt and the match to the floor. The stench of smoke filled the cramped space, sending Sophia and Paul towards the door. Gareth pushed open a window, letting precious fresh air inside, but it only made the flames on the floor leap higher. Stay near the window, Gareth shouted. We all need air. He muscled to the front, accidentally shoving Leslie, and dragged Janelle to Kenna. Watch where, Leslie started. Gareth, Janelle said. Kenna took her other arm. Gareth released it, gave Janelle a peck on the cheek and backed away. Go, Leslie told her. You're the one Cordelia wants the most. Janelle dragged her feet, silent. Kenna pulled her straight at the flames, giving her no time. It made Leslie feel a little better about taking the trip. No one except Kenna was very willing. And then the two of them vanished into thin air. You're next, Paul said, appearing next to her. He kissed her cheek, and it tingled as he did. The wind increased outside. You should take Sophia with you. Gareth, Mel, and I will go last. Makes sense, Sophia said, pushing closer. Huracan will protect me from burning. Kenna can take us at the same time. Leslie coughed. Tears filled her vision. From the smoke or from Paul, promise me you won't go last.
I mean it.
Okay, he said, joining her. His features blurred. I promise you that. I'll be the last, Mel said. He coughed, taking Kenna's advice to get near the window. Leslie took Paul's arm, squeezing against the wall and sucking in precious oxygen. I'm not sure how much more of this my lungs can take, guys. Someone opens the door. The dust outside loomed so close that it looked like it might devour the camper at any second. Leslie gagged and stuck her face through the window, catching precious oxygen. The dust wall towered into the sky, taller than any skyscraper.
Okay.
Your turn, Paul. Get a lungful and then hold your breath. Leslie backed off from the window as her eyes watered. Paul appeared before her. Not until I do this. He pressed his lips to hers, desperate and wanting. It seemed to last forever, chasing away the dust storm and the horror that would come with it. But a thud made Paul break away a second later. Movement followed in the haze behind him. Kenna had returned without Janelle. She must have been gone for seconds. I got her across the border. I think, Kenna puffed. She showed no sign of the smoke bothering her. The fire burned brighter at her feet, filling the camper with an acrid smell. She motioned to Leslie. It seemed she'd read Paul's mind or the expression on her face.
Come on.
You and Sophia. We don't have long, Gareth shouted from the door. He hung in it like a spider, arms and legs splayed. Sophia stood behind him, face over his arm and gasping for air.
Come on.
Kenna shouted. Sophia pulled her shirt over her nose, staring wide-eyed at the fire. Not thrilled about another trip through Lava Express. You'll be fine. Kenna lunged and took Sophia's arm. Leslie held hers out, trying not to look at the flames dancing in Kenna's eyes. She wanted one more glimpse of Paul in case Kenna didn't return in time. She felt as if a weight had crushed her chest. It made sense that the men were last to go, but her heart ached with the terror. Why did he have to stay and wait? The air outside was turning browner by the second. The outskirts of the dust storm had reached them. Go. Paul yelled through the haze. Kenna yanked her backward, making her crash into Sophia. Heat rippled over her legs, but no pain came with it. It felt like it was washing over a protective layer on top of her skin, superheating the air and ignoring her. Leslie went to yell Paul's name, but the world snapped into blackness and she was gone. Paul breathed a sigh of relief when Leslie disappeared. She was out of here. Gone. On a trip away from Cordelia. Only he, Gareth and Mel remained huddled at the front of the camper, trying to stay away from the thickening smoke in their space. A wind gust made the vehicle rattle as his favorite executioner shirt, which his dad had gotten him for his last birthday, lay on the floor and continued to burn. It was the last present his dad had gotten for him. His tablet from his Uncle Tanner was in here somewhere too, but he didn't have time to find that. Besides, it had some ugly memories attached, even if he had reconciled things with his uncle. It was better than letting Cordelia destroy his body and force him into a permanent outbreak. Captain Obvious says the dust storm's here, Gareth said, slowly whirling in a circle. Brace yourselves. Paul tensed with all the relief gone. For the first time, terror started to fill him like polluted water. Gareth wasn't lying. The air outside turned darker and darker, tan by the second. Something in the structure of the camper whistled. Grains pelted the camper outside. It sounded like sleet. Paul had heard some once when he and his dad lived in Nebraska. The air shifted to orange and faded to black. The day turned to night. The wall of dust had overtaken them. You're next, Paul said to Gareth, resisting the urge to shove before him and make Kenna take him to Leslie. He coughed on the thickening smoke, blinking tears away. Cordelia will want to use you to get to Janelle. But, Gareth protested. He's right, Mel said. The older man was huddled in the driver's chair, holding a napkin over his nose. There was no escaping the oppressive air. Inside, they had to deal with smoke. Outside, the dust would probably blind them, and worse. Kenna appeared again from the flames, gasping for breath, and looking at Paul and Mel and back to Gareth. The smoke didn't faze her. Her look was all business. If she saw the conditions outside, she didn't show it. Next. Gareth, Paul said, shoving him forward. It was an easy win. Gareth didn't have his tempest powers out here, far from the ocean. Paul had his outbreaker strength every day, no matter what. Something big landed on the camper roof above, making a huge thud. Gareth swore, whirling in a circle. Outside, the darkness closed in. The camper groaned and creaked under the stress of the wind. The storm goddess was here. Paul recoiled, crouching down and trying to put as much distance between himself and Cordelia as he could. Kenna pulled Gareth back into the fire without looking back. They had no time left. Only he and Mel remained and the monster above them. Paul exchanged a glance with the older man. Mel leaned back against the dash and let out a breath. He seemed resigned. Calm, even. The familiar electric feeling filled the air, crackling. Paul's hair stood on end. The feeling grew stronger with each second. He closed his eyes. There was nothing neither Mel nor he could do about her. As soon as she entered the camper, they'd both be paralyzed in her presence. Then she would pounce. Then they would vaporize. Leslie would be wherever Kenna had taken her now, frantic. If he made it there, she'd either envelop him in a hug or slap him for staying this long. Either would be good. Cordelia didn't have a reason to not release him from his human form now. He wasn't that important anymore. She had Leslie. The flames started flicking down on the shirt, but the carpet caught fire. Shadows got long on Mel's face. He fumbled in his pocket for something. Paul's eyes burned. The darkness grew deeper outside, so much that it looked like the dead of night. This felt like the end of the world. An awful scratch sounded above them, and then metal ripping. Get back, he whispered, joining Mel at the steering wheel. Maybe they could drive away and shake her off. Yeah, right. The two had almost zero chance of that, especially since they couldn't see outside. The smoke raced upwards through the sudden opening. A scream of rage sounded above. Cordelia must have smelled it and figured out what Kenna had done. The sound filled the air and exploded inside Paul's head. He squeezed his hands over his ears, but it was no use. The invasion of sound threatened to split his head open. Next to him, Mel did the same. The sound died only to have another screech of ripping metal take its place. She stared down through the opening now, grayish-blue eyes swirling with rage. Her blonde hair looked unnatural, perfectly styled even in the wind outside. The goddess's eyes focused right on Paul and narrowed. It did nothing to hide the horror within. Where is she? He flinched. Cordelia's voice sounded like 100 freight trains all on a crash course with each other. Paul would face this moment in his nightmares for the rest of his life. If he said anything, he didn't hear it over the wind. The camper rocked with the force of a gust. He tried to step back again, but his legs had stopped working. The goddess's presence had already taken its hold on him. Mel appeared next to him, shoving something into his hand. A cell phone, maybe. He couldn't tell with all the smoke assaulting his eyes and his nose, but he could feel the old man's arm trembling. Mel knew he wasn't going to make it out of there. Mel. Paul started. But he couldn't finish. The older man gave him a grave look and nodded. He knew what it meant. There was nothing either one of them could do about it. Cordelia swung her legs down through the opening. A pair of sharp surgical high heels dropped, and she landed only a few feet from the fire. She would have mirrored Janelle in almost every way if she weren't wearing a gray business suit and scowling with those awful eyes. The goddess took a step towards him, and another. She advanced like a predator, a shark maybe. May I repeat myself? Where is my daughter? Paul fought to say something, anything. Every part of him had locked. The fire brightened a bit, and Kenna reappeared. Cordelia looked at her, but there were no words. There wasn't time. Kenna took Paul's arm, yanking him at the fire. No. Paul turned. He reached for Mel. But the man stood tall, accepting his fate. If he went through the fire with them now, he or Paul would die. If he stayed, he'd be released. "Hold on," Kenna yelled. The smoke thickened and heat enveloped Paul, painless. The last thing he saw before blacking out was Cordelia growling, advancing on Mel, and putting her hand on his forehead. Even through the thick smoke, he couldn't miss the form of Mel snapping into a gray mist and floating away with the smoke, or that last look on the man's face before he dissipated. He would have thought it was a relief if Paul didn't know better. Chapter 3. Kenna wanted to kill something. Pound it with her fists, break it, burn it. Mel had been like a grandfather to Janelle. She wouldn't take the news of his fate well. Not at all. Kenna had never wanted to murder Cordelia more. But the farther she traveled through the lava tunnel with an unconscious Paul in tow, the more the dread inside her replaced the rage. She'd have to deliver the news because Paul would be recovering, and he had Leslie to attend to. Kenna needed to figure out how. The impending dread of it almost made her let go of Paul, but she held his arm. The speed they were going at threatened to pull his shoulder out of its socket. No one had ever been injured while fire traveling with her, but she didn't want to ruin her record now. The tunnel seethed and boiled as the earth opened to let her through. It was always a good thing that everyone she pulled through this mess blacked out through the whole trip. If Paul was awake and struggling, he might jar himself from her protection and burn. But Mel. She squeezed her eyes shut. The seething and bubbling grew louder, smashing her eardrums. Mel broke apart again and again. No speed she could travel would leave it behind. She should have stayed and fought. She'd waited for that moment since Cordelia had betrayed her back at Yellowstone. But the fire might have killed Paul and Mel both if she'd used it against Cordelia. It was a no-win situation. She would go back and fight once she had Paul safe then. Kenna was the only one who could at all. She opened her eyes and rejoined the world. The earth broke in front of her, pulling apart like molten gum. Her speed increased. Kenna thought of the land above, keeping along its curve, doing anything she could to keep from traveling under that ocean. If she accidentally came out of an underwater vent, not only would Paul be crushed by the ocean's pressure, she'd get trapped in the water and never be able to move again. Uh-oh. She sensed something else pass above, massive, alive, and seething. Kenna had felt something like this before, back home and at Yellowstone. A volcano. She had passed directly underneath one. It's not a big deal, she thought. It was only for a second. Not enough to make it erupt. Definitely not enough. She had other things to worry about, like Cordelia back at that camper. The goddess was probably tearing it apart to determine where they were headed. Good thing Janelle had left no clues. The tunnel sloped upwards ahead of her, the signal that her ride was done. Kenna couldn't help but brace herself. These were never smooth landings. Reality snapped to a different channel, and she and Paul tumbled onto a linoleum floor. The impact made spots flare in her vision. Kenna released him. Feet in tennis shoes dodged out of the way. Someone said something over the sound of a pan falling on the floor. The smell of cooking grease hit her. Kenna yanked her feet out of the flaming oven she had fallen out of. The heat tickled her shins and vanished. Hopefully, her friends were okay with landing in a giant commercial kitchen in a different country. Paul groaned, rolled over, and pushed himself up. He had no time to catch a breath before Leslie smothered him in a hug. Kenna stood, facing the oven she had just come out of. It wasn't the strangest place fire travel had dumped her. She could laugh about it later. First things first. Cordelia had to pay. All that mattered was the blood rushing through Kenna's veins. She rushed past Janelle, who clawed her jeans near the oven. Kenna dove for the orange glow inside, ready to burn the whole camper down and make Cordelia feel every tongue of those flames.
Kenna.
Janelle's strong, sudden grip on her sleeve, careful to avoid her skin, made her stop. "Let me go," Kenna said. She yanked, but Janelle's hand stayed tight around the fabric. Janelle shut the industrial oven door with her free hand, wincing in the heat belching out. "No. I can tell by looking at your face. She got Mel. There's nothing we can do now. Not a thing you can do will actually stop her. The white-hot rage surged one last time, and then Kenna let out a breath. Let me go. Janelle let go as the oven door was shut. No. Kenna breathed and looked at Janelle's gray eyes. She tried to push her away, but the other girl's strength almost matched her own now. The image of Cordelia screaming inside the flames died away. Janelle was a lot stronger here. They must be very close to the ocean. Next door even. The thought killed the rest of the inferno inside. Kenna and water did not mix. Fine, she said, staring down at the floor. Her knees trembled like they might wither and turn to dust. I'm sorry. I couldn't get Mel. He wanted everyone else to go first. I tried. Gareth sighed. Next to him, Sophia shifted from foot to foot. Paul and Leslie hugged, breathing heavily. Janelle blinked, but not fast enough to hide a tear in the corner of her eye, glistening under the fluorescent lights. Kenna took a deep breath. It took every ounce of her restraint to not open that oven door and travel back to Arizona. She couldn't let that anger take over and blind her again. It was getting worse all the time. She wouldn't let herself turn into her mother. How would she keep her friends then? Come on, Janelle said, releasing Kenna's arm. Let's leave this kitchen and figure out where we are. Kenna had landed them in a fancy hotel. Cancun, Kenna said as they stepped outside from the lavish lobby and into the sunshine. Palm trees and luxury stood everywhere. I think I did it. It was the first place that came to mind when I dragged Janelle through the tunnel. I'm not an expert on Mexico. Nobody complained. Everyone stood in the sun for a moment, surveying the scene. It was hot, bright, humid with the smell of salt and water blowing into Kenna's face. Between high-rise hotels, the ocean sparkled and stretched out forever. Beaches stretched out along the coast, dotted with bodies that looked like ants from here. Palm trees twitched and swayed in the breeze. Kenna had to hold back a wince as the memory of falling into the lake at the campsite washed over her again. She fell into darkness, paralyzed, unable to struggle or cry as the water closed over her head. Why had she chosen Cancun? She should have remembered it was next to the ocean. She resisted the urge to slap herself on the forehead. The earth's fire is always with you, Kenna. Her mother's words echoed in her head. Never forget that, no matter where you are. Her mother had never come to Cancun, obviously. Or fallen into an icy lake. I'm guessing this is called the Oceanside Hotel, Janelle said, studying the bright pink letters above the glass doors of the place. She twisted to look at the rows of windows on the white building. That's what my Spanish lessons tell me it means. At least you picked us out a good place to land, Kenna. Janelle smiled, but strained lines formed at the corners of her eye, like she had aged 2 decades in the past 20 minutes. Mel's loss weighed heavily on all of them. It was all they could do to keep going now. A small line of cabs gathered on the curb. Kenna watched them with interest, willing the queasiness in her stomach to calm down. It refused to let go. She scanned the sky instead, watching for any walls of dust coming to consume them. A few puffy cumulus clouds drifted overhead. But things could change quickly if Cordelia knew where they were going. You're right, Janelle said, breaking the silence. It's Cancun, all right. My dad and I stayed in that hotel a few months ago. She pointed to the tallest one across the street, a bright tower of paint and glass. It wasn't for fun, though. I was here with the Elder Council to meet up with the publisher of the Tempest newsletter. Stupid stuff, really. Well, compared to what we're going through now. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss even those days, Gareth said. I don't, Janelle said. I miss the days before my dad moved me to Florida, and I learned about all this Tempest stuff. She paused as a look of hurt came over Gareth's features. Except for you, of course. Janelle punctuated her sentence with a kiss on Gareth's lips, which made the hurt disappear. Why couldn't Carlos be here? Kenna could go kissing him right about now. He always had a way of joking around and making her feel better. But this was big now. Carlos had no place in this. He was probably wondering why she hadn't called in about a week. Now what do we do? Kenna asked no one. Sophia wandered over to the fountain and studied the water bubbling around the mini waterfall. Paul and Leslie stepped aside to let a young couple into the hotel. They were speaking some language Kenna didn't recognize. Chinese or Korean, maybe. Not sure, Janelle said. Well, we can always get some rooms while we think about it. There's no sense in standing here in the middle of this plaza out in the open. Gareth's eyes bugged out. But did you bring your money? Paul stepped forward before she could even reach into her pockets. I think this is it, he said, handing her a black wallet. Mel's wallet. Kenna had seen it last when they'd stopped at a fast food joint that morning. Janelle reached out and took it, silent. She let her arm flop down to her side, wallet in hand. She stared down at the concrete as if she wanted to let it fall back into the lava tunnel and sink to the Earth's center. Janelle couldn't believe it, and yet she could. Mel. Gone, ripped out of his human form forever, just like Elise and the Cali girl's parents. His wallet felt heavy and sad in her pocket. She sat in the Oceanside Hotel lobby for a long time, staring at the plant in the corner, while Gareth shared a moment of silence with her. Paul and Leslie stayed outside, huddled close in the sun. Sophia and Kenna stood a few feet from each other near the plant, staring at the traffic outside. Mel's calming presence. Gone. Janelle missed him already. If he were here, he'd recommend they all get rooms and rest. He'd pay for it without breaking a sweat, then join them and suggest what they could do next. He'd know what to do because she sure didn't. Mel was the closest thing to a grandfather Janelle had ever had. The wallet slipped around in her pocket, begging her to open it. Mel's bank card would be inside with its pin on paper. In case of an emergency, he always said. Mel must have given it to Paul before Kenna pulled him through Lava Express. He'd known he wasn't going to make it. Hey, Gareth said, rubbing his hand down her back. Be glad you didn't bring your dad along. He would have stayed with Mel. Yes. Dad would have. She thought about him. He'd be sick with worry right now, wherever he was. Did he have any clue about where they were headed? Probably not. Still, she resisted the urge to pull out her phone. There would be a million messages on it now, not only from her father. The Elder Council would be going crazy that their leader was missing. But if she worked this right, she might be free. They might all be. She might not have to be a Tempest High leader anymore if she could convince Huracan to take back his duties. No one would have to endure being a Tempest or an Outbreaker. It was a curse no one deserved. Leslie had gotten off easy in Flint by not killing anyone. Still, it could have been much worse if Cordelia had planned things differently. She and Paul were both in danger still. Standing out in the sun in each other's arms, they looked so fragile, not at all like they both left their bodies during storms and took the form of tornadoes. One day, one of them would kill by mistake. Like Janelle had. Paul and Leslie were simply too powerful. And if Huracan decided to take his job back and make all the Tempests and Outbreakers human, Cordelia couldn't possibly make her a goddess. She couldn't force Leslie to give her breath to her. If. That was the word. It was a pretty big word, too. There was another if hanging over her head, too. Could they even find him? The Mayans had built a lot of their cities in Yucatan. That was where they were right now. Kenna might not know much about Mexico, but she'd landed them at a good starting point. Maybe we should get a room here, Gareth said. Take a day or two to figure things out. I'm sure Cordelia doesn't know where we are. Yet. Exactly. Janelle stared at the tourists wandering by, rolling luggage cases and pushing phone buttons. These people were lucky they weren't tainted by the power of Huracan or any other deity. I think we should. Sophia's going to need some time to let Huracan feel around the area, she said, letting her head fall on his shoulder. At least money isn't an issue. Money was the only thing that was fine. After asking around and fumbling with her bank account, Janelle secured 2 suites for the next few days. That would leave them time to figure out everything else. She would have gotten a couple more if she had the patience to have one with Gareth and no one else, but there were more pressing matters. So, for now, it would have to be 3 to a room. It was clear that Gareth was disappointed as they crammed into the elevator. It was clear by the way his shoulders hung low. Janelle didn't admit it with so many others around her, but she did as well. Their room, which they shared with Kenna, was on the 5th floor and offered a spectacular view of the beach below and the ocean waves lapping against the shore. Cabs came and went down on the street. If they weren't facing east, they'd have a great sunset view in a few hours. Kenna sat on the bed on the other side of the room, facing away from the window. She leaned forward, hugging her knees. Janelle's stomach lurched. Water and heights. Kenna, I forgot, she said, tensing for the blow-up. I know this isn't a great place for you. The volcano goddess took a deep breath. She was struggling to keep her temper under control. How much longer would it be before she went off on them all? The fire inside her grew every day. That's fine, she said at last, looking up but keeping her gaze on the wall. I'm the one who brought us here. I should have remembered that Cancun was on the coast. Not a great place for you, either. Janelle relaxed. No. It isn't. It sucks when you can't go to the beach and get in the water, right? Kenna turned and smiled, staying in place. I can't do that either. Though that's for a different reason, as we all know. Janelle sighed. At least Kenna wouldn't turn into a force of destruction and kill if she dove into the ocean. Would the Tempest transformation still work now that Cordelia was a storm goddess? Well, Leslie and Paul could go for a swim. Maybe Sophia, too. Lucky them. Gareth touched the glass like he wanted it to melt away. Looks like all 3 of us are in the same boat, right? I know. Bad joke. And cliché, Janelle said, hugging him and planting a kiss on his cheek. She could sense Kenna shifting on the other side of the room as she did so, but she didn't care. Hopefully, Sophia will be able to talk to Huracan and figure out where we need to go next. If that demon's even going to cooperate, Gareth muttered. He watched a bus roll past below and disappear between 2 high-rise hotels. That's why we had you stay here with us, Kenna. We can't have you and Sophia in the same room, unless we want to wait the rest of our lives here. That wouldn't be so bad, Janelle admitted. I'll tell you what though. If Huracan decides to take away our curse and make us human, I'm first going down into that water and swimming. Exhaustion crept through Leslie's muscles, working its way into her eyelids. She felt her body sink into the bed as she listened to Janelle, Gareth, and Kenna's footsteps squeak in the room next door. Beside her, Paul breathed heavily as he closed his eyes and tried to relax. Sophia did the same, on the other bed. The gentle sounds of breathing lulled her closer and closer to sleep. I'm sorry about your tablet and all your stuff, she said as she snuggled closer to Paul. He smelled like a field in the summer, an expanse of rolling grass with puffy clouds drifting overhead. It didn't surprise her that he had that scent. He'd spent his whole life in the Midwest, traveling from state to state with his father. It was where they would have to go when all this was over. They would only have enough room to avoid killing when they had outbreaks. Probably. Not a big deal. I could have lost my body. Or you, the silence afterward told her. I think that would have trumped losing my stuff, hands down. Agreed. And besides, Paul said, running his hand through her hair. A couple of bad memories are attached to it, anyway. He didn't need to say what. Paul had grown up knowing he would leave his body and take the form of a tornado during storms one day. But he hadn't known how bad that was until a few weeks ago. Leslie never had that shield. When she'd made Paul give her his breath and turn her, she'd understood exactly what she was getting into. If she hadn't done it, Paul would have had an outbreak and killed hundreds, maybe thousands. But now she was. Leslie opened her eyes and sat up. Paul, I can't sleep. He was right beside her a second later. Leslie, you didn't kill anyone when your outbreak happened. We're not lying about that. That wasn't what was bothering her. She believed him. Gareth would have told her the truth if she'd killed someone. He never lied, no matter how bad it was. It was the fact that Cordelia had orchestrated it all, and that Leslie had just been a pawn. She would have killed Sophia if Kenna and Callie hadn't been there to protect her. Sophia sat up on the bed next to them. Her gaze made the back of Leslie's neck prickle. Paul understood. He wrapped his arms around her, squeezing around her navel. It spoke more volumes than any words would have. "Do you think Janelle's going to convince Huracan to turn us back?" she asked. "I was born an outbreaker. There's nothing I can get turned back into. I'm not sure how that's going to help me." "You know what I mean," she said. "If the stories are right, he turned your ancestors into outbreakers at the same time he went around turning people into tempests. Then he went somewhere to hibernate." Paul sighed. "If I was a god and everyone forgot about me, I'd probably want to hibernate too." "True," Sophia broke in. Leslie had forgotten she was sitting on the other bed for a second. "They do feel left out." "I'd know." Leslie didn't say anything. Neither did Paul. If anyone knew that for a fact, it was Sophia. "Has Huracan given you any ideas where we need to go next?" she asked, tense. "I haven't had much chance to talk to her," Sophia said. She motioned to the tropical paradise outside, and the smooth ocean sparkling in the sun. "This isn't the best environment for that. It weakens her some. I might have to get someplace colder. Not to mention we have Kenna in the next room." Paul's tone was wary and protective. Leslie didn't blame him. Huracan had nearly frozen him to death last week. But Paul wasn't the grudge-holding type. Having Sophia stay here was his idea. It was necessary to keep her and Kenna apart if they were to have any chance of locating Huracan. "Maybe you can try to sneak into one of the freezers in the kitchen," Leslie said, one part of her wishing that she would just go and do it right now. But Sophia didn't. She lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Leslie closed her eyes and felt Paul breathe behind her. Even if Huracan did cure them, what would happen to Kenna and Sophia? If they managed to eliminate Cordelia, Huracan could turn on them again. Chapter 4. Sophia had to wait until much later to even try anything. Huracan had stayed effectively blocked all afternoon. She'd complained enough about the Arizona desert. Now that they were even farther south, she'd almost vanished completely. The tropical heat was simply too much for her. She'd hated listening to that hag's voice all her adolescent life. Now she almost missed it. But now that Paul and Leslie were both snoring and the sounds of the hotel had died down for the night, it was time to move. The kitchen would lock up if Sophia waited too long to get to the freezer, and even the thought of sneaking around and getting kicked out of the hotel was making her stomach roll. Going through Shane's laptop had been one thing. That was an emergency. Well, this was too. But Sophia didn't know these people who didn't even speak her language. The hallway was empty, except for a couple practically staggering towards their room. The bitter smell of alcohol trailed behind them. Yes, it was late. The bar would probably be the only thing left open. The kitchen might already be locked, and with Huracan, she might have a way to break in. That left one option, bringing along some backup. When Sophia knocked, it took about 2 seconds for Janelle to open her door. She blinked and stiffened, ready for any bad news. The girl must have gotten used to a lot of that by now. "Can you help me with something?" she asked, scanning the hall to ensure nobody was in earshot. "I might need someone who can break down a door. Tempests are a lot stronger near the ocean, right?" Janelle balked. "I'm not sure breaking anything is a good idea." Sophia didn't have time for this. She dug for her newfound strength and found it. "I need to get into the freezer, wherever it is." "You know who isn't talking." "I think Mexico is too warm for her. Our only chance to talk to her is to get someplace cool enough that she'll be a little stronger." Janelle screwed up her face and looked back at Gareth for a second, who was trying to watch some crappy tourist channel on the TV. Kenna sat facing away from the window, picking at her fingernails. "Okay," Janelle said at last. "I'll come with you. If something's locked, I can help." They set off down the hallway. Sophia's neck prickled, as if someone were watching her. Cordelia couldn't be anywhere nearby. There wasn't anything for her to work with at the moment. Except, "I think I know where the kitchen is," Janelle said. "I've stayed in a lot of hotels. They're almost always on the ground floor. We might not need to break anything down if they have those swinging doors. But you'll need a lookout." "Thanks." Sophia's heart pounded. She could do this. Already, she had done much worse. They passed no one, except a housekeeper vacuuming the floors as they took the stairwell to the lower level. Sophia couldn't help but look over her shoulder, every so often. If Cordelia caught her walking around with Janelle, her head would be off her shoulders within seconds. She had Huracan to thank for that one. Sophia should have asked another person or two or three to come along. Janelle pushed open the door at the bottom of the stairway, revealing a hallway lined with party lights. "Sophia. Are you okay?" "Yeah." She nodded, snapping out of it. "Do I really look that dazed?" Janelle narrowed an eye at her. "Something's bothering you." "I'm just worried." Sophia gripped the handrail and descended the last few steps. "I think we all are, to tell you the truth." Janelle stared at her as she walked through the door. "I think it's more than that. I can tell." "What is it?" Sophia couldn't tell her the real reason that Cordelia wanted to kill her. Janelle was Cordelia's daughter, a fact that, according to Kenna, Janelle wanted to keep secret from as many people as possible. And Huracan had nearly killed Janelle last week, earning the storm goddess's permanent grudge. "It's nothing," Sophia said again. "We shouldn't hang around here too long. It's going to look weird since we aren't 21. Janelle held up a hand. "Mexico's drinking age is lower than that. We might fly under the radar. Come on. This is worth a try." Glad for the distraction, Sophia followed. The hotel was primarily quiet at this time of night. Somewhere, people laughed and chatted in a language that Sophia didn't recognize. At least Janelle seemed to have forgotten what they'd been discussing. She scanned the lobby and motioned for Sophia. "This way." After several dead ends and peeking into doors that led to conference rooms, Janelle pushed open another door, making light spill out into the hall. "I think I found it," she said, waving her in. "I don't see anyone, so we can reach the freezer. All we'll need to worry about is people coming in to clean this late." It was easy going through the large metal kitchen. Like earlier that day, it seemed mostly abandoned, with lingering food smells that made Sophia remember that she hadn't eaten dinner. She felt lightheaded momentarily as her stomach protested and burned, but she pushed hunger from her mind. The freezer was more important at the moment. There might not be another chance until tomorrow night. Deeper in the kitchen, someone dropped something and swore. At least, Sophia thought it was swearing from the tone of voice. She hadn't taken any Spanish classes and would only have one next year. Even if she had, she doubted the teacher would have taught her profanity unless he was cool. Janelle took her arm. Sophia almost cried out with the strength of her grip. Tempests had the power of dinosaurs. If Janelle squeezed, her arm would break without effort. "Duck," she said. They did, and the counter shielded them from the view of the kitchen worker. Footsteps tromped closer, and the metallic sound of a pan being put down on a counter followed. Sophia slowed her breathing. This wasn't Cordelia. Nobody here was actually going to murder her. The footsteps got louder for a few seconds, as if their owner was scanning the kitchen. At last, after Sophia felt like she couldn't hold her breath any longer, the worker turned and walked back into the deepest reaches of the kitchen. Janelle nodded and looked straight ahead. They were in luck. A metal door was closed directly in front of them. It wasn't labeled, but the pitted silver told Sophia it could be nothing except the freezer. She gulped. Was Huracan still on their side? The demon hadn't spoken since the rest area back in Arizona. It was possible she was getting frustrated already. Her temper was even worse than Kenna's, which was saying something. Sophia rushed forward and opened the steel door, letting the cool air inside wash over her. There wasn't much of a choice about this. Janelle watched the door close behind Sophia as she advanced into the freezer. Her chances of getting caught out here were as high as 80%. At least if she did get caught, she could tell the workers she was alone in there trying to make a phone call. If she remembered enough of her Spanish lessons, that was. Her tutor had drilled enough of the language into her back at Alara. A surprising number of tempests spoke the language, but now her mind had gone totally blank. Something clanged farther back in the kitchen, and someone rolled a squeaky cart past the double doors outside the hall. Her heart raced. Here she was, Tempest High Leader, scared to face some hotel workers. For a second, she wished her father was here. He was definitely better at Spanish than she was, a fact she hadn't even known until right after she'd taken her title. Until her other life ended. Sophia had better hurry. Huracan had better wake up, sense the area, and start talking. Yucatan was full of Mayan ruins. She had to pick up something. Another round of footsteps sounded off again in the kitchen. Janelle caught her breath and crouched, letting the counter hide her from view again. The footsteps took longer this time, pacing. It was as if the unseen man knew that something was up. Something sprayed, a cleaner probably, and the squeaky sounds of wiping followed. 5 minutes must have passed by now. Huracan would need time to do her thing, but the first strains of worry were starting to form in Janelle's gut. She'd never trust that demon. There must be something seriously wrong, if even Cordelia wanted to destroy her. It still baffled her that the storm goddess wouldn't want a winter demon on her side. Another minute passed, and another. This was getting tense. Janelle couldn't tell how close the man was, but he was definitely closing in, wiping down every counter. Why couldn't he be one of those lazy employees who left crumbs everywhere and got yelled at by his boss in the morning? It figured they'd get stuck with a diligent one. It would be best if she ducked into the freezer and checked on Sophia. Janelle rose, peeking over the counter. Big mistake. The worker, a black-haired man in his late 30s with a pit scar on his cheek, just looked in her direction that second. He stopped mid-wipe and stared at her like a deer caught in front of an oncoming train. Great, she muttered, fumbling for an excuse. Blank. The man dropped his towel and rushed towards her, confusion and anger molding his face simultaneously. His expression would have been funny under any other circumstance. He fired a question at her in Spanish, something about the kitchen doors, and stopped a few feet away, bracing himself on the counter as he studied her. He wore a tank top. He had a familiar gray spiral on his upper arm, which could be mistaken for a tattoo by anyone who didn't know any better. The Tempest spiral. The man's jaw dropped open. Janelle let out her breath. She was saved. He sputtered something in Spanish first, then sighed and shook his head. Then he doubled back and lifted one hand at her. Tempest High Leader, he managed at last in heavily accented English. Pleased to meet you. This is a great honor. Sophia sensed Huracan stirring the second she stepped into the freezer. The internal blizzard woke inside her like a bear waking up from a months-long slumber. She hoped this would take a little time, not just for Janelle's sake. Frosty boxes towered over her on all sides. She could watch her breath spiral up towards the ceiling. It must not only be freezing but below zero. And yet the cold didn't sting her fingers or threaten to bite off her nose. It drifted over her like a thin membrane, a shield almost. It was the only perk of having Huracan hitching a ride with her. Are you there? Sophia thought, sitting on one of the boxes. Silence. Then at last, yes. Thank you. It is so much better here. Sorry about the change in geography. We had to escape Cordelia. Sophia could talk out loud now. Nobody would walk in and see her talking to the wall, unless they got past Janelle first. The demon went quiet again, which made Sophia grab the sides of the box and tense. But she returned with a grudging reply. I understand. You needed to escape. We can't forget that she wants to murder us. But I like Mexico less than Arizona. I figured you would. Sophia kept her thoughts blank, hoping that Huracan didn't detect her happiness at that thought. Thanks for the warning. About the dust storm, you know. It was the first time she had ever thanked Huracan for anything. It felt about as strange as thanking her lit teacher for that spring break project she'd finished back home, before Callie and Kenna pulled her through Lava Express. But she couldn't forget that Huracan would have no problem turning her aggression on someone else once Cordelia was gone. Someone she loved, even. But what was going to happen after that? Once Huracan had no one to take out her aggression on, she would no doubt turn on someone else. It was a threat that lingered there at the back of her mind, like the growl of an oncoming train. I suppose I should check the area, the demon said. I can already tell it's interesting. There is much ancient energy here. Kenna landed us in a good place. Sophia leaned back on the frosty wall. Would the demon leave her body and go off somewhere? Go ahead. I can make no guarantees. But there's a good chance that Huracan is resting somewhere on this peninsula. His relatives certainly are. Sophia shifted. Her shirt stuck to it in the bitter cold, but the shield stayed up, keeping it from burning her skin. The first cold waves rose inside, indicating the demon was taking control. The inside of the freezer faded to a washed-out gray. Sophia jumped, unable to keep away the panic. The last time this had happened, dozens of people had collapsed at the airport with hypothermia. She'd woken up to find paramedics treating victims everywhere on the lobby floor. Her victims. Relax. I need to take control of this. Sophia stiffened and fought away the fuzziness. No. And you know why I can't. The demon's irritation bubbled through the ice water inside. Okay. I will compromise. I'll let you come along. The gray in Sophia's vision cleared, leaving the freezer in full color around her. It was as if she'd stepped from the gray Kansas scenes in The Wizard of Oz into the Rainbow Munchkin land. She could go along. What would that do? But it was better than leaving other people hurt, right? I can live with that. Whatever was coming would be better than losing control again. Ready? This is going to feel very real. Was that glee in Huracan's words? Go for it. It was now or never. Sophia settled back down, leaning against the wall and shifting on the food crate. It was uncomfortable, but it would work until... The freezer snapped away in an instant. Sophia flew. First like a leaf on the wind, then like a hawk, then a rocket. Darkness whipped around her. The wind snapped against her clothes. Air whistled in her ears and forced its way into her eyes. She blinked, watering up. Lights spun under her and drew farther away, fading from pools on the pavement to mere pinpricks in the night. What? She started, but the sky sucked the rest from her mouth. She bit back a scream as Cancun vanished behind, and the expanse of jungle stretched out underneath her, dark like the pit to an underworld. I warned you. Sophia could hear the laugh in Huracan's nasty hag voice. Hold on, because this might take a while. Sophia struggled for breath but found no need for it. She couldn't utter a sound or move her limbs because they weren't there. She jumped out of her body like Paul and Leslie were supposed to when they had their outbreaks. The thought did nothing to make her feel better. Interesting place, Huracan remarked. The wind slowed around Sophia from a whistle to a low growl. The demon was taking her sweet time with the grand tour. Lots of old energy here. So many forgotten ones. No one has been awake here for quite some time. So where is Huracan? Sophia thought. The demon had better have an answer, and fast. Her stomach could take much more of this, even if she had left it back in that freezer. Patience. The laugh was back. Can't you feel it? Feel what? Thick foliage drifted past below them, a carpet of trees with an occasional pinprick of light thrown in. I forgot. You can't. There are a lot of old gods here. Yeah, I know. Can we please hurry? When she returned to her body, her chances of leaning over and getting sick were as high as 50-50. Hopefully, Huracan would stay long enough to experience that part. There. They were descending. A pool of light shone in the trees ahead, illuminating odd shapes sticking out of the ground. Sophia recognized the flat gray of a parking lot, but it was empty this time of night. A paved road wound away from it into the trees. But that was the only familiar thing in this place. It was as if they had flown somewhere before the days of the Spanish conquest. Well before the Spanish conquest. Sophia could make out a towering, stepped pyramid that rose toward the sky, even in the darkness. Lights illuminated every crack, every worn step going up its face. Its rectangular top waited under the sky for gods that would never return. This was something Sophia had only seen drawings of in her history books. Never had she expected to see anything like this in person. Where are we? I am not sure. But I think we were in the right place. I feel many presences here. Asleep, thankfully. I do not think any of the gods here want to be awakened. Comforting. Thank you. They swooped down lower, enough for Sophia to make out the altar inside the pyramid. Hundreds of years ago, blood spilled there. Sacrifices were carried out to one of the gods they were looking for. The thought did even less to comfort Sophia, but at least her stomach wasn't churning anymore. Maybe Huracan wouldn't get to experience the joys of throwing up when they got back to her body. It was a shame. It is not. The chuckle was gone from the demon's voice now. Sophia didn't have a response for that one. They turned, taking in the scene. Landed near the base of the pyramid. It towered over Sophia, or whatever part of her Huracan had brought along. She could almost feel her feet touching the ground. Still, simultaneously, she floated in the air, a tiny point of consciousness. Weird didn't even start to cover this. The land spread out around the pyramid, flat as if carved out by the hands of giants. Darkness couldn't hide the fact that there were more stone and ancient buildings crumbling around them. Lights shone against stone walls and pillars. Not too far away, 2 rows of columns waited like an infantry without a leader, frozen in time. Another building had the unmistakable dome of an ancient observatory. Yes. A lot here. I can see that, Sophia thought. This place was beautiful and ominous at the same time. The air felt electric, like a beast of lightning was waiting under the stone ground to rise and strike back at the world. A bunch of angry tingles crawled up her spectral legs and spread across her arms, telling her to go away and not look back. So you can feel it. I told you. Let's have a look around, shall we? The glee had returned to Huracan. Sophia took a breath, or what she thought was a breath, trying to push the nervous thoughts from her mind. It was easy to forget that she usually had no privacy. Oh, this made her hope that the nausea would return on the way back, and that she'd get to. They flew once again, zipping across the ground. The pyramid turned into a stony blur going past. Another stone structure followed, disappearing into the night behind them. They seemed to be leaving the ancient city behind, while the trees ahead loomed larger, ready to swallow them. Where? Sophia thought. Trees zoomed past, black shapes in the night. Shouldn't they check the giant pyramid behind them for a sleeping god? That's not the right place, Huracan said. Wrong kind of energy. It feels more like Cordelia down this other way. Sophia tensed as much as she could at the name. No. Bad idea. Was the winter demon insane? Thankfully, she was quick to respond. Not Cordelia herself. Like her. Oh. And the angry, tingling feeling intensified. Huracan slowed now, letting the world come back into focus. Ahead the ground dipped, barely visible in the darkness. They were coming up on a clearing at the end of a path. A whole swarm of prickles assaulted her as they drew nearer to it. This place was practically sending out an eruption of energy. Panic set in. The best thing they could do was turn back. A giant hole bore into the ground, easily over 100 feet across, lined with stone and filled with water so deep she could only guess how far down the bottom was. A rope fence surrounded it to prevent tourists from falling in. Tourists? How could anyone come near this place? They stopped. It's not wise to get closer. Not in our current form, anyway. Sophia agreed with her for the first time since their fight with Cordelia. The electric feeling around this place was enough to bring back that memory. Cordelia's glare as her hand wrapped around Sophia's throat, cutting off her air. The lightning bolt came through the door and struck her in the chest. And the tornado, ripping up the roof of that factory and slowly advancing on her. So, is this where Huracan is? It seems likely. If the god is here, he rests at the bottom of this pit. This is a sacred place. Or was. Sophia strained her neck, did she have a neck in this state, to look closer at the giant hole. The water it held was dark and calm, and it reflected the stars above like a planetarium screen. If a storm god was resting at the bottom of this thing, it certainly didn't look like it, but the tingling grew more potent by the second, washing over her like waves of rage and threatening to pull her down into the water itself. We must go. Huracan was firm, commanding, and just a touch nervous. Something is stirring, and it isn't good. Agreed. Go. A low growl, like that of distant thunder, sounded through the air. The sound hadn't even died down yet when they were flying again, past the pyramid and stone platforms, past the army of forgotten columns, and back up into the night as trees whipped past under them. The angry tingling of the storm god slowly died. Sophia couldn't be sure, but she thought she'd seen a glint of sickly green light in the water right before Huracan, and turned them both away. Chapter 5. Sophia didn't barf when she opened her eyes in the freezer, but only barely kept control of her stomach. Boxes did somersaults around her as she leaned over and faced the floor, focusing on a grease spot. It swayed back and forth as her stomach protested. The nausea and the spinning slowly died, and the room settled. I never want to do that again, Sophia said. She would if she liked going on wild roller coasters like Callie did. Is this how Paul and Leslie feel when they have outbreaks? Huracan gave her best hag laugh. Well, I'm sure they don't get sick like you did. Other than that, it's very similar. Sophia sighed and rose from the box, bracing on it as the room spun again. But it was gone in a second. Janelle would be standing guard outside the door. She would probably come barging in a minute to see if she was okay. That was provided she hadn't gotten caught. Sophia slowly pushed open the door. Janelle? Someone spoke just outside the door, an accented male, one she'd never heard before. Oh no. Someone had found Janelle. Sophia's stomach lurched again, this time with nerves, as she pushed open the door. It didn't matter if she got caught now. Janelle had her back to her, talking to a guy decked out in an apron. Grease covered it, like he'd spent a long time cleaning the kitchen. He seemed to be in his 30s, maybe, with a pitted scar on his cheek that looked like something had once burned him there long ago. And he didn't seem angry. Instead, he stuttered something, a hybrid of English and Spanish, and clumsily shook Janelle's hand. He had a gray spiral on his upper arm. The man was a tempest. He'd recognized his leader. No wonder he looked so nervous, shaking Janelle's hand. Sophia let out her breath and pushed open the door. It was clear that they weren't about to be destroyed. Janelle? She turned. Oh, she said, releasing the man's hand. Sorry, she told him. Sophia, this is Manuel. He's one of my people. The relief on Janelle's face was evident, as if she wanted to laugh. She looked like an actress in a silent film. Manuel, this is Sophia. She's a friend of mine. We're sorry that we had to use your freezer. It was an emergency. That's okay, he said, holding up a hand. His mustache twitched as he spoke. I'm sure it is important. Manuel looked like he was going to collapse with nerves at any second. She went to ask Huracan what the matter might be, but the demon had already faded away in the kitchen heat. It didn't matter. The man got to it. Is Cordelia in the area?
Oh no.
She isn't, Janelle said quickly, glancing at the kitchen door behind him. We last saw her in Arizona. I don't think she knows exactly where we've gone. It's a long story. Manuel let out a breath. That's good. I hear rumors sometimes. Things are bad. He shook his head and winced. No one even knows where you are, Tempest High Leader. Everything is confusing now. Janelle sighed. She wasn't even making an effort to look professional now, not like she had when Sophia first met her. It was as if she was slowly casting off her leadership role altogether, wishing it would disappear. I know. Would you like to come for dinner tomorrow? He asked. You can tell us your story. My family would love to have you. So where do you think this pyramid place is? Paul scratched his head the next afternoon as they waited in the lobby for the cab that would take them to Manuel's house for dinner. He pulled Leslie closer to him. I don't know anything about Mexico. You know, with my dad keeping me so insulated all those years. We didn't even buy any newspapers. He felt stupid, like a hatchling just starting to make its way out into the world. It was a feeling he'd have for quite a while still. But his father had only been trying to protect him. The truth about being an outbreaker would have torn him up as a child. And then his father had gone to jail to protect him. He and his uncle both. It wasn't right to stay angry at either one of them. Leslie snuggled closer, pulling him into the sun coming through the glass door. I'm not sure. There are a lot of old Mayan ruins around the area. It could be any of them. And the pit thing I've never even heard of. He wasn't sure what to expect from this dinner. Still, hopefully, this Manuel guy would know something about whatever Sophia and Huracan had seen last night. It mainly was why Janelle agreed to go to dinner at his house. But Sophia hadn't seemed enthused about returning to whatever she'd seen. She hung by the window by herself. The presence of Huracan, if it was even him down in that pit, had shaken her pretty bad. It didn't make Paul feel any better about the situation, but they had no other options. It was better than Leslie giving Janelle her breath and making her a goddess, right? And if there was even a hair's chance of getting Huracan to make them all human, it was worth it. Paul stroked Leslie's hair. It grew warm in the sun. It was worth it, even if only Leslie could be saved from this. You seem pretty lost, Leslie said as they climbed into the cab. Manuel had sent them two, one for each couple. Sophia stuck with them but crawled into the front. That was odd, since there was easily another space in the back. Sophia, you can, Paul remembered with a flush to his cheeks. Sophia didn't want to sit with Leslie. He'd forgotten for a second. Leslie had nearly killed Sophia during her first outbreak. And if he couldn't help her now, it would happen again. Manuel's house was relatively modest, with a one-car garage and a small palm tree in the front yard. It didn't look much different from the houses Janelle had seen in Florida during the 2 weeks she and her father had lived there. That was right before she left her old life forever. Are you sure this is a good idea? Gareth asked. We need to find out who Cordelia ordered around. If she's already gotten to this guy, he won't be able to tell you. Remember Thomas Kurt? I don't think it's that way, she told him. Manuel hadn't given off any bad vibes last night, and it felt good to know Gareth was probably wrong for once. He was pretty shocked to see me. And there are a lot of tempests here in Mexico. I'm sure some of them are descended from the Mayans that used to worship Huracan. I can only assume he went after them first when turning people. It did make sense. Janelle had to keep telling that to herself. Cordelia needed to find out they were heading here specifically. But she had known that they'd be passing through Arizona. Maybe Gareth was right after all. Oh, I'm sure he did, Gareth said, scooting closer to her as the cab stopped. At least he wasn't arguing with her. We just need to be on our guard. I'm here just in case anything happens, Kenna said, reminding Janelle she was there. The irritation was back in her voice. Since I'm the only one who can fight Cordelia. Sophia might be able to help, but I'm not sure she's up to that here. And I'm glad that you are, Janelle said quickly, though she wasn't sure. Lately, she'd been thinking of ways to get away from Kenna for a while, but at the same time, she knew that her growing temper wasn't really her fault. Kenna likely wasn't thrilled about the whole situation either. It was something she could understand. There were some things you just couldn't control. Gareth got out of the car almost as fast as Janelle, moving away from Kenna. It seemed like his near death by lava was still hurting his pride. That scar would never go away. Nice place, he said, facing the house, but Janelle knew it was only a distraction from his thoughts. Manuel opened the door even as they all slowly moved up the sidewalk. Janelle wasn't sure how he planned to fit everyone inside, but he insisted on letting everyone come to dinner. He'd replaced his tank top with a pressed work shirt that belonged in an office. Janelle glanced down at the souvenir t-shirt she bought that morning at the hotel. It looked cheap and tacky, compared to the way he was dressed. If the elder council were here, they'd lecture her about this for days. Why weren't you in your suit? Did you at least remember to wear makeup? She could hear their condescending voices right now. But Manuel didn't seem to care. He beamed as he opened the door all the way. Tempest High Leader, he breathed in his accent. So pleased to have you. You can just call me Janelle. It was better that way. In a week, she might not even be any leader, and there might not even be tempests. Whether it was because of Cordelia or Huracan, she didn't know. That was the scary part. The house smelled like food, she noticed, like that little Mexican restaurant she and her father used to frequent when she was a kid. Good memories. She missed him, all of a sudden. Where was he now? The question squeezed at her chest. Janelle tried to ignore it as she introduced everyone. Gareth reluctantly shook Manuel's hand, but everyone else seemed more at ease, even Sophia. We eat on the patio, he said, motioning everyone through the living room and out the back sliding door. He had already set up the area. Placemats, 8 of them to be exact, waited on the table with glasses and silverware. Janelle felt her face flush. She felt funny that ordinary people were doing this for her, like she didn't deserve to be treated like this. Maybe she didn't, after all. She was planning on ditching her post, but only if it meant that every other tempest in the world could become human. Only if it meant Huracan could take over for them and keep the world's weather from going out of whack. It wouldn't be right any other way. Nobody said much at the table while they waited. Sophia was the last to sit on the opposite side of the table, as Leslie. Neither one of them said much to each other anymore. It was a significant hurdle that they probably were never going to overcome. Cordelia had ruined that too. It was nice of Manuel to invite all of us, she said to break the silence. Just so everyone knows, I want to fill him in on everything in exchange for him feeding us like this. He deserves to know, and he might be able to help us with what Sophia and Huracan saw. She ignored the look Gareth gave her. Just in case, she rechecked the sky. Puffy clouds drifted overhead like they had nothing better to do. All clear. But it had been that way in the desert too. Cordelia would find ways around trifles like sunny days. Manuel burst out of the sliding door 10 minutes later with a huge platter with several plates balanced precariously. Behind him came a black-haired woman around the same age who wore a tank top and jeans, bringing a second platter. His wife, it must be. Her upper arms were both bare, with no gray spiral anywhere. Manuel's wife was human. A distinct seafood smell hit Janelle. She almost didn't notice it. She was still reeling. She had met plenty of tempests and knew that some married humans, but never had she seen it like this. A lot of marriages broke up when the human spouses learned the truth. Gareth's parents had split up 6 years ago for that reason. And Cordelia's human mother had literally murdered her tempest father in his sleep. And yet, these people were together. Happy, from the looks of it. Manuel seemed to read her mind. She knows, he said, putting the first plate down before her. It's safe to talk around her. Hello, Janelle managed. The woman smiled and returned her greeting. Maria, she said. She doesn't speak much English, Manuel told her. Janelle nodded her understanding and looked down at her plate. It was a fish fillet, fried and doused in some kind of red sauce. Manuel had also set down a bowl of sweet-smelling salsa and tortilla chips. The fish couldn't have been cheap for all these people. Manuel, you didn't have to. It was no problem, he said quickly. My brother is in the fishing business. My family has done that for years and years. Tempest fisherman, Gareth muttered under his breath. Hope the boat doesn't ever capsize. Janelle nodded, hoping that Manuel didn't hear. It wasn't a career she'd choose. The fish was actually quite good, and the salsa was both spicy and sweet at the same time. The only person not touching hers was Kenna, but Janelle was sure that her meal had come from the ocean and had something to do with that. However, she did dig into the salsa and finish it off pretty quickly. On the other hand, Sophia struggled with the spicy meal, taking huge gulps of fruit juice with every bite. I'm thrilled to have you here, Tempest High Leader, Manuel said as he put down his napkin. My wife and I are honored that you'd eat with us. Cordelia never would have come here. She did not like it when tempests and humans were together. Janelle felt the familiar heat rise on her cheeks. She hated talking about Cordelia, but the time had come. It has to do with her parents. We all know the story, Manuel continued with a frown. But it's not that way all the time. My wife and I have been together for over 20 years. She knows about tempests. We have a tempest daughter in college right now. I know she would like to meet you. And I'd like to meet her. Janelle studied Gareth from the corner of her eye. He slouched down in his chair, burning with jealousy at the sight of this happy family. She could tell. His father's leaving had never stopped hurting. Manuel took one last bite of his fish. After a long pause, he spoke again. I am proud that you are our leader, Janelle. You understand our true purpose in the world. The heat returned in an instant. Janelle felt everyone's gazes landing on her. It was a strange feeling, like a huge spotlight was shining on her. She wasn't much of a leader. She did stupid, reckless things, and could never satisfy the elder council. In a day or two, she was about to pull her dumbest move yet. Thank you, she managed. Her dinner was starting to settle funny. I should tell you why we're here. Backs stiffened around the table. Manuel practically leaned forward with anticipation and fear. Please. I don't mean to intrude, but I'm sure it's important. You might be able to help us with something, she said. We're looking for Huracan. Manuel stiffened. The Huracan? No one has seen him for hundreds of years. She nodded. Now that Cordelia's a storm goddess, he might be the only one who can take care of her. None of the tempests and outbreakers can. Kenna here can't even get rid of her, and she's a volcano goddess. Believe me, she tried. Kenna withered at the words. The sky and the water are not my elements, she added, picking at her fish. Especially water. I can't even touch it. Cordelia has too much of it at her disposal. Kenna picked at the fish again and took a small bite. I didn't mean to sound rude. The fish is good. Manuel's gaze darted side to side across the table. So, you want to wake him up? Yes. I don't see any other choice. If we don't act now, Cordelia will rip all of us out of our bodies. And make me just like her. She didn't need to say that out loud. Leslie shifted next to her. If Cordelia did catch up to them, Leslie would be the one to turn her. Do you know where he might be resting? Gareth asked. The man was silent for a long time. Maria asked him something in Spanish, and he answered likewise. She grimaced. I don't know, he said. Tempests have looked in the past, those who wanted to give back their power and be human. Some of the earliest ones searched the old Mayan temples for their creator. They turned up nothing. All of the known pyramids have been searched. So have all the other ruins that we know of. No one has ever found him. From the heavy tone of Manuel's voice, it sounded like quite a few had tried. He's not in a temple, Sophia said. It was the first time she'd spoken the entire dinner. All faces turned to her. Tell them about what you saw, Janelle said. She did, slowly reciting everything from when she stepped into the freezer to when she stepped out. Manuel put his chin on his hand as he listened. His eyebrows rose when she got to the part where she felt the tingling from the water-filled pit. How sure are you? Manuel sounded surprised at her finding. Huracan was almost certain it was him, Sophia said. She sounded relieved that she was done telling her story. She said it felt the same as having Cordelia around. Which is why we shouldn't bother him. Do you know where this pit might be? Janelle asked Manuel. The pit sounds like it might be a cenote, he said at last, staring into the space above Janelle. There are a lot of them in the Yucatan. They are holes in the limestone filled with groundwater. People used to worship there sometimes when there was a drought. They were thought to be the home of the rain god. That's pretty close, Janelle said, sitting taller in her chair. They had a lead. Huracan was a storm god, so that would fit. Wouldn't it? It wasn't him that they worshipped there, Manuel said. This was a different god. But these pits were also supposed to be gateways to the Mayan underworld. Xibalba. A shudder raced down Janelle's spine. Wherever this was, it was close to a pyramid and many other temples. Sophia says it had a parking lot and lights, so it must be a place tourists can go to. Manuel twisted his face and thought. It sounds like it could be Chichen Itza. Chichen Itza? Leslie echoed. It is open to the public. Lots of tourists. Buses take people from Cancun to there every day. I know. I used to drive one. So you can show us how to get there? Janelle asked, wishing that she didn't sound so hopeful. There might not even be a reason to feel hopeful about this, especially if underworlds were involved. I can, but I am not very happy about it. You see, tempests always feel uneasy there, like something is wrong. Humans don't feel it, but we always do. I don't know about outbreakers, but they might too. I never went past the museum. I am surprised you never heard of that. Janelle shook her head. She hadn't. Then again, she'd never seen anything of Mexico besides Cancun and the inside of conference rooms. Her schedule didn't leave any room to go exploring ancient ruins. If she'd known about this place sooner, it would have cut down on a lot of hassle. I know that I felt weird there, Sophia said. Janelle, I don't think this is a good idea. We might not have another one, Gareth told her. He gripped Janelle's hand under the table. For once, they were in agreement. The only alternative was the one Janelle dared not talk about. Going goddess herself and losing everyone she loved. Sophia sighed and scraped her fork along her plate, making a hollow metallic sound. She might have said something for a minute, but nothing came. I agree with Gareth, Paul said, scooting closer to Leslie. His face was hard with his promise to her. We have to at least try this. It's our only real shot, isn't it? It is, Janelle and Gareth said at the same time. She stared at him. He smiled. They were agreeing more and more every minute, it seemed. And you have me with you, Kenna reminded them. If anyone can wake up a god, it's me. Manuel conversed with his wife in a low voice. Janelle felt her heart pounding as he spoke. She could only catch one word out of 5 or so and cursed herself for not trying harder at her Spanish lessons. It appeared he was coming to his decision. All right, he said at last. I will ride with you to Chichen Itza, but as a promise to my wife, I will not go in with you. Once you enter the old city, you are on your own. Chapter 6. That night was nerve-wracking. Leslie couldn't stop the nervous grumbles of her stomach as she lay on the bed with Paul. He snuggled closer to her, silent, as Sophia flipped through the TV channels on the other bed. The dinner with Manuel still swirled through her head. Tomorrow, it might happen. They might actually find Huracan and somehow wake him up. Was Paul just as nervous as she was? Judging from his silence, yes. You know, I finally get to watch television, and now I can't understand anything anyone's saying, Paul said at last. It was a distraction, though. Leslie could tell by the absent tone of his voice. His mind was on that pit Sophia had described, and whatever was resting at the bottom of it. It was going to plague both of their nightmares tonight. Paul, if it comes down to it, I'd rather stay an outbreaker than have anything happen to you. Leslie sucked in a breath. The words had just come out. On the other bed, Sophia shifted and said nothing. She wished she could take back those words, at least from Sophia. I almost killed her. That fact lingered in the air whenever they were in the same room, making her want to ask Kenna to trade places with her more and more. She'd almost gone to the other room and asked for that. Twice. It's not a life, Paul said, scratching at his jeans. There's nothing good about being an outbreaker. Tempests at least have an important role. They keep the world's weather from going haywire. Even Kenna has it better than this. At least volcanoes did something good and made the Hawaiian Islands. What do we do? He had a valid question. It had been going through Leslie's mind increasingly in the past couple of weeks, and even more since her first outbreak last week. She still had nightmares about how she'd left her body and lost memory of everything, including her name. About how she'd turned into. Maybe we don't know the answer yet, Leslie said. Or maybe there isn't one, Sophia said. She flipped to yet another channel, a cooking show. There isn't one for me either. Huracan, you mean? Leslie said, relieved that Sophia was talking. It was better than silence. Silence could hide the worst things sometimes. Same thing, Sophia said. We're stuck together. Huracan won't be able to help me much with that one. Unless he wants to free her and let her do whatever she wants to the world. I don't think I'm up for that. Leslie hadn't really appreciated how bad Sophia had it. She'd been too busy thinking about herself. There really wasn't a good way out of this for her. Freeing Huracan would allow her to do the worst she could to the world. It would be just as bad as having Cordelia on the loose. Keeping her with Sophia would ruin her life even more than it had already been ruined. The poor girl couldn't even go back and live with her grandmother now. At least your mom doesn't hate you, Leslie said. Your grandma at least picks up your calls. Paul shifted uncomfortably next to her. Why don't we head outside and walk on the beach? He asked, getting off the bed. It was Leslie's first visit to one of Cancun's beaches. She regretted not coming out here sooner, because it was probably the most romantic place she had visited with Paul. Mobley was where they'd met, but the dusty Oklahoma town where so many bad memories lurked didn't quite count as romantic. Neither was the kitchen where she'd kissed him for the first time, nor the old van where Paul had been forced to turn her. Cancun was, in a word, lovely. The fine sand snuggled in between her bare toes as she walked hand in hand with Paul. The stretch of beach was mostly clear now that the last of the sun's rays were turning to a faint orange on the horizon. Most people were headed to the bar on the boardwalk or to loud parties in some hotels. But this was fine. Her mother would be so jealous if she saw them like this. It was a thought that didn't bother Leslie in the slightest anymore. Wow, I wish I'd seen more of the world as a kid, Paul said, marveling at the scene around him. I wasn't even aware that places like this existed. Well, I was, but you know what I mean. Hey, I haven't seen much of the world either, Leslie said. Well, she'd been in Hawaii and the Tempest capital, Alara, which was abandoned at the moment. Sophia trotted behind them, slowly catching up and appearing in the side of Leslie's vision. She stayed on the other side of Paul, as if Leslie were about to try jumping at her and strangling her. It was a thought that upset her stomach a little. You know who hasn't said anything to me since yesterday, Sophia said, more to Paul than to her. I wonder if she's scared about tomorrow. Tomorrow. Leslie hadn't been trying to think about it in the last few minutes. Probably, Leslie said. Huracan's probably got all the same powers that Cordelia does. I'm sure he can match her. The problem is whether or not he's going to even want to. A lot of things could go wrong, you know. Paul guided her to the water, where someone had left a forgotten towel decorated in gaudy parrots. They sat down, facing the water and snuggling close together. It was getting cooler as the heat sailed into the clear sky. There weren't any clouds anywhere. Well, except for a vast dark one miles and miles to the north. It stretched almost as if it had traveled across the country, struggling to keep itself together. "That's kind of ominous looking over there," Sophia said, pointing. She sat and bent her knees up, hugging them. "Probably a thunderhead. Wow, I hope it's not headed this way." "Agreed." Leslie squinted, studying it for any signs of lightning. The cloud rose into the sky as if it were escaping the ground itself, almost like... Paul. "Sophia. Does that look strange to you? Like really strange?" "What?" Sophia sat up. "Well, it does look like something's burning, but it's too far away for us to see. I think. That cloud. It doesn't look like a normal cloud. I don't think it's a thunderhead." The thought of a thunderstorm sent ripples of panic through Leslie. Could she have an outbreak here in Cancun? "No. That's not a thunderhead. It does look like smoke." Paul squinted, raising his hand to his forehead. It did. It was as if someone had lit the world's biggest fire somewhere, 100 miles away. Another dust storm? No. This was different. It was almost as if... Leslie asked, "Guys? Are there volcanoes here in Mexico?" It was directed at Sophia. Paul wasn't the one to ask. I think so," Sophia said, following Paul's gaze. Then her face fell. "Oh. That's the direction Kenna pulled us all through, right?" Leslie wasn't sure who got up from the towel first, her or Paul. She barely remembered how they all ran across the sand towards Oceanside Hotel, searching for the bright green sign that labeled the back door. She led the way, tracking grains across the cold pavement and onto the carpet. The shops. They lined the hall, lit but about to close this late. Leslie dug in her pockets for money. Thankfully, Janelle had exchanged some of Mel's for the local currency and rationed it. "What are you doing?" Paul asked when they stopped at the corner. Leslie said, "We need a map. That's the only way to know for sure. If Kenna had set off some volcano not too far away, it would be a huge beacon for Cordelia to follow, even if the volcano managed not to hurt anyone." After scrambling around the hotel's shops for some time, she managed to secure a map of Mexico from a confused shop owner. They rushed up the steps and waited as Sophia pounded on the door to the other's room. This time, ironically, it was Kenna who answered. "Something wrong?" "Can we talk to Janelle?" Leslie asked. Kenna moved aside. Her gaze went down to the floor for a second. "Janelle?" She huffed across the room, leaving Gareth by the window. Kenna stood aside, turning very quiet and small. She knew. At least, she suspected. Leslie unfolded the map and stepped into the room, spreading it on the bed to show all of Mexico. It was awful to put Kenna through this because she knew exactly what it felt like, but there were no other choices here. "Okay," she said as Gareth joined them. "Which way did you pull us through, Kenna?" "I know we started in Arizona." Leslie tapped the northern edge of the map. "And we wound up here." She moved her finger to the Yucatan, on the coast of the Caribbean. "Did you move us in a straight line under the ocean, or did you move us under Mexico? I know you don't like the ocean, which I don't blame you for." Kenna stuffed her hands in her pockets. The denial was running strong. "Why is this important?" "Trust me. It is." Kenna sighed. "Okay. I brought us here, following the land. I didn't want to come out on the ocean floor. That would have meant disaster for all of us." She stuttered a lot on that last sentence. Leslie hated to do this next part. "So, you would have brought us under Mexico like this." She drew her finger down Mexico past Mexico City, and right over an ominous red cone shape on the map. Then another red cone, and another. Leslie's finger moved across 4 altogether on the way to Cancun. Oh no. Leslie hadn't realized it would be that bad. Oh great, Gareth breathed as Kenna withered away from the map. Volcanoes, Leslie said. At least, I think that's what the red triangles stand for. The 3 of us saw smoke coming from the ground miles and miles to the northwest. Leslie fumbled with the map, trying to find where they'd seen it. All 4 of those volcanoes could fit the bill. I only was under those sports for a second, Kenna stammered. She backed towards the door. It shouldn't have done anything. Even when I was at Yellowstone, it took about an hour to make anything happen. And I thought I only went under 1. But you went under them 4 times, Gareth pointed out. Mr. Blunt was back. Wait, 8 actually. You had the return trips to the camper too. What was I supposed to do? Kenna asked. The stress in the air was growing thicker than that smoke from the distant eruption. It was the only way out of that dust storm. It would have taken too long if I'd taken any detours, and Paul would have disintegrated. She's right, Leslie said in her defense. But you could have just gone under the ocean, Gareth said. He pointed outside to the water. You did it when you traveled back to Hawaii that one time. Why not now? Janelle stiffened and faced him. Gareth. She did the best she could. You know how bad water is for her. Shut up. Leslie balked. Janelle had never gotten into an argument with her boyfriend like this before. Fine. Gareth brushed past Kenna and tore open the door. It slammed behind him, leaving one of the hinges off place and twisted. In his anger, he'd forgotten all about his Tempest strength. Nobody said anything for what felt like a full minute. Paul gave Leslie another one of his uncomfortable looks. The heavy silence Gareth had left managed to grow even heavier as Kenna sighed, turned, and let her head fall to the wall. It landed with a thunk. Kenna could feel the eyes of everyone left in the room, turning to face her. It was an awful feeling. This was how Leslie had felt after her first outbreak. How Janelle had felt after her transformation. What Sophia had to deal with after the airport. The wall tilted in her vision as she stared at it cross-eyed. Kenna hadn't actually made any volcanoes blow up before, even if she had come close. The one back home didn't count because it was blowing up all the time anyway, and it didn't matter if she was there. This was different. Was this what her mother had meant about the Earth's fire always being with her? If it was a major disappointment. Are you sure that's what you saw? She asked without removing her head from the wall. It could stay there all night. I think, Leslie said from behind her. Kenna, I'm really sorry about this. Not your fault. I should have thought of something better. A detour would have meant losing Paul. But she'd sensed those volcanoes while passing under them, and hadn't said anything to anyone. Now, it was blowing up in her face. Is there any news we can turn on? Sophia asked. The internet would probably be better, actually. That was the last thing Kenna wanted to do, but they might have to. I suppose, she said, peeling her forehead from the wall and turning to the others. I don't think I'm the best person to look, though. Someone who isn't as upset as me should do it. Janelle was curled up on the bed with her hands around her knees. She looked the way that Kenna felt. Janelle? I'm okay, she said, staring into space before her. Kenna had to say it. I'm sure Gareth's not really mad at you, she continued. It's me who deserves it. Why don't I go down and apologize to him? Even as she said it, she knew it wouldn't work. Her own temper was no better than Gareth's. It would just turn into an argument within seconds. He should have been a little more forgiving. Janelle let her legs straighten out on the bed. I love him, but he turns into a real jerk once in a while. Kenna knew the real reason that Gareth was mad. Janelle probably did too, but didn't dare say it out loud. It was more about Kenna's mom than anything else. Gareth still hated her for what had happened back in Hawaii. There was nothing anyone could do about that. This isn't your fault, Janelle. It's not really any bodies. Why don't we let all this cool down? Leslie suggested. You know, before we turn on the TV to see if anything's happening. Or I can go find a computer, Paul added. Kenna could hear his urge to leave. There was no other reason he, of all people, would offer to do some internet work. We can do that, Leslie said. She faced Kenna. Want to come along? She didn't, and yet she did. The uncertainty was nagging at her increasingly, and she would threaten to grow into a monster if she didn't find out now. Okay, she said. It was worse than Kenna expected. 4, she breathed as a bout of dizziness overcame her. She grabbed the side of the computer terminal, crowding Paul out of the way. She felt like her head was about to float off her shoulders and fly away through the ceiling. All 4 of them are blowing up. It took everything she had not to run away. It looks like it, Leslie said, squinting at the screen. She traced her finger along the live volcano map on the screen, over all 4 of the cones that were flashing red in a line. I'm so sorry to tell you this. They're all blowing up. There's the one near Mexico City with that name I can't pronounce. Leslie moved her finger down the screen across 3 other flashing cones and drew closer to Cancun. I think we barely saw the ash from this last one. El Chichon or something. It's the closest. Kenna gulped. It must have been a massive ash cloud if Paul and Leslie had seen it from the beach. Gigantic. Something that the world couldn't possibly ignore. And something that Cordelia wouldn't miss. If I could throw up, I would, Kenna said, turning away. The hotel hallway stretched an infinite distance away from her. The exit seemed so far away. How many people had to be evacuated because of this? Had anyone died? Please turn it off. I think we know all we need to. The only good part was that Gareth had yet to return when they returned to Janelle's room. Kenna didn't want to face him right now. He'd probably say something tactless, like, how many people do you think those eruptions killed? Or how many towns got buried under mudslides? If he said anything to her like that, she'd kill him. Kenna shook her head. She was letting her anger take over again. Janelle and Sophia were each sitting on a bed. From how they shifted when Kenna walked in, they must have been conversing. The television was on too, with the volume so low that she could only hear the whine of the TV. It didn't matter. Kenna didn't know any Spanish. Both of the girls sighed. We have another problem, Janelle said, nodding at the TV screen. Kenna balled her fists. Another problem. It was the last thing they needed. Janelle and Sophia had turned it on to what looked like the Spanish version of the Weather Channel because Kenna couldn't understand the text at the bottom of the screen. She didn't want to. She wasn't sure she could stand it if it was anything about death tolls from eruptions. But it wasn't. That was obvious from the orange and yellow swirling on the screen, not too far from the edge of the Yucatan. She knows we're here, Janelle muttered. Her eyes were growing redder, the skin under them darker and baggier. It was as if a spell of aging had come over the Tempest High leader within seconds. The girl sitting on the bed looked like an old woman who had tried every measure of plastic surgery known to man. Kenna blinked at the television, trying to focus. It was getting hard to do that. The room was spinning. Panic was taking hold like the jaws of an angry dog. The color swirling over the ocean was a tropical storm. The guy pointing at it looked serious. He drew his hand across the sea and right onto Cancun. A red cone appeared. The storm's path. Gareth was right. She should have done more to divert around the volcanoes. The 4 eruptions were a giant arrow pointing at Cancun. Do you think she knows exactly what we're trying to do? Leslie asked from the doorway. I wouldn't be surprised. Janelle sank farther into the bed like she was turning to iron and wanted to fall to the bottom of the earth. I wonder if that's Mel. Kenna's stomach lurched again. The tropical storm swirled tighter and tighter on screen as the radar looped, no doubt growing stronger and bringing Cordelia along with it. It wasn't just a storm but a watery chariot. Did he even remember his past life? Judging from the look on Janelle's face at the moment, the answer was likely no. Or yes, but he can't help what he's doing. Kenna wasn't sure which possibility was worse. Sorry, Kenna stammered, sliding down the wall until she hit the floor. She'd ruined everything. If they couldn't wake up Huracan tomorrow, Cordelia would come for all of them. Chapter 7. Janelle sat up straight. This had to stop. She fished in her pocket for her cell phone. We can't wait until tomorrow to go to Chichen Itza, she said, blinking the hopeless tears from her eyes. I'm calling Manuel right now and having him drive us there. Tonight. I don't care if it's closed until morning. Kenna lifted her face from her forearms but didn't get up from the floor. Leslie and Paul stayed near the door. Sophia faced her from the other bed. Janelle wished that Gareth was here but couldn't wait for him. He'd return when he got over his hissy fit and hurt pride. Tonight? Leslie echoed. Janelle faced the TV again. The tropical storm, whatever its name was still on screen, slowly swirling closer to Cancun. The edges might arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Even light rain would be enough to allow Cordelia to appear. It wasn't so much the storm itself that she was worried about. But water was definitely bad for Kenna's health. And for some reason, Cordelia wanted to murder Sophia and Huracan. And the outbreakers? There's a possibility you can have outbreaks if that gets here, she told Leslie, pointing at the screen. That's why we need to go tonight. Leslie bit her lip and shrank back into Paul, who put his arm around her. He glared at Janelle for a split second. Janelle didn't care. She needed everyone on the same page, including Leslie. The incident back in Flint was still hurting her, and probably would for years to come. Her best friend didn't need another thing to torment her, and neither did Paul, even if he had been the one to turn her. Being blunt like Gareth was better than seeing her go through another outbreak and really telling Cordelia where they all were. Where was Gareth anyway? Everyone went very still as she dialed Manuel's number. He sounded groggy as he answered. This is Janelle, she said, hoping her voice was clear of any emotion. We need to get to Chichen Itza tonight. If you want to know why, turn on the weather. Panic had just started to set in when Janelle spotted Gareth standing outside the hotel, watching cars roll down the lit street and the drunk people walking up and down the sidewalk. He turned as she opened the door, face unreadable. Janelle should have come down here sooner to find him. She sighed. Gareth nodded. He said nothing, but his gaze rolled down to the concrete and then over to the water fountain as Kenna emerged from the hotel behind her. It was the closest thing to an apology he'd get tonight until things cooled down further. We're going right now, she told him. One part of her wanted to snuggle up to him, but another, louder part still wanted him to feel like dirt. It wasn't fair to feel that way towards him. These were extraordinary events. The stress level they were all dealing with was something no one should have to go through. Why? Gareth's eyes widened as he faced her so fast that one of his locks flew out of his face. The mole on his nose looked dark in the light from the hotel. Oh great. Cordelia found out where we are, didn't she? Janelle asked, is it that obvious? He could always read her face like a movie poster. I'm really nervous about this, guys. Sophia dug the toe of her shoe into the concrete nearby and stared hard at the fountain. We'll think of something to get in, Janelle said. She had no idea what that something could even be. Chichen Itza would likely be guarded this time of night. The Mexican government would want those ancient monuments protected from graffiti and vandalism. Getting in isn't what I'm worried about. Sophia met her gaze. Her eyes were cold as if Huracan were coming to the surface. Oh. Janelle felt her palms tingle with nerves. Of course, confronting Huracan would be the scarier part. Huracan at least wanted tempests and outbreakers to have human forms. He, of all people, wasn't likely to want to disintegrate them all and boss them around. Sophia kept her voice low as she spoke. I don't think he wants to be woken up. Huracan didn't want to stick around to see it. And you know it's got to be bad if she didn't want to stay. She's probably nervous after her fight with Cordelia. I know that I would be if I was her. Janelle hoped that was the truth and all of the truth. Most of her still wanted to run back into the hotel and hide. Why did she want to kill Huracan anyway? That's one thing I don't understand. Sophia picked at a blackened, squashed piece of gum on the pavement with great interest. Well, because a honk from a nearby car made Janelle jump nearly 2 feet off the pavement. He's here, Leslie said in a voice that betrayed the fact that she wasn't glad about that. He brought a van. Manuel had parked up by the curb, right behind a cab. The cab was letting out a couple that must have returned from a late-night party on the beach, judging from the bathing suit and the swim trunks. Coming? He asked in a reluctant tone that matched Leslie's. The bags under his eyes showed that Janelle had awakened him from a sound sleep. She dug in her pockets for a couple of bills that would make this worth his while. The man probably had a good reason not to go to Chichen Itza. But her legs still carried her to the van. Footsteps told her that everyone else was following her lead. She might be leading them into a slaughter. I'm coming with you no matter what, Gareth said by her side. I'll do anything, so you don't have to become like Cordelia. So I keep you. That was what Gareth was really saying. Bolstered by Gareth, Janelle was the first to climb into the van. Thank you, she said, slipping Manuel a couple $100 bills. She felt like Mel was back for a moment, but the feeling was gone a second later, replaced by a hole inside and a fierce need to give Cordelia just what she deserved. Let's go. Paul held Leslie close to him as they left the lights of Cancun behind. In front of them, Gareth did the same with Janelle. On the other side of Leslie, Sophia let her head fall against the window like she was absorbing the night outside. I wonder if we're going to feel all uneasy when we get there, Paul said, letting his head touch her as a car passed on the opposite side of the road. You know, like the tempests. I don't see why we wouldn't. Leslie's voice was heavy, like she was half asleep. Paul glanced at the digital clock at the front of the van. It was almost 3 in the morning. She wasn't used to traveling so late at night like this. This wasn't an everyday thing for most people. His years on the road with his dad had leached that knowledge from him. So how are we supposed to wake Huracan up? He asked, hoping he wasn't annoying her. It was a good question, an unspoken one that had been floating in the van since they'd left the hotel behind them. Go up to the cenote and yell. Sophia asked. I don't know. It felt like the god almost woke up when Huracan and I were there. We were out of body though. Things might be a tad different now that we're, flesh and blood. Kenna shifted right in front of Paul. She looked back. You never know. I might be able to help. You're our backup, Janelle said. In case he isn't too happy. If it's even him on the bottom of that pit, Gareth added. It sounds like it probably is, Paul said as his chest tightened. I'm no expert on mythology, even if my dad did tell me the story about how outbreakers were made when I was a little kid. I always thought someone made it up somewhere down the line because I never believed it. Leslie shifted closer to him. I remember you told me that on the way to the concert. You believed it later that night. It was true. Paul did. Watching Cordelia turn into the storm goddess and start vaporizing tempests and outbreakers had proven the old legend. A big part of Paul wanted to shove Huracan back into the realm of metal lyrics and comic books, where he belonged. It was safer there. But an even bigger part, growing constantly, wanted just the opposite. Huracan was Leslie's last hope. It still didn't stop the uneasy feeling creeping into him with each passing mile, like some giant was watching him from miles and miles away out in the darkness. Paul glanced out the window as they drove, but only the dark shapes of trees drifted past the window. Stars were bright overhead. The tropical storm he didn't know the name of hadn't yet reached the coast, but it wouldn't take long. It's the fact that Cordelia's getting closer, he thought. Manuel looked back from his driving, the first time he'd done so since they left Cancun. Anyone else starting to feel that yet? Janelle leaned forward in the seat in front of Paul. I think I can. It's like something's sensing us from far away. She didn't sound too enthused about the new developments. Me too, Leslie said into Paul's hair. Her breath sent a tingle down his spine that had nothing to do with old legends. So it looks like Outbreakers can feel it as well. Manuel's words were stretched and tense. I thought they would. We're about 15 miles away right now. Trust me, it will not get any better. Paul was afraid of that. 15 miles. Gareth exploded. How bad is it supposed to get when we get there? Paul rubbed his hand down his neck as Leslie stared at him. The ominous, watching feeling was still slight, but it seemed to be getting just a hair stronger with every clunk of the road and every clump of plants that went by. But he had to go through with this. If it feels this bad, Manuel, how come no tempests have searched here for Huracan before? Janelle asked. It seems like it should be obvious. They have, he said. Not many, but they have. They always checked the temples. Never the cenote, as far as I am concerned. Maybe it is so bad that none of them ever went there. Great, Gareth said. I think I feel it too. Kenna hugged herself and turned to face the rest of them. It's like a bunch of weird pulses going through me. I'm not getting the watching feeling, but maybe that's because I'm not a tempest or outbreaker. She craned her neck. Sophia. The girl nodded and leaned forward, gazing at the van's floor. I really wish we would go back. So do I, Janelle said, hardening. But if we do that, everybody, we'll have Cordelia to contend with for the rest of our lives, which might not end up being that long. Sophia cringed. Paul felt bad for her. Janelle's last words were for her only. Cordelia wasn't actually going to murder anyone else in the van. If Janelle was sorry, she didn't show it as she turned to face the road in front of them again. Paul had never seen her this bossy. Well, she'd been bad the time she'd tried to attack him back in Mobley, which made him always respect her. There was a better time to get another argument going. We'll be fine, Paul said to her. The creepy feeling was turning from a distant peak into a growing mountain. Paul and his father had driven through Colorado once. The mountains didn't look too big from far away, maybe a few 100 feet high. But then you got close to them, and couldn't believe how tall they towered into the clouds. This sense of being watched was the same. They were approaching something huge. How could people visit this place daily on tour buses and casually snap pictures? Paul, I don't like this. Leslie sat up straight next to him, refusing to look outside in case something leaped at the window from the darkness. I don't either. He hugged her close. There was a promise to keep. If Leslie had another outbreak, it could kill a lot of people. She was too powerful, like his mother had been. Like his dead mother had been. If you want, you can wait here in the van while I go in with the others. No, she said. I don't care what's in there. I'm going in with you. It was clear to Paul that Leslie meant it when she unbuckled her seatbelt and let it slip behind her with a determined slap. The gate to Chichen Itza was closed ahead of them, barely visible in the darkness. Manuel had turned off his headlights. Light shined behind the gate, though Paul couldn't see the source from this far away. The pavement stretched behind the gate. The parking lot. Beyond it would be the ancient city. Paul wasn't sure that he wanted to see it. The watching feeling was almost overpowering now. It felt like an invisible hand was on the outside of the van, ready to push it back if it went any farther. Next to him, Leslie said nothing. She only went silent when she was worried, terrified, or both. You can stay here, he said again. It must be the 10th time he said that. Leslie said nothing as she started to pull the van door open. She moved slowly, taking her time, even though her strength was enough to take that door off its track. She wasn't the only one dragging her feet on this. Janelle still needed to remove her seatbelt. The Tempest High leader was scratching her knee, making her jeans wrinkle. Gareth sat stiffly in his seat, gripping the sides. Sophia actually put her legs on the chair and hugged her knees. Even Kenna, the only one in the van capable of surviving Huracan if he turned on them, had folded her arms over her chest like she was protecting it. It seemed that they could feel something wasn't right in this place. "This is why I never went past the visitor center," Manuel said. He kept his hand on the van's ignition, ready to crank it back on and hit reverse at any second. "Are you sure you want to go in?" The awful sense of doom slowly beat through Paul like black pulses. He was at the base of that scary mountain now, staring up at its peak and dreading the climb to the top. He glanced at Leslie, whose brown and black eyes were trained on the gate like a target at a shooting range. "Yes," Paul said. "Yes," Janelle added. "This is our last chance." Kenna shifted in her seat. "Yes. You guys need me." Sophia straightened up like she'd just finished barfing on the floor.
Okay.
"I need to wait here," Manuel said. "I made a promise to my wife. No going in Chichen Itza." "That's understandable," Janelle told him, half standing in the cramped space. "I don't expect you to go in with us. You can leave if we don't come out by the time this opens." Her words made snakes of panic slither around in Paul's gut. Even Janelle admitted that they might not make it out of there. The ground felt as if it were tilting, as Paul's feet landed next to Leslie's. Now, without the protection of the van's roof over their heads, all those awful feelings were worse. He imagined giants sleeping under the ground, breathing slowly, and throwing off the pavement under his feet. But the tilting passed a second later. Nerves then. Paul linked his hand with Leslie's as they faced the gate. Neither of them said a thing. There was nothing left to say at this point. They walked towards the entrance of Chichen Itza, 2 tempests, 2 outbreakers, a volcano goddess, and a girl harboring a winter demon. It was an arrangement the world had never seen before. Chapter 8. Janelle racked her brains for a way to get in. Breaking through the fence would be no problem. Any one of them, besides Sophia, could rip a hole in the chain link. Getting past the security inside would be even more difficult. There had to be patrols this late, making sure no one snuck in to climb the pyramid or try taking a dip in the cenote. And this time, it was a virtual guarantee that none of the officers would be tempests. If she could barely stand to be here for a few minutes, no tempest in their right mind would work here, especially at night. The thought of that place almost made her turn back and tell Manuel to start the van. It was too late now. If she turned back, she might as well stand outside tomorrow, wait for Cordelia to swoop down on her and force her to go goddess. Not an option. "So how do we get in?" Gareth asked, stating the obvious. "Oh. We tear a hole in the fence." "Exactly." Janelle fought to keep the tremble out of her voice. It wasn't working very well. If the others heard her like this, it might break their courage. She was the leader, after all. If she didn't go into this looking fearless, the others might not be able to. "And you're going to do the honors. We should still be close enough to the ocean to be strong enough to do it." Gareth didn't argue. He walked into the trees. "We'll need to do this off the road. You know, nobody comes along in the morning and sees the hole. Can I have someone's help?" Janelle felt a twinge of guilt. She'd been ordering everyone around tonight like they were nothing but pawns. They couldn't care about that too much. It was something Cordelia would have done, a thought that made her step forward and join Gareth in a heartbeat. She'd never be like her. Never. It took them a while to walk through the trees. Bugs swirled into Janelle's eyes. Something crawled along her hand and flew away again. It was awful, but she kept biting her lip, keeping her cries of annoyance in. Beside her, Gareth slapped his arm and then his shirt. "I hope there's no malaria around here," he muttered, crouching down to the fence. It was the least of their problems. The dreadful feeling topped it all. Janelle felt as if centipedes were racing up and down her back. She knelt down beside Gareth, trying to ignore the feeling. Crickets grew louder and louder inside her ears, until their chirping filled her head and threatened to make it explode. Was that even crickets she was hearing? She was spiraling down into panic. Gareth gripped the fence underneath and started to peel it upwards. The metal squeaked and groaned. If he was feeling the same as she was, he didn't show it.
Here.
Janelle shook her head, but the crawly feeling stayed as she hooked her hands under the fence. It felt like the invisible centipedes were trying to crawl into her skin. It was no wonder Manuel couldn't stand this place. This explained why tempests had yet to find Huracan. All of them had stayed a few minutes at the most. How could anyone? She gritted her teeth, pulled, and the fence slowly peeled up. The metal dug into her palms, but she ignored the pain. With one final heave, the fence squealed as it gave and bent, leaving a hole that looked like a beast had torn its way out of it. Done, Gareth breathed, stepping back and massaging his palms. I suppose we have to go in now. He faced her, scratching his back. You feel this weird? She nodded. If she said anything, it might come out high-pitched and panicky. If that happened, Janelle might lose it altogether. They found the others waiting on the road, not far from the main gate, but far enough away so that any security passing by inside wouldn't notice them in the darkness. Farther down, Manuel's van waited under the shadow of a tree. The crawly sensation wasn't as bad out here, but Kenna scratched her shoulder blade and made a face. Ready? Janelle asked with a sigh. 4 grimaces met her. Sophia's the strongest of all of them. Look, if anyone doesn't want to go in. I'm right behind you, Paul said, stepping forward. Leslie stayed right beside him, saying nothing. Kenna followed suit, with Sophia taking up the rear. It wasn't as challenging to find the hole in the fence now. Still, the invisible centipedes came back full force as Janelle pushed through the underbrush and swatted tree branches out of the way. They must be heading the right way. The worse she felt, the closer they could reach Huracan's resting place. He was resting, right? Janelle asked, Sophia, was this cenote thing anywhere in this direction? I'm not sure, she said from behind. I know it was down a trail going away from the pyramid. If we find that, I'll know where to go. Something snapped as Sophia took a huge step. I can tell by how I feel we're in the right place. Something's way off. Has Huracan said anything new today? Janelle asked. Janelle had never wanted to hear that winter demon talk more. Her insight would be beneficial right now. Sophia plodded past Kenna, waving a cloud of gnats out of the way. Not much. It's hard for her to talk to me here. Night's a little better since it's cooler, but it's only enough for her to get a few words here and there. Janelle got to the hole in the fence first and ducked under, careful not to rake her forehead on the chain link. She straightened up in the darkness, peering into the trees ahead. All the crickets around them stopped, and silence fell over the vegetation as if the world had stopped moving. Even the horrible tingling ceased. Janelle froze. What? I think something knows we're here, Sophia said from the darkness behind her. You've crossed some kind of border, I think. The silence was somehow worse than the tingling. It was calm. Too calm, like the lull before a storm. Sophia was right. Janelle had crossed some line. She imagined searching the entire city of Chichen Itza, with only this oppressive feeling for company. A single raindrop fell on the top of her head. Janelle looked up. The sky still displayed the stars above, but a hazy darkness moved over them now from the east. The outer edge of that tropical storm, and Cordelia. Soon, she would be able to appear. She would pounce, vaporize, and kill. Let's go. Sophia rushed ahead in a rustle of leaves and pushed forward. Wait. I thought you didn't want to go. Kenna asked. Sophia didn't respond. She pushed through the trees ahead, leading the way. The threat of Cordelia seemed to bother her worse than Huracan's. Janelle faced everyone else, shrugged and followed. It was time to swallow her fear. Sophia felt a few more raindrops fall on her head like tears from the night sky. Cordelia didn't need much lousy weather to appear. Paul and Leslie had told her that. She'd visited them both in the hospital during light rain. She could definitely pay her the dreaded rematch if the rain got much heavier than this. And she knew where that watery pit was. The others didn't. Sophia pulled a tree branch aside and caught a glimpse of light, They were coming up on a clearing. "I think we're almost there," she said. Her voice sounded way too loud in the ominous silence. But even without all the night noise, Huracan stayed away. The demon hadn't said a word since they'd entered Manuel's van and started the trip. Kenna's presence might have something to do with that. She wondered if, somewhere deep inside, the demon was screaming at them all to go back. "Good," Leslie said behind her. "I want this over with." Sophia took another step and stopped, unable to keep from sucking in a breath. The pyramid was just as amazing as it had been in her vision. Maybe more, now that she was seeing it for the first time from the ground. It towered into the air as if challenging the sky itself. The staff of this place had trained lighting on it, red and gold, enough to create a brilliant border running up the corner of the structure. It looked like a golden snake making its way up the giant steps. Other structures, nowhere near as tall, hunched at the sides of the giant clearing they had entered. Lights were put on them too, but they were only the minions of the place. The pyramid was definitely the ruler. Sophia made out the rows of columns not too far away, standing there as if waiting for someone to put a roof on them. "Wow," Paul breathed. "If it didn't feel so weird in here, I'd come back and tour this place for real." His voice hung in the silent membrane closing in on them all. "I'm sure there are other ruins we can go to," Leslie said. Her voice trembled like something was shaking in her throat. "If I were Huracan, I would hide in there," Gareth said, pointing to the pyramid. "He's not in the pyramid," Sophia told him, eager to be done and go back through that fence. Huracan said it didn't feel right. "I think there might be more than one god or goddess sleeping here. Maybe that's why we didn't want to come in." "Well, we don't want to wake up the wrong one," Janelle said. "Kenna, do you have any ideas about who's here?" Kenna shook her head. "No. I can't tell. Maybe if we were back in Hawaii, I could be more help." Sophia shook her head, tuning out their voices. It wasn't easy, as they were the only sound in this place. She couldn't even hear security people talking or driving around in golf carts. Where were they? It was weird that this place would be unguarded. She let her gaze shift past the columns and away from the pyramid. There. A trail shot off into the trees not far from a smaller platform, leading right into darkness. Huracan had taken her that way last night. At the end would be that water pit. "This way," she said, waving the group towards it. She kept them as close as she could to the tree line. Going through the open. No way, not so much because of the security, but because of the rain cloud passing overhead. They passed the first security people near the army of columns. Two men walked past them as Sophia and her companions dodged to the other side of the small platform. The guys were laughing about something and leaving clouds of cigarette smoke in their wake. They seemed so relaxed, strolling through this heavy place like they were in another world. A pang of jealousy shot through Sophia, toxic and green. If she didn't have Huracan on board, she could lead her new friends through this with no problem. "They're gone," Gareth breathed a minute later, peeling himself from the stone column. "Let's go." Sophia turned. The trail into darkness waited. "That's it," Huracan said, faint as someone yelling at a neighbor's house. "I wish I'd brought a flashlight," Janelle muttered. "Bad idea," Sophia said. "The guards would spot us pretty fast for one thing." A tingly, electric sensation assaulted Sophia's skin a few steps down the trail. It was the air inside the factory where she'd met Cordelia, and the air inside Callie's house where the storm goddess had vaporized Mr. Hollister. Sophia studied the night sky again. Clear. Another raindrop landed on Sophia's forehead. She wanted to go back. "I think we're on the right track," Leslie said. "Feels that way," Gareth added, breathing heavier in the dark. Sophia took a deep breath and pushed on. For a second they were the characters from The Wizard of Oz, slowly pushing forward and linking hands in the wizard's chamber. Her heart tried to beat its way out of her chest and her legs turned to springs, ready to run. "I'm the cowardly lion." If she turned around, the others would have to pull her back. The trail seemed to go on forever. Trees hovered overhead, their branches the arms of monsters. Every breath she took hung in the air. Darkness closed in. At last, the trees cleared in front of them. They'd entered a massive circular chamber with clouds for the ceiling and trees for the walls. The floor dropped into the earth just past a rope fence. The ribbed stone went down to meet a mirror to the stars. The water was easily at least 100 feet across, maybe more, a nearly perfect circle in the earth. The cenote. This is it, Sophia whispered, hoping nothing in the water could hear them. Huracan said nothing, even though Kenna stood at least 20 feet away. Sophia moved away from her more. Well? Do you sense anything? Yes. He is still here. The demon's voice was weak but there. Fully asleep now, which is thankful. Sophia said, he's still dormant. Applause. Janelle deflated with relief, her shoulders dropping while she took in the water. She linked her hand with Gareth's. Is she sure? The Tempest High leader asked. I don't want to wake him until we're ready. Absolutely sure, Huracan said. Sophia swallowed. She is. We're here in the flesh now. Maybe that's shielding us some. She drew closer to the rope fence and held it dearly. The ground was level here, but they couldn't take chances. There was still a weird feeling coming from the place, besides that feeling like lightning was about to strike. That water looked sad and hopeful at the same time. The power here hung in the air. We need a way to wake him up, Leslie said, joining her at the water. I thought he would spring out as soon as we got here. Well, it looks like he's not. Can you and Huracan go out of body again? That almost worked. Sophia cringed at the idea. I'm not sure that's the way to do it. And we can't do it here. There's nowhere cold we can go. Gareth shrugged and let his hand slap against his jeans. Then what did we come out here for? There's got to be another way, Janelle said, holding her hands to stop the brewing argument. A way to make him want to wake up. Let's think. Huracan went into hibernation because no one was paying attention to him anymore. He wasn't being worshipped, so he passed his torch to the tempests and outbreakers. Maybe if we make him feel wanted again. Wait, Sophia said. Why hadn't she thought of this sooner? Didn't all the Mayan gods like it when people got, sacrificed to them? They did, Huracan said with a cackle. The old gods often liked blood. That's the way it was back then. And it wasn't just the Mayans. Sophia released the rope fence. Because if that's the only way to do it, then I'm turning back right now. It wasn't always people they gave to the gods, Leslie said. Sometimes they sacrificed animals or even stuff like jewelry. I read earlier today that people would gather here and throw treasure into the water when they needed rain. Scientists found much of it at the bottom when they did dives. Leslie, you're a lifesaver. Janelle rushed over and gave her a hug. Jewelry is a lot easier to give up than a person or even an animal. Kenna, do you have any input on this? Sophia sighed and dug her hands into her pockets. She could smell what a rotten idea this was turning out to be, and Huracan's laughter wasn't making her feel any better. Kenna shrunk back even farther from the water. The trip to the bottom of the lake was still with her. It was a scar that wouldn't fade anytime soon. My mother told me they used to sacrifice people in Hawaii too, she said quietly. Sometimes it was just blood though. Noble blood, usually. Leaders would cut themselves and offer it. She stared down at the ground like she wanted to sink down into its protective shield. Huracan rose up entirely in a rush of winter, sending January wind through Sophia's limbs. The demon moved Sophia's lips before she could stop her. It happened everywhere, Kenna, at some point. I'm sure your mother accepted some of them. If I was hibernating, I would want more than jewelry to wake me up. I would want some blood. Good blood, that is. The blood of royalty, or even a god. Gods were always best. Kenna took no time backing up further. You want me to cut myself? By the water? Sophia fought to regain control, but it was futile. Huracan kept a firm grip, and her own voice hinted at her ancient influence. It might be a good idea. It certainly wouldn't hurt. The Mayans believed that their royals had the blood of the gods, so theirs was best. That's messed up, Gareth said, pulling Janelle closer. If we didn't need this guy, I'd leave now. Kenna, you don't have to do that, Janelle told her. We can scrounge up some jewelry. Money, even. We'll try everything first before we try that. Her hand flew up to her neck. Janelle clutched her dolphin necklace. It hung from her neck since her father gave it to her so many years ago. It was from her mother, her real one, Tina. Her father's second wife wasn't related by blood, nor was she even a Tempest. But she had been a far, far better mother than Cordelia could have been. And if she was still here, she would be, even if she knew the truth about Janelle and her father. Janelle faced the sky. Stars peeked out from holes in a canopy, but the holes were getting smaller and farther apart. The first bands of the tropical storm would arrive by morning. Then Cordelia would pounce on Cancun, killing everyone in her path until she got to Janelle and... Jewelry off, she ordered, undoing the clasp on her necklace. She choked back a sob. This was the only thing she had of her mother. Cordelia had torn apart the one photograph she had of her. Tina wouldn't have wanted her to throw the world to the mercy of Cordelia. Ever. Janelle had to remind herself of that. She took off the necklace and let it dangle in front of her. The dolphin had such a cute little smile. She would never see it again. It was her final link to her old life. Janelle clutched the chain tighter, so tight that her hand paled around it. Are you okay? Gareth asked next to her. His voice was soft, like the pillow she rested on whenever she got a migraine. I'm not sure. The dolphin swung in a breeze, the first one since they had entered the ancient city. Janelle couldn't remember when she had taken the necklace off last. It had always been a part of her, like her hair or fingernails. Gareth undid his watch, the closest thing he had to jewelry. My grandfather got me this for my 11th birthday. Another burst of wind made the leaves rustle around them. Was it a sign? Whatever it was, Gareth was in this with her. They stood together, sharing the same pain and the same sacrifice. It was enough for her to make the decision. Into the water, the necklace would have to go. She swallowed the lump in her throat and turned to the others. Does everyone have something to throw in? She asked, pacing up and down the small line of troops she had assembled.
Anything valuable will work.
Gareth's tossing in his watch. I'm throwing in this. She mentally apologized to her mother. Leslie. Your ring. Her best friend turned extra pale in the moonlight, which barely peeked through the clouds now. She waved her hand through the air. Her emerald and gold band shone as if beckoning Huracan up from the depths. But I found this in my attic back when we were in the 7th grade. Remember when we were digging through it to do my family tree project? It's probably worth quite a bit. But even as Leslie said it, she unscrewed it from her finger. Oh. You're throwing in that. Are you sure? I mean your mom. I have to. Janelle swallowed. Next to Leslie, Paul dug in his pockets. I don't really have anything, he said, staring at her desperately. I take it we all need to throw something in. That feels like what we need to do. Oh. He pulled a wrinkled $100 bill from his baggy pocket. His face fell as if it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hand. My dad and uncle gave me this before Leslie and I left Mobley. It's the last one I have. That'll work. Janelle vowed to replace Paul's money if they got out of there. She moved on down the line but couldn't miss his face squeezing in pain. It was, quite literally, the last thing his relatives had given him, a relic from the moment he'd seen them last. It was Kenna's turn. She stared down at the water and jerked out of her trance when Janelle moved in front of her. What do you have? She asked. No jewelry. All I've got is the phone my dad bought me for Christmas. My real dad, that is. Kenna pulled it out, where the screen flashed as if begging to live. This will have to work because, trust me, I have no plans to go down there and cut myself. Janelle held in a sigh of relief. She didn't want that either. Sophia was last. She fumbled through her pockets much like Paul had. "I don't know if I have anything," she said. "I mean, I didn't have a chance to bring anything I cared about when Kenna first pulled me through Lava Express. My phone melted on the way. Everything from my grandmother is back at my house in North Carolina." Janelle thought but came up with nothing. "We probably have enough right here," she said, jealous that she hadn't left her necklace at the hotel. "Just stand back when we do this. And remember, so long as Kenna's away from you, Huracan can help you if things get bad." Another gust of wind blew through the forest, restless and impatient. Sophia walked away into the darkness, as if it had shooed her away. Janelle swallowed and faced the cenote again, which looked like the mouth of the earth, waiting for easy prey to fall in. They'd be fine if Sophia didn't toss anything in, right? There was nothing she could provide. Maybe this was enough to make Huracan happy. Besides, if she stayed back, he might not even know she ever had anything to do with this. If this worked. Janelle motioned for everyone to step forward. 4 sets of footsteps stayed close behind as she pulled apart the rope fence and scrambled downhill towards the glass surface of the water. It shone with an unnatural light, like it radiated power that only tempests and outbreakers could see. Or it was just the moonlight hitting it weirdly. It seemingly took hours to make it to the bottom of the slope. It was no wonder that the caretakers of this place had roped it off. The ground turned into a sheer cliff only inches from her feet, dropping into bedrock. How deep was this pit? Janelle wondered for a second if it led down into some ancient underworld. Gareth joined her, and then Leslie and Paul. Kenna arrived last and looked away as she stopped at the base of the hill. "Maybe we should say something," Kenna said. "It feels kind of pointless if we don't." She was right. "You'd better do it," Gareth told her, his voice quiet even in the silence. "You're Tempest High leader. If anyone can wake him up, it's you." Janelle sucked in a breath and held up her necklace. It dangled, spinning. She thought of Mel and Elise, and even the police officer Cordelia had vaporized back in Mobley and many others. Going back now would be an insult to them all. "Huracan," she said, shocked at how her voice echoed across the water. "We ask that you wake up and help us. Everything you've done to ensure the weather runs right is falling apart." She closed her eyes, remembering it all. Janelle projected that image into the water, sending it to whatever waited. She opened her eyes and paused for a long time, watching her necklace hang over the water. Letting go of it was so much harder than she imagined. The silver chain plunged into the water, shining in the moonlight and floating on the surface. At last, the dolphin charm sank under and made the final plunge. One final glint escaped the water before it vanished into the murky darkness. Gone. Gareth threw his watch into the water. It, too, floated briefly before the cenote accepted it and pulled it down to the bottom. Kenna tossed in her phone. The water took a long time, deciding as the phone drifted along on its surface, leaving ripples in its wake. But at last, the surface caved, and the phone tipped forward, following the watch and the necklace to its final resting place. "My dad's going to kill me," Kenna breathed. Leslie's ring took the trip next. It didn't take long at all to start sinking. The emerald tipped down and led the plunge, taking the happy memories of Leslie and Janelle digging through her attic. Paul wrinkled up the $100 bill at the end of the line and tossed it. It drifted on the wind and landed on the surface, making a perfect circle of ripples. The bill floated aimlessly around the water. "I knew it would float," Paul said, unable to hide the relief in his voice. "I don't think this is going to work." Leslie took his arm. "You're not going out there to get it." "No. Don't," Janelle told him. "Let it be." A jealous part of her bristled at the fact that Paul might get to keep his relic. If Huracan's going to. The bill dipped under the water so fast that it left a wake. Janelle jumped in place. "Whoa," Gareth said next to her. "I guess he accepted it." "No kidding," she said, waiting. The glass surface of the cenote refused to crack. It was almost as if it had changed to ice. Of course, that was impossible unless Huracan acted up. Which reminded her. Sophia, you might have to contribute something after all. Sophia had changed her mind. She stood on the other side of Paul, barely visible in the darkness as a cloud moved back over the moon. Another round of sprinkles fell, making pattering sounds on the surrounding ground and leaves. Her lips moved like she was talking to herself, but no sound came out. Janelle raised her voice. Sophia. The girl shook her head. I heard you. Irritation laced her words. I think I have it covered. What do you mean? If she'd thrown something into the water, Janelle would have missed it. Sophia opened her mouth to say something else, but a loud rumble cut her off. Gareth grabbed her arm before she could move and pulled her back up the hill. The surface, she noticed, was starting to bubble. Chapter 9. Paul leapt in front of Leslie and pushed her back with his weight. A rushing sound filled the air. The water looked how he imagined a geyser might look before it blew. Of course, he'd never seen a geyser, but his dad had told him about them at Yellowstone during one of his homeschool sessions. Whatever Sophia had said under her breath had put the finishing touch on their sacrifice. Over the fence, he ordered, shoving Leslie over the rope and back onto even ground. Paul, Leslie started. She was silenced by another, louder rumble. The water rolled as if lava were rising underneath. He glanced at Kenna to make sure she wasn't glowing orange. Nothing. Volcanoes had nothing to do with this. Back, he shouted, unable to hear himself over the noise. The security guards back in the city had to be hearing this, but they were the least of their problems. He'd hardly had time to shout before the cenote exploded upward. The noise deafened him. The ground shook as he and Leslie fell to it. He threw his arm over her as a water spray fell on them both. It was cold. Someone screamed, but there was no hope of seeing who in the downpour had caught them all. He could barely breathe. His hair washed down into his face, blinding him. And then, the deluge stopped, taking the rumbling of the air and the trembling of the ground with it. Paul lay against Leslie for what felt like eons. The world stilled around them. It might have ended for all he knew. A single cricket chirped nearby. It was the signal he needed to open his eyes, blinking the water out of them. Paul coughed. Leslie, are you okay? She shivered beside him, pulling the hair from her face and sitting up. I think so. His relief got the better of him, and he leaned over and kissed her as hard as he had back in Mobley. Kenna, someone shouted. They separated, as he remembered. Kenna and water did not mix. Crap, Leslie said as she sprang up. The others were already up and about. Sophia waved Janelle and Gareth over to where Kenna lay limp in a muddy puddle on the ground. Kenna lifted one arm to take Sophia's hand, but it flopped back down against her side. She looked helpless. But they all had weaknesses. Paul had to remember that. We're so sorry. I didn't know that was going to happen, Janelle breathed as she and Gareth helped her to her feet. We shouldn't have made you come with us. Kenna blinked and opened her eyes, leaning on Janelle for support. I'll be okay as soon as I'm dry, she said. It's okay. You didn't know that pit would explode. And you didn't make me come along, by the way. Janelle sighed in relief. At least Kenna's fiery temper wasn't coming to the surface. The water might have something to do with that. What happened? Sophia asked, wringing out her hair and watching the water slop to the dirt. Did the pond just explode or something? Seems like it, Janelle said, helping Kenna towards the trail. The ground was still dry there, light brown instead of mud. Someone checks around. See if we have any new company. Paul's stomach flip-flopped. He knew who Janelle meant. If Huracan was around, wouldn't they have heard from him by now? But he knew what else she meant too. Leslie and Sophia had the job of searching for him, along with Paul. Come on, he said, heading back towards the water. Leslie couldn't stay an outbreaker for the rest of her life. He had to do this. Then he looked down. The water level in the cenote had dropped so much that he could see dark spots on the sides of the limestone that might have been algae or fungus. He could spot gray and clay-like mud on the bottom of the pit. Anyone falling down there now would have no hope of crawling back out. The thought made him dizzy and made him link his hand tighter with Leslie's. Something definitely happened, Leslie said with a cough as they made their way around the pit. I think security will be down here any second. We have to hurry. She was right. There was no getting around that with the noise. Paul felt that the sound hadn't been for walking disasters only. Then Paul made out a shape at the pit's edge, and his heart almost stopped. A human shape was drenched and lying face down on the ground as if he'd been flung from the depths and landed on the trail. He was lying about 30 feet away from Paul. His heart about stopped. At first, he thought it was a security guard caught in the explosion, dead. But a glance of a bare back, and something that looked like the lower half of a tunic, confirmed that this was something different altogether. The man must be in his late 20s, with long black hair that stuck to him like seaweed, and a giant headdress with so many feathers that it seemed like the weight of it alone had caused him to collapse. But nothing was as telling as the grayish-blue glow rippling around the guy. Paul froze as a wave of electricity washed over him. I bet that's Huracan, he said, feeling small and stupid suddenly. He could barely breathe. Leslie squeezed his hand so tight it might break. Her skin was milk and her freckles were chocolate chips. I think so too. Is he dead? Paul asked. Part of him hoped so. His presence was just as intimidating as Cordelia's. The god's back slowly rose and fell. He was breathing. Another fresh wave of stupidity washed over Paul. Of course, a god couldn't die, right? Paul wanted to run. But he couldn't. Not if he would save Leslie and free her from his curse. Guys. Kenna practically flopped up to them, making him jump. We have to go. Security's coming. I see flashlights back there. Paul swore and pointed at the figure on the ground. But if Kenna was shocked to see the storm god himself on the ground, she didn't show it. Grab him. Drag him. I would, but I'm still recovering. She turned to wave the others towards her. Janelle, Gareth, and Sophia came running from the trail, feet thudding. Into the trees. Come on. Let's go. The last thing Paul wanted to do was drag a storm god along the ground in case he woke. But his legs moved, carrying him closer and into a thicker cloud of electricity. Leslie appeared beside him, taking Huracan's arm and pleading with him silently for help. He obliged, taking his other arm as Janelle and Gareth took his legs. That was better than dragging him through the dirt and leaving a trail the security could follow. Not to mention, it was best to do all they could, not to make him angry. Voices floated towards them. They had little time. Trees, Janelle ordered. Paul broke into a run, holding up the god's arm. His flesh tingled where it made contact, and a faint roar filled his head, almost as if he were going to have another outbreak. But he held on. The god's head bobbed up and down as they ran, hair dragging along the grass. Paul hadn't yet seen his face, but his imagination was already going down the roads he hadn't been down since he was 5. The boogeyman. That slasher in the ski mask he'd seen on TV before his dad had thrown out the electronics. A skull he'd seen the neighbors using as a Halloween decoration one time that he hadn't wanted to go near when he was 3. A god who had doomed the Outbreakers and the Tempests hundreds of years ago couldn't exactly have the face of a saint. The underbrush crashed around him as they reached the forest cover. Leslie stumbled next to him, almost sending Huracan's face down into something that looked like a big anthill. Paul wasn't sure if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. Not knowing was the worst. Here, Janelle puffed as they reached a small clearing where 4 tree trunks boxed them in. The canopy overhead blocked out almost all of the light. The Tempest High leader had turned into a black blob only feet from him, and the distant shouts of the guards faded. Set him down. Face up if we can. Paul kneeled down, letting Huracan sink gently to the forest floor. Janelle and Gareth rolled him over. At least, it sounded like that was what they were doing. Paul still couldn't make out the old god's face. If it wasn't for the faint glow, he'd have thought there was nothing but a lopsided log lying next to him. "They didn't notice us," Sophia whispered. Flashlights bobbed through the trees far away, but they were focused away on the pit that had spewed out much of its water. Shouts followed. A radio crackled. The guards were probably wetting themselves at the sight of the mess, not looking around for intruders. It was a blessing, a distraction to keep them away. His dad wouldn't want him to end up in jail after what had happened back in Mobley. Paul jumped at the noise. Huracan was waking up. Paul suppressed an urge to kick the god's side as a screaming rage overtook him. This creature was why he and Leslie were what they were. He wanted to blame anyone but himself. He wouldn't have been forced to turn Leslie if it wasn't for Huracan. His mother wouldn't be dead. His dad and uncle wouldn't be in prison. Instead, Paul turned away and faced one of the trees, focusing all his hatred on it. A monster was waking inside him, one he thought he'd tamed when he'd thrown the table on Thomas Kurt and killed him. Paul took deep breath after deep breath. The monster slowly retreated back into its cave. This wasn't really Huracan's fault. It was back in the beginning, but he was starting to forget who caused all of this, and her name started with C. Paul's eyes adjusted, and the ripples of bluish-gray on the ground came into view. The figure shifted and rose. Huracan was sitting up. He muttered something Paul had no hope of understanding. It was a language that had never met his ears before. From his years of travel, Paul could recognize Spanish. This definitely wasn't it. The god froze on the ground, still seated. No one moved. Electricity filled the air. Paul guessed he was looking around at everyone, taking in the scene. Was this the first thing he had seen in over 500 years? He had to be confused. "This might not be as easy as we thought," Gareth said in a low voice. Huracan repeated something. The words might have been Martian. "He doesn't speak English," Sophia said from somewhere to Paul's left. "Of course he doesn't," Gareth said in a "why didn't I think of that" tone. "He probably knows Mayan and whatever other languages people spoke back then. If we're lucky, he might know some ancient Spanish. You know, from when the Mayan civilization ended." "Manuel," Janelle said from the other side of the grayish-blue ripples. "He's not going to like this." Paul swallowed. He might have a while to wait until he could ask for Leslie's salvation. And judging from the dark clouds moving overhead and blocking out the last of the stars, a while might be too late. Janelle wasn't sure if Manuel would let them board the van when he spotted who they had in tow, but she had to take the risk. If Huracan knew any Spanish, Manuel was the only one who could help them. At least it was easy to get the confused god to follow them. She waved everyone along as she traced a path back to the trail and the city. It was slow work, since the guards stood out by the cenote in a big group, evidently trying to figure out what had spewed all the water out. At least it would keep them occupied until they got out of Chichen Itza. Nobody spoke. The stars had gone now, and the only sign Janelle had the others were still behind her were snaps of twigs and the bluish-gray glow in the outline of a man following. It brought back too many bad memories. Cordelia had that same glow in the dark. The same electric aura. Huracan could paralyze everyone except for Kenna and Sophia, and vaporize them. But if he wanted to, he would have by now. Wouldn't he? The pyramid lights shone through the trees ahead, and Janelle broke through the underbrush after ensuring no guards patrolled around. The atmosphere remained quiet. She turned, heart racing as she watched the others come out into the light. She hadn't actually seen the storm god until now. Huracan stepped out of the trees, batting a branch out of the way like a fly buzzing around his head. And yet he looked almost normal. He looked normal except for the man's skirt, the layers and layers of necklaces that threatened to break his neck, and the headdress tipped on his head. Its feathers dripped water onto the ground, which Leslie and Paul were making a show of staying away from. The god's glow had vanished in the light, leaving him a guy around 30 wearing a period costume. He had a face that not too many women would have swooned over, a bit pointy and a little too tan under the eyes. Janelle blinked. Then she saw his eyes themselves, which blew all notions of normal away. They were grayish-blue, swirling with the same storm that filled Cordelia's. And he was staring right at her. Huracan strode up, now fully aware, the limp and sleep gone from his limbs. His expression was unreadable. Janelle leaped back. This was a bad idea. She never should have woken him up. Now he was going to move. Gareth rushed at Janelle, but it was too late. Huracan grabbed her left sleeve, pulling her closer. Janelle tried to pull back, but her shirt might as well be caught in the jaws of a shark. The god flipped up the fabric, revealing the gray spiral on her upper arm. Her tempest mark. Janelle let out her breath and waited. The cool night air rested on it as he stared. How would he react? Recognition stole over the god's face as he looked up at her, only to be replaced by a silent question, why? Why did you wake me up? Suddenly, the sky felt very huge above her as a steady light rain began to fall. Come on, she said, waving him towards the gate and the hole in the fence. Manuel got out of the van and rubbed his eyes when Janelle approached, pulling the storm god with one arm and shielding her face from the growing rainstorm. Gareth ran to the other side of her, shooting her every wide-eyed stare he could. She could see the words forming in front of him. Let him go, Janelle. We know what he can do to us all. But the relief was there too, that she wouldn't have to go goddess and do the dirty work after all. It was there in how he ran, and how his back had lost its hunch like he'd shed an anvil he'd been carrying on his back. Who what? Manuel stuttered more than Porky Pig as he leaned against the van. His black hair stuck to the sides of his head in the rain. Is that? Yes, Gareth answered first. He never wasted any time. You might be able to translate for us, Janelle added. Are we going to have enough room in the van? Kenna's voice shot through the rain pouring down all around them. Her urge to get out of it was obvious, and Sophia was helping her along as Kenna's legs dragged. We have to, Janelle said. She dropped her hand from her face and fished through her pockets for another 100 or 2. Manuel deserved it, for all they were putting him through tonight. I think we'll be safe. We just need to talk to Huracan and explain what's going on. Please. Manuel swallowed and waved everyone towards the van. That's the closest thing we're getting to a yes, Janelle said, opening her door. If the tension Janelle had coming here was bad, this was 10 times worse. Mainly because she and Gareth had the honor of sitting next to the storm god in the back of the van. The other 10% of her nerves was mainly because the steady rain had turned into a soft roar on the van's roof, which meant a certain storm goddess could appear at any second. They weren't ready for that yet. Huracan didn't say much for the first half of the ride. He spent much of his time taking in as much of the inside of the van as he could, running his hand across the back of Leslie's seat and looking back and forth between the floor and the moving landscape outside. Of course, he'd been asleep for over 500 years. The cars were new and fascinating. Paul kept the van's cabin light on, probably to hide the grayish-blue glow that Huracan gave off whenever he was in total darkness. Janelle was glad about it. Too many bad memories lurked in that glow. Halfway through the ride home, Huracan gave up checking out the van and settled back into his seat, arms folded on his lap. It was time to start the dreaded conversation. Their plea for help. If Elise had been right back in Mobley and Huracan was a god consumed by power, playing the jealousy card was probably the best way to go. He wouldn't like another taking his place and pushing him farther out of the minds of the world. Sucking up might not hurt as much as Janelle hated doing it. Manuel, can you translate our questions into Spanish for us? Are you sure he's not going to kill the messenger? Manuel asked. The man's nerves rolled off him in waves, adding to the electric sensation in the van. Sure, Janelle said. I'll be careful. This was provided Huracan knew any Spanish. The chances of that might only be 50-50. Finding someone who knew Mayan would be quite a bit harder. Janelle tapped the god's shoulder, trying not to flinch at the electric sensation. "We woke you up because we need your help." Manuel hesitated for a second, then translated. She watched Huracan's face light up with some recognition. He twisted his features briefly, trying to work it all out in his head, and responded in what Janelle recognized as broken Spanish. "Bingo." Manuel's shoulders relaxed and slumped. "He says he knew it must be important if both of his children have joined to wake him up," he translated. Both of his children. Huracan meant the Tempests and the Outbreakers. Janelle sucked in a breath. Buttering him up was going to be vital here. "Everything you made a long time ago is being ripped apart by a new goddess," she explained. "She is." Thunk. Something heavy landed on the roof above. Manuel slammed on the brakes. Sophia screamed and ducked lower into her seat. The van swerved on the wet road, but Manuel regained control and punched the gas again. Another, softer thunk sounded farther back on the van, right above Janelle's head. "Go," she yelled, undoing her seatbelt and standing up. "She's here." Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Kenna jumped at the second thunk. The entire van exploded in noise. Kenna whirled around to face Janelle, Gareth, and Huracan in the back seat. Janelle stood up, barely balancing. Manuel hit the accelerator harder. Gareth and Huracan stared up at the ceiling. There was a dent in it now, like a gargoyle with claws had landed on top of it. Cordelia. The presence of Huracan hadn't kept her away after all. The storm god squinted at the dent as the van's engine whined higher and higher. He looked at everyone in turn, waiting for an answer. That was going to come later. They had an insane goddess to hold off first. "Sit down," Kenna ordered Janelle, undoing her belt and climbing into the back. Kenna nearly tripped on people's feet as Gareth stood to let her into the back. Behind her, Leslie muttered and pressed closer to Paul. Sophia whimpered. In the jam, Gareth pushed Janelle towards the front, as far as he could get her from Cordelia. Janelle tripped over Kenna's feet and went sprawling towards Paul and Leslie. That was close enough. Janelle was out of the way. That fiery monster rose inside Kenna again, and there was no stopping it this time. Kenna was done being the useless one, always soaked by water and wrapped in a blanket or carried around by the others. It was time to face Cordelia again, because getting everyone out of here using fire travel wasn't an option. Not in this rain, anyway. Janelle. That awful thunderous voice echoed above them. Cordelia didn't even sound like a woman anymore. She sounded like the world's biggest thunderstorm had grown a voice box. "Stay down," Gareth ordered. Janelle muttered something that got lost in a tirade of swearing from Paul and Manuel. Huracan faced Kenna, nodded, and looked back up at the ceiling as he stood and crouched to avoid hitting his head. He understood that she meant to fight. Kenna could guess what he meant. He wanted some backup. She'd be happy to give it. The screech of metal ripping open filled the van. Kenna resisted the urge to cover her ears. Rain poured in, soaking the carpet. Kenna pressed against the back of Paul's seat. More water. Of course. But she had to stop letting this hold her back. If she was supposed to be a fire goddess, so be it. She dug in her pocket for her lighter. Don't leave home without it. A face came down through the opening. Sophia screamed again. It was a woman's face, blonde hair wild and flying. The gray and blue in her eyes spun with enough rage to destroy the world. Her face had so many anger lines and deep canyons that Kenna felt certain at that moment that Cordelia had crossed the line to complete insanity. "Janelle," she called again. The rain intensified, echoing her name. "Faster," Janelle ordered Manuel, followed by an apology. Kenna fumbled with her lighter, keeping it out of the water as much as possible. The rain blasted onto her skin. The numbing effects of it crawled up her left arm. She couldn't stop or back down now. Huracan shouted something up at Cordelia, and shot Kenna another confused look. He blinked a couple of times, unaffected by the rain, comprehension coming over his features. Cordelia returned his stare, mouth falling open. She hadn't expected this. The lighter sprang to life. Kenna rubbed her finger over the flame, taking in its dry warmth, teasing it higher and higher. Its light filled the back of the van and reflected off Huracan's arm. He tensed, staring up at the hole in the ceiling. Trying to avoid the seats, Kenna willed the fire toward Cordelia's face. At the same time, a blast of wind shot upwards. A terrific whoosh of fire and wind shot up through the opening like a mini explosion. A scream followed with another thud. The flame and the wind died. The hole on the top of the van was an empty hole in the rain and night. "She's gone," Kenna breathed, sagging against the back of Paul's now empty seat. Tingles of satisfaction filled her. "He helped us. We blasted her right off the top of the van." Huracan let his arms slap to his sides and said something in Spanish again, but Manuel was too absorbed in driving to hear it. The poor man still had his foot mashed into the accelerator and didn't slow down, even as they ran over a puddle and started to hydroplane. Kenna fell into a seat. The van righted itself. Paul hugged Leslie tighter as they crouched low in the middle. Sophia had her head down on the other side of another seat, the top of her black hair barely visible. "Keep going," Janelle begged from Gareth's arms. Even she was breaking down at the sight of her biological mother. "Please. Don't stop. Cordelia won't give up that easily. I swear she." Thunk. The roof in the middle of the van caved in. Kenna had no time to react before the next metallic ripping sound came. Rain poured down, extinguishing the flame of her lighter. A pair of hands grabbed the sleeves of Kenna's shirt and pulled her up into the night. The rain surrounded her as the van vanished below. Someone called out her name. Kenna barely heard. Everything turned to water and confusion. Numbness danced over her skin. Darkness and driving rain became her world. The light of the van below grew increasingly distant as she kicked thin air underneath her. Its headlights turned to pinpricks. The road entered her vision, a dark line snaking through the forest. Kenna's stomach dropped as she realized. She was flying and panic seized her chest. "Always at my daughter's side, aren't you?" Cordelia growled in her ear. "How many times have you been in the way now?" Kenna couldn't answer. Dizzy panic seized hold with an iron grip. Her head spun as she glimpsed the ground below. The van was only a twin set of headlight beams heading away. Or were they? She couldn't tell. Cordelia was carrying her away so fast that it might have been an illusion, and Kenna's shirt dug into her neck. "No answer for me?" the insane goddess asked from above. "Well, let's see. You helped that monster who tried to kill her. You know, the one living in Sophia." Kenna sucked in a breath, closing her eyes to block out their height. "It's not like that anymore," she managed. Her face turned into a numb mask in the rain. Her lips went stupid. She wouldn't break down and beg. Never. It was what Cordelia wanted. "Some friend you are to Janelle," Cordelia growled. "And some goddess you are. Though I must admit, the 4 eruptions caught my attention a couple of days ago. I might still be able to consider letting you join me. We could still make a great team. You at least haven't tried to harm my daughter. Not on purpose anyway." Cordelia twisted in midair, making the rain spin around Kenna. She opened her eyes, thrashing in the spinning world, praying she didn't throw up. "If you help me get to her, I might consider it." The headlights of the van grew smaller. They were the only speck of light in the dark expanse below. Cordelia was toying with her, trying to extract a terrified yes. As much as Kenna hated the air, Cordelia wouldn't get what she wanted. Betraying her friend was worse than this. Much worse. And Cordelia had betrayed her before. There was no reason to believe she wouldn't do it again. "No," she shouted into the rain.
"And you're not much of a mother."
Cordelia let go of one of her sleeves. Kenna fell a few inches into the darkness below. Her scream came independently, cutting into the driving rain and the wind around them. Kenna hung by the fabric of her other sleeve. It would take a tiny motion for Cordelia to let go. A sneeze even. She closed her eyes and sealed her lips, holding in another scream. Cordelia wouldn't have the satisfaction. You can't die. Remember that. You can't die. Kenna repeated it like a mantra to herself, repeatedly, until her breathing matched its slow pace. You said? Cordelia asked above, cutting into her growing calm. Kenna forced her eyes back open, reaching for that angry monster inside. She found it smoldering and ready to pounce. You heard exactly what I said. Janelle doesn't want anything to do with you. You're a liar and a fake who betrays people so you can get what you want. And you're only trying to recruit me because you're outnumbered now. She braced for the fall that would follow. It never came. Cordelia's voice returned, so low and rumbling that Kenna mistook it for a crack of thunder at first. Who is that god that you pulled from that pit? It was enough to make the fiery monster whimper and back away, leaving space for the panic and the vertigo to come rushing back. She'd seen them. Cordelia figured out what they were planning even before they arrived tonight. You know who it is, Kenna responded, trying to sound dangerous. Up here, it could have worked better. Far to her left, the lights of Chichen Itza glowed, illuminating the pyramid even in the thick rain. Well, I don't think a half-asleep god who doesn't care anymore is going to be much competition, Cordelia said. The lack of concern in Cordelia's voice was more ominous than any roar or growl. I'm sure he'll want to go back to sleep any time now. And if he wants to stay awake by some off chance, the world will have even more problems to contend with. Just be glad that you won't be here to see it. The wind beat against Kenna. The ground was quickly coming up on them. The pyramid zoomed past. Kenna bent her legs, bracing for the landing, but just as she thought Cordelia would put her down on the wet ground, she pulled up again, sailing past the tops of the trees. The wet branches slapped at Kenna's jeans, making stripes of pain flare up on her legs even through the numb coating on her skin. What? Kenna started. Then she saw. The cenote, still mostly drained of water, opened up in the trees ahead of them. The security guards' flashlights had long left, leaving the place desolate and somehow scarier than it had felt before. The pit looked like a giant drill hole into the earth, leading right into the heart of a black underworld. I would fly you to the ocean, but I'm a little short on time, Cordelia told her in a bubbly tone. This will have to do. After all, I have a storm to orchestrate. She'd reverted to Brenda, her fake identity, which she had used to trick Kenna into the Yellowstone trip. It stung just as much as the branches slapping at Kenna. Worst of all, it made her feel stupid. Weak. The cenote was spread out below. A real crack of thunder shook the air, and Cordelia released her sleeve. Kenna fell. She screamed on the way down. Crashed. Cried out. Water splashed around her, and the sting left her legs, stolen by the numbness. Her feet jarred and sank into inches of gray muck. She sucked in a breath air as the world spun overhead. She was still standing. Kenna caught her breath and slapped the stray hair away from her face. Yes. Standing. Some of Kenna's body was still out of the water and able to move even in the rain. The remaining water in the cenote only came up to her knees. The sky remained quiet above. Cordelia had left already, not realizing that the pit was partially drained. Kenna felt a nervous laugh bubble up inside her. The crazy goddess had miscalculated the water depth, still in the cenote. By just a little, but it didn't matter. It wasn't deep enough to keep her from escaping, was it? Kenna had better try, just in case Cordelia returned to ensure she'd finished the job. She took several breaths, trying to ignore the stony feeling in her legs. Every shade of brown and gray swirled around Kenna's knees, barely visible in the darkness. How had Huracan slept in this for 500 years? Or had he? Kenna could think about all that later. First things first. Her feet were buried in mud, but her hips were still free. She should still be able to move them. Her right leg felt like one of those giant boxes of printer paper she'd had to haul around for her fake parents once. But with a grunt, Kenna managed to swing her leg forward, taking her one step closer to the wall that marked the edge of the cenote. The wall. That. Kenna's heart sank. Oh. It towered at least 20 feet over her head, marked with lines that could be used for climbing if she could only lift her foot out of the water and plant it on one of the rocks. That wasn't going to happen, unless she had a miracle. Kenna needed another idea, and fast. Cordelia was probably going after the van again, swooping down on them all over without her there to help. Huracan was still with them, but what if Cordelia was right, and he was still half asleep? All he had done was send one blast of wind at her. Cordelia was driving a full-blown tropical storm, probably a hurricane by now, toward the Cancun coast. If she didn't get back to her friends, they might have wasted too much time searching for her. People would die in that storm before they could take care of Cordelia. Leslie would be forced to give Janelle her breath and make her a goddess. And then what? Nothing good would follow. If only the water would blast out of here all over again. Kenna swung her left leg forward, barely keeping her balance as she staggered towards the rock wall. Her pockets were empty. Even her lighter was gone. She had nothing to give to the Mayan gods, leaving only one thing. Dread settled in Kenna's chest. It would have to be her blood after all. Maybe screaming for help would be better. The security guys still had to be around. One of them would come along and throw her a ladder or something. But could they even hear over this rain? It was coming down so hard now that water had started to pour down the cenote walls in dozens of mini waterfalls. Water foamed around the edges, and with a panicked, painful heartbeat, Kenna realized. The water was rising now and fast. That left the one option that Kenna didn't like. Finding something sharp. A couple of twigs floated past, disintegrating in the water. That wouldn't do. A sharp rock might work. She had to get to the edge. The water was halfway up her thighs when Kenna made it to the wall. Running her hand along the wall only confirmed that most of the rock was smooth and incapable of cutting even a stick of butter. Centuries of moisture had worn it down. But there. Something silver floated near the top of the water, riding up and down on the foam. Janelle's dolphin necklace. Kenna seized it. Not her taste, but she'd never been happier to see this in her life. The tail was pointy, enough so that if she pressed hard, she could make a cut. She turned and faced the water, which zoomed in every direction as more of it came down to seal her fate. There was no time to rehearse words. Unless she wanted to wait for the next research dive to come down and discover her standing here, she had better act now. Mayan gods, she shouted, holding the necklace and praying that some were still here. Please get me out of this hole. I offer you some of my blood in return. Kenna thrust her left hand into the water, numbing it. She drew it back out. Looked away as she dug the tail of Janelle's necklace into her palm as hard as she could. As much as the cenote had taken the feeling from her skin, it couldn't stop the pain completely. Kenna stifled another scream that fought out of her as she dug, trying to ignore the agony cutting through her entire hand. She gritted her teeth and looked down. Red bubbled and pulsed out of her palm as nausea and dizziness swept through her. Kenna leaned back against the rock as she held her hand out, letting it drip into the water. Don't pass out. Whatever you do, don't. A low rumble came from deep under the water as it began to bubble. Something had heard her plea. The pain in her hand started to subside as she healed. Kenna took another deep breath and steeled herself for another flight through the air. A sickly green light shined from the middle of the water, as if someone had opened a hatch in the muck. The water stayed level, and the circle of glow grew wider, getting closer to where Kenna's feet remained stuck on the bottom of the cenote. She'd never seen such a weird, unearthly color, not even in Cordelia's eyes. Kenna let Janelle's necklace dangle in her hand. At last, she understood. A gateway. This was the door to wherever the old gods rested. And it wasn't on Earth. They had opened it earlier that night, but the water was deep enough to hide it. Now nothing could hide the truth. The deathly shade lit the sides of the pit now, illuminating the water pouring down and turning it into rivers of sludge. Despite her pounding heart, Kenna felt her eyes drooping, as if the light itself were stealing the last of her strength. The Mayan gods would grant her request and get her out of the pit, by pulling her through the portal and into a slumber that might never end. This was why Cordelia had dropped her down here. No, Kenna managed, fumbling with the necklace again and pressing the tail on her healing wound. It was tender, but she didn't care about the pain anymore. The sickly green glow beneath didn't promise anything good. A hand seized her ankle from below. No. She dug into her palm again, and another red-hot pain dug into her hand. I want to stay here. Just get me out of the water. Blood dripped from her hand as she held it out over the water. Kenna looked away, fighting the faintness making the world spacey around her. Everything exploded. She sailed upwards. Water pounded into her from all sides. Yellow flashed behind her eyelids as she landed a second later, every breath of air knocked out of her lungs. Kenna managed to move her arm a little, pulling it along the muddy ground before an even deeper darkness moved in, and she remembered no more. Chapter 11. Sophia couldn't take the tension in the van anymore. Janelle let the words flow. We should have looked a little harder for Kenna. Gareth responded. Cordelia took her, Janelle. We can't have any idea where she is. What if she dropped her in the ocean? That's something I wouldn't put past her. Janelle couldn't stop. But what if she's someplace close? Cordelia might use her as bait to get to me. Sophia resisted the temptation to cover her ears, as Janelle and Gareth argued in the seats before her. Rain still poured down through the twin holes in the van's roof. Manuel kept swearing in Spanish and jumping at almost every noise as they drove. Leslie was silent and red-eyed as she leaned into Paul. Even Huracan seemed deep in thought as he sat right under the biggest hole in the roof, dry, even though it looked like he was practically sitting under a raging garden hose. It was too much. And worse, Huracan was piping up more now that Kenna was gone, sounding way too happy. I told you that sacrifice would work. It's not what I would have preferred, but I suppose a god who's been ignored for hundreds of years would appreciate anything. Probably, Sophia thought. She grumbled, holding back the urge to let the demon have it. A massive wind gust punched the van from the side, making a fresh round of swearing rise from Manuel. At least, Sophia thought it was swearing. She really hoped that her sacrifice to Huracan was the right thing to do. It might solve all her problems or backfire badly and add new ones. The storm god hadn't looked at Sophia much since the start of the ride home, which might be good. She didn't want Huracan to know about it until the payment happened. Thankfully, the demon had been gone while she'd made her silent pledge back at the cenote. Sophia had made sure she stood next to Kenna while she did it. But Huracan was back now, weakened but still there. Sophia had to focus on something else. She turned her attention to the ache inside, the one crying that Kenna wasn't there anymore. They might not be best friends forever, but Kenna helped save her life in Flint. Kenna is not dead. What's the big deal? Sophia thought out her response before delivering it. If you ever had friends, you'd understand. Oh, and if it wasn't for Kenna, you wouldn't be here right now. Sophia let out a slow breath and shifted in her seat. Thankfully, the landscape was growing brighter and more lit. Buildings grew closer together. They were almost back in Cancun, which meant this van ride from hell was almost over. That was good, because she wasn't sure if Huracan would start acting up again. But at least she didn't know about her pledge to the storm god. Come on, Sophia. Do you think I can do much in this tropical heat? I hope Huracan takes care of Cordelia soon, because I want to get back up north. The hotel's lights shone through a rain sheet as Manuel pulled up. Janelle made for the van door, hesitated, and slipped Manuel a few more bills. I'll pay for a new van, she told him on the way out. I'll also give you extra, if you stay and translate for us. Everyone got out. The hotel's lobby was deserted at this time of the morning. It almost seemed as if everyone had left. The soft roar of the rain beating down outside was the only sound as they walked through, two new people in tow. At least Huracan wasn't glowing in the light. They might have a hard time explaining that to the staff. It was hard enough that he was still dressed to the nines for Mayan high society. Janelle wanted to grab one of the lobby chairs and throw it right through the window. Kenna was gone, vanished somewhere out in that dark, stormy night. Alone and helpless in that deluge, and entirely at the mercy of the woman who had once betrayed her. But Janelle held on and froze in the room, keeping the mask up. It wouldn't be too long now that she'd have to keep up this high leader act. The storm could come onshore tomorrow. That was when Cordelia would return for her, and Huracan would have to fight. A blast of wind rattled the lobby windows. The god walked around the periphery of the room, checking out the electric lights. Janelle gripped the back of the chair. The heaviness of everyone's gaze, especially Huracan's, settled on her like the weight of the ocean itself. The roar of the rain pressed down on top of that, making her head pound and threaten to explode with pressure. They couldn't give up now. She couldn't break down. They were too close to ending it once and for all. Janelle, Leslie said behind her. If we overcome Cordelia, we can make her return Kenna. Janelle wanted to believe her. She imagined the deep, dark bottom of the ocean and shuddered. Kenna could be there now, paralyzed and crushed until the Earth's plates sucked her down into fire millions of years from now. Only then would her sentence end, provided she even had any sanity left. We shouldn't have been so hard on her, Janelle said, letting her face fall to her open hands. She fought back the sob working its way out of her. Janelle. Gareth's voice rose and crossed the line into anger. In case you didn't notice, I was the one who was a jerk to her. It wasn't you. There's no reason for you to feel bad. She lifted her face from her hands, facing the room again. Leslie moved before her, blocking her view of the turned-off television. Gareth stood by her side, the biggest look of loathing she had ever seen on his face. It wasn't at her. She could tell by how his gaze darted to the windows and back. Gareth was angry at himself. He turned away as if hiding it, but it was too late. I killed people during my transformation. What room I had to talk about the eruptions? Oh, Paul said, understanding coming over his features. Oh man. Sophia crammed her hands in her pockets and paced before the window. What room any of us have to talk? Something hit the building outside with a muffled thump. Well, Gareth said, his words going from rapids down to a calming stream. Now that we're done figuring out my psychological issues, we should probably get Mr. Storm God up to the hotel room before someone comes and finds him. He was right. Somewhere a vacuum ran. Good idea, Manuel added. Cleaning people. Janelle sighed. There was nothing they could do about Kenna at the moment. Once tomorrow was over, she would ask Huracan to retrieve her, as much as she hated the idea of waiting. She wanted to have Kenna backing them up in the coming battle. Right now, she was probably staring at weird glow-in-the-dark angler fish as the battle in the van swirled through her head. Kenna would want them to get rid of Cordelia first, wouldn't she? Or she might be angry that she missed her chance to get back. Idea. Sophia, she said as they neared the elevator. Could you and Huracan see if Kenna's still on dry land? You tracked down Huracan that way. Why not her? Sophia grimaced briefly, but it was gone like a dark blob on a movie reel. I think we can try, she said, turning for the kitchen. Manuel, is it okay if we? The man motioned them along. You can go ahead. I'll tell no one. Sophia disappeared around the corner, taking the same route she and Janelle had taken the day before to the freezer. They didn't have to worry about the kitchen guy catching them this time. That was all taken care of. The god asked something in broken Spanish as Janelle pressed the elevator call button and the door opened. He stared at the waiting elevator and the electric light inside, backing away. He's wondering if it's safe to go inside that, Manuel asked, hanging back near the wall and staying far from Huracan. We're doomed, Gareth muttered. No, we're not, Janelle told him, trying to keep her spirits up. He just doesn't know anything about all this technology yet. Well, she hoped. A few minutes later, she slid her card into the lock of the hotel room. It clicked and came open at her touch. The lights still blazed inside, and the television still gave its high whine, barely audible in the room. A different weatherman, a man with a slicked-back haircut that belonged more on a sports guy, pointed out numbers on an orange, round mass on the radar as it spun closer to the coast. If Janelle didn't know any better, she wouldn't have recognized it as the same blob they'd been pointing out earlier. Instead of a disorganized collection of ragged curves, this thing over the Caribbean had pulled together into a buzzsaw, complete with a perfect round hole in the center. A fully fledged hurricane. One of the tempests that Cordelia had liberated. Even the weatherman's professional look couldn't hide the bewilderment on his face. A hurricane shouldn't happen this early in the year. It shouldn't have appeared in less than a day. None of it made sense. Janelle didn't need much more Spanish to realize what he was saying. Oh no, Janelle groaned, thinking only of Mel in that camper. Her surrogate grandfather, almost. She prayed it wasn't him, begged the universe that it was anyone or anything else. She turned away.
Somebody.
Turn that off. We can't. Manuel turned up the volume, and the weatherman's drone in Spanish entered the hearing world. The authorities might make us leave. We're on barrier islands. We're tempests, man. We don't have to worry about that. It can't hurt us. Gareth let his hand slap on his jeans. The hotel people don't know that, Manuel said. What about outbreakers? Paul asked. He paled in the light. Can we be killed by hurricanes? I don't know, Janelle admitted, straightening her shirt. Tempests can't be hurt by tornadoes, so maybe it goes both ways. Why don't we ask him? She turned to face Huracan, the one person in the room who knew the answer. Huracan had taken up the bed closest to the window, lying on his back in the middle with his arms behind his head. He waved, smiling and shifting to make himself more comfortable. Anger flared up in Janelle. They had things to do. A goddess to stop. He's probably just tired, she thought, forcing the irritation away. And he was a storm god, capable of making them all his puppets if he wanted. They were still treading dangerous waters. Manuel translated into Spanish, and Huracan's brows rose. He said something, gesticulating with his hands. Yes and no, Manuel said at last to Paul and Leslie, who stood on the other side of the room. Outbreakers can't die from the wind, but the storm surge could kill you. It's the water you need to worry about. Paul swallowed as he pulled Leslie closer. That makes some sense. When Gareth and Dion used that wind attack at the Masonic temple, it went right around us both. We're on the 3rd floor, Leslie reminded them all. I'm not sure it could come all the way up here. You know, if there is going to be flooding. There will be, Manuel told them, his gaze going to the growing storm outside. It's not going to be pretty. We can expect the ocean to rise up over these islands. Great, Gareth said, plopping down on the free bed. At least with a storm going on already, we can't transform if we touch it, right? Manuel translated his question to the storm god, who responded with a shrug and another broken sentence. He says he's not sure, he relayed. Since there's another like him controlling things, anything can happen. The knock on the hotel room door came about an hour later, right before Janelle got to the part where they would tell Huracan about Cordelia's plan to liberate all the tempests and outbreakers forever. Janelle answered. A woman in a hotel uniform stood out in the hall, hair standing on end like someone had woken her up from bed too early. The racket of doors opening and closing rang through the building around her, despite it being only 6 in the morning. The evacuation had started. No surprise. Everyone must leave due to the storm, the woman managed in English so accented that Janelle could barely understand it. Pack your belongings. A bus will take you inland. The hotel will refund your money. She peeked around Janelle to where the others stood, gathered on the other side of the room. She hoped they were blocking the storm god from view. Okay, Janelle lied, hand on the door. Of course, they weren't going to go. They couldn't anyway, but they didn't need the hotel staff badgering them to do so. We'll pack right now. She closed the door, silencing the noise. We're not actually leaving, are we? Gareth sounded as if he did want to leave. Janelle swallowed. If we go on that bus, Cordelia will slaughter everyone. It's the same if we go to a shelter. She's going to find us. Me, she wanted to say. Now's the time to end this. You're right, Gareth said. Excuse me? Shock ran through her gut like a lightning bolt. I said that you're right. He shuffled his feet on the carpet. She will go after everyone we're around. But what about Paul and Leslie? He motioned to them. And Sophia. Janelle's stomach turned. There was more in his question. Shouldn't we get Leslie away from you? She was the one Cordelia would force to turn Janelle after all. But even Gareth wouldn't say that out loud around her best friend. We're staying, Paul said. Definitely, Leslie said. Do you think we're just going to abandon you, Janelle? And where would we go anyway? She shrugged. The door opened again, and this time, Sophia came through, breathing like she'd run up all 3 flights of stairs. Her face was greenish like Huracan had taken her on another trip. Janelle's heart constricted, and her stomach lurched as she faced Sophia.
Did you see anything?
Ken is not in the ocean, she said. Huracan said her energy's really faint right now, but she's definitely on land. She might just be weak. And Cordelia isn't anywhere around her. Are you sure? Janelle wanted to dive into a bed of relief and curl up inside, but she couldn't celebrate quite yet. Do you know where she is? Sophia caught her breath.
Somewhere in the area we left.
Huracan couldn't home in on her well. The expanse of trees flashed in her mind. She could see why right there. We'll have to do another search later. Hopefully Kenna will be stronger then. The rain drove down harder, sending rivers down the picture window. Outside, the gray surf rose and fell, consuming the beach. It would only get worse. Any clues at all? Janelle asked. Sophia's shoulders rose in frustration. Other than her being around the Chichen Itza area, no. We searched for almost a half hour. She winced. We might have to try again in a while. You know, hope that Ken is stronger and easier to find. Janelle could tell from the tone of Sophia's voice that she was looking forward to that as much as she was looking forward to knee surgery. She should be more sympathetic towards what Sophia endured on those trips, but there was no time for that. If you could, that would be great, she said, her heart fluttering, knowing what they had to do next. Right now, we have to get ready for battle. Huracan sat on the bed, ignoring them all and discovering the TV remote. Another wave of rain assaulted the window, but he didn't turn his head. He was the god of bad weather, after all. He had no reason to even bat an eyelid towards it. If he wanted, he could probably dismiss the whole storm. Cordelia had done that with a thunderstorm once back in Mobley. It gave Janelle an idea. It was crazy, but they had to try it. The TV went from quiet to deafening with the push of the buttons. Huracan didn't seem too dangerous at the moment. Maybe he was more like a clueless character from a time travel show. But Janelle couldn't be too careful. One wrong step, and she could get vaporized the way Elise had, or worse, left to her own devices when facing Cordelia. Huracan, she managed as he turned the volume down again. She tilted her head down in respect. She wasn't sure if he would get the meaning, but it wouldn't hurt to butter it on. Can you dismiss this storm? We would appreciate it. Manuel rushed to her side and quickly translated into Spanish, speaking in a broken, nervous voice. A silence followed that felt like a minute, although it was probably only a second or two. Huracan turned on the bed to face them, folding his hands as he considered the question. He spoke slowly back to Manuel, pausing over a couple of words and nodding his head at the end. The look on his face was hard and businesslike, and Janelle didn't like it. Manuel swallowed. He says he can't because another like him controls it. Their power is equal. He says he needs something in return if you want him to combat her, or fulfill any other requests. But we already gave him our valuables, Gareth said. My ring, Leslie added. And my last 100 from my dad and uncle, Paul added, stuffing his hands in his pockets. They bulged, empty of his memories. What do we need to give him now? Janelle didn't like where this was going. Not at all. Ask him, she told Manuel. He shifted, turned and did. Huracan quickly answered, like he had been thinking of this for a long time. Janelle tried to pick up what she could of the Spanish before Manuel delivered the news, but it was hopeless. Her lessons went blank as she gripped the fabric of her pants. Manuel sighed as he finished and said, he is giving us two choices. We can leave things the way they are, and he returns to the Mayan underworld. We will not owe him anything. Now for the other choice. He can fight Cordelia for us and take over as the ruling storm god again. If you choose this, he will make all the tempests and outbreakers human and control all the storms himself. Janelle felt her spirits lift through the ceiling. It was the moment she had been hoping for ever since Gareth had stared at her with those swirling eyes back at that Florida beach and given her the truth. She took Gareth's hand in hers and squeezed. The end of their torment was almost near. Leslie and Paul hugged on the other side of Gareth, no doubt hoping for the same thing. They would have normal lives now. Leslie could go back home. Janelle could go with her and rejoin the life she had left behind, taking Gareth with her. Under what condition will he do choice number 2? Gareth asked. His words threw a wrench in the moment. Of course, there would be conditions. Huracan must have understood what he was asking, because he spoke before Manuel could translate. He will tell us what he wants in return when the time comes, Manuel said. He furrowed his brows and stood with his hands behind him in military posture. I'm not sure I like this choice. I would love for my daughter not to transform and kill when it's her time. She is scared. It bothers all tempests who have a heart. He dared not glance at the storm god. But what does he want for this? We don't know, which may be worse than the world I know. Chapter 12. The hallways of the hotel were chaos, Paul noticed. People blocked up stairways with luggage and frustration. They skipped the elevator in case the power went out, leaving them stranded. It was something Cordelia might have tried. But it was better to have a conference out here than to stay in the same room with Huracan. His palms tingled with nerves as they entered the hotel restaurant. Even though the lighting kept it bright and cheery, the driving rain outside and the growing wind ruined the effect. Even the water fountain gurgling on the other side of the room made a dark, scary feeling rise inside Paul. The flooding from the hurricane could kill him and Leslie, and he had a feeling that Huracan wouldn't lift a finger to help them unless they cut their limbs off as offerings. He had to remember that. The restaurant was empty, devoid of customers drinking out of glasses with umbrellas in them or digging into exotic dishes. Somewhere, metal clanged against metal. Manuel waved them all farther into the room. This would work. Paul rubbed his hand down Leslie's back and kissed her. He did that a lot. It was like medicine. After he'd done it enough, she started talking like her normal self after her first outbreak. If he kept doing it, it would keep her from slipping back into that silence that scared him. He could hope. Are you okay? He asked. Fine, she nodded, managing a smile. Okay, Janelle said, heading to the middle of their circle and standing tall. Even Paul could tell she felt no more confident about this than he did. We should have a vote on what to do. Let's not take long. Paul looked at Leslie again. She was so delicate, full of potential, and so in danger, just like his mother had been the morning she'd had her last outbreak and killed dozens by mistake. Just like his mother before her guilt weighed down too heavily and killed her. I vote that we let Huracan fight and turn us to human, Paul said, aware that all eyes had landed on him. Or some of us, at least. If it came down to it, they could compromise. Even if he had to remain an outbreaker for the rest of his life, it would be far better with Leslie restored to her right state, where she could go back to her mother and go to college without worrying about being a danger to those around her. But we don't know what he wants, Leslie said, looking from side to side. It could be anything. If Huracan is not telling us the deal now, I'm sure it can't be good. Think about it. Once he turns us back, if he does, that is, we'll be even more vulnerable. He could demand we throw ourselves down in that cenote, for all we know. She was talking. That was a plus. But her eyes were still brown with perfect black flecks all through her irises, betraying her change to an outbreaker. Paul felt a deep sense of shame whenever he saw them. It was he, after all, who had made her that way. Paul would give anything to see her eyes green again. He could, Gareth said, but I don't think he will. I think we should go through with it. It's our only chance. Paul recognized concern for his girlfriend in Gareth's voice. Leslie didn't seem to get what he was saying. Maybe there's another way, Leslie said. You were for it last night, Sophia said. Everyone except me. I was the only one who didn't get on the desperation train. That's because you're not a tempest or an outbreaker, Gareth snapped. You didn't even sacrifice anything to Huracan back at the cenote. I don't think you should vote on this. Sophia moved her lips like she was about to speak, then caught herself. You're right. I shouldn't vote. But I'm saying, this is just, what do they call it on the news, a power grab? Huracan sees an opportunity he thought he'd never see again. People survived him before, Janelle stammered. Every ounce of the leader in her had melted during the argument. People were sacrificed to him before so he wouldn't destroy their cities, Sophia said. She pulled at her black pants, straightening out the pink lines on the sides. Trust me. I know what insane deities are like. She did. Paul gave her that. Then we need some kind of safeguard, Paul said, surprised that he'd managed to speak up in such a heated argument. Whenever his friends Brian and Dominic got into it, he'd always been the quiet guy, so it was difficult to speak up.
Something else to offer him.
A lot more in the modern world might interest him. Like what? Sophia asked. Facebook and Twitter. Facebook and what? Paul asked, shaking his head and feeling stupid. Once again, he cursed his father for keeping him from the post-50s world. They're social networking sites, Leslie told him. Paul shook his head. No, I don't think he'd care for that. Thank you, Sophia said, nodding to everyone else. We need to come up with something fast, Janelle said, regaining her composure. The storm's going to make landfall in 2 hours. That's when she'll come. I think we should let him fight her. We can't do it, and we don't have Kenna here. She pulled at her collar, even though it wasn't nearly tight enough to prevent her from breathing. At least if we're human, Cordelia won't be able to paralyze us when she comes around. Same for Huracan. We actually might be better off. Except for the storm, Gareth said. That could kill us. For me, that might happen anyway, Paul said as a hollow terror opened in his chest. You know, if we don't stay on the upper floors. He looked longingly toward the stairway as his legs twitched, itching to get back up in case the weather on TV was wrong and the storm surge came rushing into the building early. But Huracan was still up there. If Cordelia had Leslie, there was no use for him other than getting released and being forced to serve her forever. His loss wouldn't make Cordelia shed any tears. Does anyone have any better ideas? Janelle asked. Bags hung under her eyes. Her hair looked grayish in the weird restaurant light. She'd aged 20 or 30 years in a few minutes. Paul felt the same, like his joints hurt and his muscles were tight and tired. He faced Leslie. You're not going to have to give Janelle your breath, he promised, giving her a peck on the lips. And you're returning to human. I promise you that. Leslie shook her head and glanced to the side. I chose this, she said. Paul, I don't want you to risk your life. We don't know what that God wants. I can learn to control the outbreaks. Your father did. I know I can with some time. It might take a few years, but once I do, I can go to college. Paul searched her eyes for any sign of doubt. Leslie kept her gaze steely and hard. But her first outbreak had left her silent for over a week. She might not get out too lucky with the next. "There's a chance it can happen to you again today," he said, running his hands down her arms. They were cool in the air conditioning that would likely quit soon when the power went out. "With Sophia here, you might not get as lucky this time." He stressed the word lucky as much as he hated it. It was something blunt and insensitive that Gareth would do. But there was little time.
"I know."
She stared at the floor. Tremors ran through her arms under his grip. "I just don't like how all this sounds. I think we should wait." Paul watched her shoulders fall as if a weight were settling on them. She shouldn't have to make another hard decision like this. She was sticking this out for him, which was an awful feeling. It was time he made the decision for her, then. It was the only way to keep his promise. "I vote that we let Huracan take control back," he said to Janelle.
"Paul."
Leslie stiffened in his grip. She let out her breath as her shoulders rose. She wouldn't admit it, but the weight was coming off, and she wasn't entirely angry. "I still don't think this is." "I still vote no," Manuel said, crossing his arms and leaning back into a table. It was clear that he wasn't going to budge. Janelle pointed out everyone in the room, tallying the votes. "Yes, yes." She gestured to Gareth and herself. "No, no," she said, facing Leslie and Manuel. At last she looked right at Paul, her gray eyes dark with the world's fate. "Yes." "It would be an even vote if I were allowed to have some say in it," Sophia said. Janelle took the high road and ignored her, as she turned towards the door and returned to the rest of her life. Chapter 13. The entire world felt surreal to Janelle, as if she'd walked into a reflection in a mirror. The other world still lived and thrived on the other side of it, but it was muffled and distant, unreachable. This was fitting. Janelle was about to cross a border that she had only dreamed of, since the truth of her Tempest status crashed down on her. "I'm going to be human." The thought played itself repeatedly as she stood in the doorway of the empty lobby, watching the rain beat against the glass. Gareth appeared next to her and slipped his hand into hers. He was going with her, ready to leave the pain behind. The red and blue pattern of the carpet spread out under her feet, the blue like the ocean and the red like the blood that she could feel getting washed off her. The monster inside her would return to Huracan's rule where it belonged. "Do you think your dad will quit being so pushy when this is over?" Gareth asked. He managed a smile. "It's not like he can still nag you about what a Tempest High leader needs to do all the time anymore." "I'm sure he'll still be like that," she said, watching waves in the downpour dance around outside. "I'll still have school for one thing. Some things won't change." "Good point," he said. Feet shuffled behind her. Manuel and Leslie hadn't said a word since they'd left the restaurant. They paused in the last calm before the storm. Sophia hadn't said a thing either. What was done now. "You ready to go up?" Gareth asked. "Yes." They didn't dare take the elevator if the power went out and left them stranded. The march back up the stairs took years. Somewhere, the last stragglers were getting packed, with hurried thumps sounding through the walls and behind doors. A heated argument flowed out of another one. Other than that, there were no sounds. Most of the guests had left by now. Janelle made a polite knock on the door of her room as her stomach lurched. This was it. She pushed it open to find the god still in full Mayan regalia, sitting on the end of the bed and watching the television with his arms folded on his lap. He glanced outside and then back to the TV. Huracan was starting to make sense of modern things. Gods must be fast learners, Janelle thought. She would have to ask Kenna about that as soon as they found her again. Her throat went dry and locked as he faced her, waiting for the answer. She turned to motion Manuel forward, but the man had disappeared. Paul and Leslie stood by the door, and Leslie shook her head and pointed down the hall. Janelle got what it meant. They were now without a translator. Of course, she couldn't blame him for abandoning the ship. It would have been nice if he'd stayed just a few minutes to hear their answer. She had to do her best then. "Yes," she said, nodding vigorously, hoping that her body language got the point across. What was Spanish for yes? She should know this. See. Huracan rose as a fresh gust of wind rattled the windows. Janelle hadn't fully realized how tall he was, how much height that headdress added. The feathers teased the ceiling. Without it, he would have towered over even Paul. His features were stone, unreadable as if his centuries of sleep had made him part statue. All of his relaxed, casual air was gone. She imagined the Mayans worshipping him in the ancient days. She understood why they went to cenotes and temples in droves to part with their belongings, to keep the gods happy. He said something low that she knew wasn't Spanish, as a second gust of wind hit the building again. Janelle wondered if it would come down. That was impossible, of course, wasn't it? A wave of deep fatigue swept over her, pulling her down farther than the drugs Thomas, Kurt, and Cordelia had given her in the car on the way to Mobley. Her legs came out from under her, forcing her down to her knees. Janelle was helpless to resist. Liquid metal filled her veins. The floor underneath turned into a magnet. Gareth shouted something at Huracan, brave of him, she thought. The god's strong hand clamped down on her shoulder and held on. It was the most awful sensation she had ever felt, as if ants were crawling inside her, under her skin, around her eyes, itching and pulling at every cell. The world made a rushing sound as if her head were underwater. She swam through a void of gray, far away from Gareth, Leslie, and everyone else she ever cared about. Huracan had lied. She was vaporizing just like Elise and Mel, and now she was flying up into the sky above. The ants stopped their march and Janelle fell to the floor. The hotel room snapped back into place. She gasped, too exhausted to scream and too tired to do anything but stare at the patterns on the floor. Gareth appeared in her vision as his hand clapped on her back. He lay on the floor next to her, hazel eyes wide and filled with terror. Janelle, he managed, hugging her tight. Janelle let out her breath. Gareth was there. That was good enough. She couldn't hold her eyes open anymore. She let them close and floated down into the darkness to where her father and Mel waited, smiling to welcome her. Kenna did not like the security guard she was riding with back to Cancun. It wasn't that he chain-smoked and had cigarette butts filling every possible ashtray in his car. She could deal with that. Smoke didn't bother a volcano goddess. It wasn't even that his friends had interrogated her with too many questions back at the museum, after they'd found her lying in the mud at the edge of the cenote. Even though he had stepped in as her translator, he hadn't spoken to her for the entire drive. Kenna felt like a bag of luggage sitting there in the passenger seat. The driver kept looking straight ahead, going around puddles forming in the road. Trees bent over under the stress of the wind. The weather was getting worse. Maybe that was why he wasn't talking to her and smoking so much. Maybe she should be grateful that he'd even offered to take her back to the hotel after all, and grateful that the security had bought her story about getting lost in the trees and unable to find her friends before closing. Or maybe they just wanted to close things up before the storm arrived and get home early. Cancun had emptied. The ocean beat against the coast, angry and gray. Curtains of rain flew between the hotels. A single taxi pulled away in front of them, a few passengers crammed into the back. The last stragglers were leaving before the storm. But they weren't Janelle or the others. Nobody she knew wore a straw hat complete with flowers. "Thank you," she said as she exited, holding the door tightly to avoid getting thrown down in the wind. It was worse than she'd thought, and this was behind the shelter of a 10-story hotel. The wind had to be worse coming in right off the ocean. The gray plains of water heaved up and down, its waves giant fists wanting to crush everything in their path. "Be careful and get inside," the man said at last. "This looks worse than we thought." He looked at the ocean that was throwing a tantrum less than 100 yards away, and looked back at her. His cigarette fell out of his mouth. "Are you sure you want to be here?" "Sure. Maybe this guard wasn't so bad after all. I'll be okay." He gave her a look that said he doubted it, but it wasn't like Kenna could explain that she couldn't die out here. The worst thing that would happen was that she'd be weakened or paralyzed for a while from the rain. Unless, of course. You take care. The man reached over and closed the passenger door, stopping the legions of raindrops from getting inside. Kenna backed away, closer to the building where the rain wasn't hitting as hard. The wall of rain blew horizontally now, with the hotel acting as a shield. She shook off as much of the water as she could, as feeling returned to her arms. Was it just her, or was she slowly getting better at dealing with the constant onslaught of her least favorite element? The man drove away, hydroplaning on the smooth pavement as he went. She watched the car go, mentally thanking the man as he disappeared into the rain curtains. Hopefully, he would make it home safely to his family. Now, to find the others. Had they even stayed here? It was a chance she'd have to take. Kenna turned to run inside and met a sight that made her insides turn into mashed potatoes. Runny ones, that was. The ocean rose as if a giant were on its side, rolling underwater, ready to crush the entire strip of Cancun under its massive weight. Waves topped it, towering 2 stories, ready to slam down on her without mercy. Kenna sucked in a breath, smelling the very last of the smoke and safety, and broke into a run. At the same time, the water breached the seawall and crashed onto the beach with a roar like a million trains. Walls of it flowed down over the concrete seawall and swirled around the buildings in a mass of white and gray. The hurricane was making landfall. She reached the door. Kenna it open as the first of the water grabbed her shins and then her knees, trying to pull her down. It took all of her strength to stay upright. If she went down, it was all over. Kenna needed to get inside, to where the water wouldn't be able to pull her away. The water rushed across the blue and red carpet of the empty lobby, sweeping her in and covering the floor in the space of a breath. She could barely feel her feet touching the floor as the surge shoved her along. How could 6 inches of water be this powerful? She turned, and the main desk to the lobby rushed at her. Kenna raised her arms for the impact. She fell forward, grabbing the other side of the desk as if lunging across at someone on the other side. But she was alone. Anyone with sanity was out of Cancun by now. Janelle, she yelled. Leslie. Paul. If anyone yelled back, she couldn't hear. The wind screamed outside. The water sloshed against the glass windows of the lobby, gray and menacing. It grew higher, pouring in through the open door. White foam formed around the chairs. Whitecaps rose and fell on the street outside. The world was a sea with hotel mountains and glass cliffs. A tree nearby bent down so far that it pointed across the street. Kenna was very, very sick of water. Her only hope was to get on the desk until this calmed down. And there was something about the ocean. Something alive and hungry. Chapter 14. It's not there anymore. Gareth's words broke through the cozy darkness that Janelle had drifted down into. She didn't want to wake up. It was too comfortable lying here, too much of an escape. This world of dreams and darkness was so far away from the real nightmare she inhabited. But she had to. Janelle opened her eyes. Gareth sat on the bed beside her, holding her upper arm and rubbing his thumb along the skin. The room was silent except for Sophia walking across the floor and making it squeak. Leslie and Paul sat on the opposite bed. At the same time, Huracan stood in front of the television, watching the silent weather report again, his arms folded and his back to her as if she no longer mattered. Janelle felt tempted to just close her eyes and go back to sleep. Gareth rubbing on her arm felt so good. It's gone, he said, jarring her back completely. The words didn't make any sense. What's gone? She sat up and faced the floor where she had been lying seemingly seconds before. I thought I was. We put you on the bed, Leslie said. Opposite her, Paul had his arm around Leslie's waist. It might just be her drowsiness, but Paul seemed more alive, more vibrant and hopeful than she had ever seen him. We were wondering if you were okay or not. That's why we're all still waiting for Huracan to turn us. Sophia muttered something that Janelle couldn't make out over the noise outside. The window rattled, and the entire outside world roared. Janelle went back into that living room with her father, where it had all started, watching the trees in the yard bend over so much they might snap and fly away. The storm had arrived. "What's gone?" she asked Gareth. He looked right at her with those hazel eyes. His eyes smiled. "Your gray spiral. It's not there anymore." Janelle jumped. Brought her arm up in front of her. The skin on her upper arm was a blank easel, free of the gray spiral she had been so used to her entire life. It was someone else's arm. Not hers. It didn't seem right or natural, like she was still dreaming. Any second now she would wake, and it would be back, taunting her and reminding her that she would never have an everyday life. Sophia repeated something, but it was lost in the storm's roar. "I'm not a tempest anymore." The thought rang like a bell, echoing through her whole being. It's over. I'm human. Normal. Here it was, the moment she had dreamed of for the past year. And yet she had nothing to say. All words had left her. "Are you okay?" Gareth asked. She'd never heard his voice so soft, as he was afraid his words would break her. "Yes," she managed. Her heart raced like a horse free of its stable. Who wants to go next? She thought of that awful sensation she'd had while Huracan was taking the tempest out of her, that legion of ants crawling through her whole body. It was best not to tell her friends what was coming. "Janelle!" Sophia yelled, appearing at the foot of her bed. She jumped. "What?" It wasn't time for another argument. "It looks like the storm surge is coming in," she said, pointing out the window. "I can't see the road anymore. It's completely covered in water. And Huracan says that Kenna is pretty close." Janelle got up and rushed to the window, the last of her drowsiness gone. Her eyes, now sky blue instead of storm gray, stared back at her. Human eyes, not tempest ones. "Look down," Sophia said, joining her at the window. Water blew around below, turning their hotel into an island. A car was already flooded to its windows, but thankfully no one seemed to be inside. A man waded into a door across the street, pulled it open against the wind, and fought his way inside. The power went out, casting their room in darkness. A spike of fear raced through Janelle, sharp and cold. She was human now. She could die in this storm just like anybody else. And now Cordelia might let her. "Where's Kenna?" she asked. Sophia closed her eyes. It seemed to take a long time for Huracan to respond. They weren't in the freezer and things were slow going, but at last she spoke. "Below us. Kenna's signal is pretty strong, but it's weakening again." Janelle rushed to the door. Leslie and Paul leapt off the bed. Huracan still stayed put, watching the TV and waiting for the show to come back on. Could he be a little lazier at a time like this? He probably would be until they paid him whatever he wanted. She wanted to slap him. For a god, he sure hadn't done much. But doing that would be suicide. There was no choice but to run down the stairs now. She led the way, past the elevator and down the hall to where the emergency exit still glowed in red. Some backup generators, probably. "Downstairs!" Janelle shouted. "Janelle," Gareth started. "Ken is down there," she said, thinking of the water. The storm's roar was more distant in the stairwell, but water dripped from the ceiling in places as if they were under a raging river. Janelle gasped for breath by the time she reached the bottom flight. It was lighter towards the lobby, but the roaring grew louder. Water pushed against the stairs, growing higher by the second. "You're not going down there." Gareth pushed his way in front of her and stopped near the water. "You're the one who can't go in," Janelle told him, taking a deep breath. Gareth was the only one who couldn't go into the water now. She could. There would be no awful roar in her head if she touched the ocean water. There was no threat of transformation. No terrifying swirling storm clouds in her eyes. The ocean hadn't risen too high here yet. "Kenna!" Janelle shouted. No answer. Or if there was one, Janelle couldn't hear it over the noise. Paul cupped his hands around his mouth. "Kenna. Down here." The words barely carried over the storm, but it was there. Janelle braced herself and descended. "Let's go get her." "No," Gareth shouted. "You don't have the strength anymore. Send me." "Fine." If he wanted to go all stormy-eyed and roar his words at Kenna when he touched the water, so be it. "I don't think this is a good idea," Leslie said as Gareth stepped into the foaming torrent. He could change, couldn't he? But if Gareth was about to, he showed no signs of it. Janelle watched for the tremors to start when he stepped down into the water. He sank his feet in. Then his knees. He remained steady, with no sign of the violent shaking. Then Gareth turned and faced her. No storm clouds spun in his eyes. He spoke with his normal, even voice. "I don't get this. I'm not feeling anything, and this is ocean water." Janelle tapped her feet as Kenna yelled something again. She remembered something. "That's because there's already a storm going. Just go get her." Maybe Gareth was the best person for the job after all. Janelle crouched down on the steps to watch, feeling useless. But she could deal with it if she didn't have to become a goddess. The lobby came into view. Kenna had pulled herself up onto the receptionist's desk. The ocean swirled around it, growing higher by the second and threatening to crest over the tabletop. The bottom half of her pants was wet, but Kenna looked alive and wide-eyed as her gaze landed on Janelle. She grinned, then made a barfing motion as she pointed at Gareth. "Hey," he said, slogging through the lobby. The water had risen up to his waist.
"Consider this my apology for being an..."
The glass shattered at the front of the lobby, and water rolled inside. Gareth swore. He raised his hand to the water to take control of it and drive it back. The water froze like a still image, towering only feet from Gareth, but it didn't retreat. It remained in place as if debating which master to obey, the one in front of it or the one somewhere outside. Janelle focused on the water, helping Gareth, willing it to retreat back out the window. "You can't do that now," a mean voice said in her head. She hadn't heard that voice in months, but it was right. "You're not a tempest anymore." "Janelle," Gareth shouted, staring back at her. The water trembled, fighting his power. "Someone. Get Kenna out of here." Janelle moved before Leslie and Paul could stop her. The ocean wrapped around her like a trash compactor, pushing her against the stairs. Leslie's hands caught her as she fell back, keeping her upright. The ocean felt like an army of hammers beating at her legs. Something cut her below her knee, making a red-hot line of pain scream along her skin. "Grab my hand." Janelle held her right arm to Leslie and went down the last step.
"Kenna, get down from there."
Kenna swallowed, eyed the wall of water again, and slid off the counter. Her arms flailed until Janelle caught one. Kenna gripped her arm so tight that Janelle's fingers tingled and turned white. She was strong. Leslie, too. Janelle never realized how powerful her companions were until now that her strength had gone. "I can't move," Kenna said, leaning towards Janelle. "Now," Gareth yelled. "I can't hold it back much longer." "Pull," Leslie ordered. Leslie did. Janelle felt as if her arm were chained to a truck. Paul crouched farther up the stairs, joining in on the tug-of-war. Even Sophia had both arms on Paul's waist, her eyes squeezed shut with effort. It took all of Janelle's strength to keep hold of Kenna, but after what felt like minutes, she felt the bottom stair hit her foot. "We're there," she told Kenna. "Just put your foot up on." Gareth lost control of the water. It crashed down, engulfing him. Janelle had no chance to shout his name before the wall struck. Water rushed up her nose, into her eyes, filled her ears with a muffled sound. The whole world went gray and white, swirling and pounding. Kenna's arm hit her on the cheek, and the floor disappeared from under Janelle's feet. She flailed. Her lungs began to burn. She was going to drown here. Die like her victims had. A strange peace settled over Janelle. She fell into a gray place, a place without pain and suffering. At last, she was making up for the tragedy she had caused. At last. A pair of strong arms grabbed under her armpits and pulled. Her head broke water. Salt burned her eyes. She kept them shut. The world outside continued to rush and crash and roar. A cough escaped her. Janelle. It was Gareth. I've got you. Open your eyes. The steps below dug into her hip. She was farther up the stairwell. Her arm flopped down on what felt like the bumpy leather of a shoe. She opened her eyes a little, blinking the water away. Sophia's hot pink shoelaces hung wet a foot away. Kenna, she sputtered. We got her. Gareth gave her another tug on the arm that threatened to pull her shoulder out of its socket. Oh, he shouted. Sorry. I forgot. Janelle stood, dripping a gallon of the ocean onto the floor. This was the first time she had ever touched it without having a reaction. It was almost alien, the fear of drowning or getting swept away. That's okay, she said, turning around. Janelle was now as helpless to control nature as the debris floating in the lobby below her, bobbing up and down in the still rising water. It was a feeling she hated more than she thought she would. Upstairs, Paul puffed out, looking at the water below. Real fear marred his features. Then his eyes widened and his jaw fell slack. Leslie. Something rose from the ocean water churning below. A head. One with blonde hair emerging dry and untouched. Cordelia. Gareth faced her, his face wide with terror. Janelle. Run. This time she didn't argue and rushed up the stairs. Chapter 15. She was here. This was it. Would Cordelia even let her live now that she was human? No. Go. Gareth yelled. Janelle bolted down the hallway, not caring where she went, as long as it wasn't near her birth mother. She joined the stampede of the others. The same awful tingling poked at her back. Becoming human had done nothing to her ability to feel that something was wrong. The freezer, Sophia sputtered as she ran. Her face had gone paler than the walls around them. Her eyes were dilated. Huracan was screaming inside of them to be saved. But Huracan, Janelle started. Sophia took her arm and pulled her towards the kitchen. How do you know he's even going to help us right now? We won't get upstairs in time. She was right. The god didn't have his payment yet. It was the kitchen then. Paul was the first through the double doors, pulling Leslie behind him. Sophia followed. Janelle rushed in after them, holding the door so Gareth and Leslie could help Kenna through. The poor girl still staggered along on the carpet, leaving a wet trail that Janelle prayed that Cordelia wouldn't notice. Oh, Janelle. Cordelia's awful fake sing-song voice floated down the hall, as if she had just walked in from a trip to the grocery store, not a raging hurricane. It made everything inside Janelle flatten. It was somehow worse than the roar she expected. Cordelia would find her and destroy everything she had worked for. Maybe she would even destroy her. In there, Gareth said, opening the door to the fridge. A sudden urge to turn and run swept over her. The last time she'd gone into a freezer, Cordelia had trapped her and Gareth in. Leslie, too. Go, Leslie said. She won't release me if she finds me. Paul's going to go get Huracan. Janelle swallowed. Okay. She motioned to Sophia. You too. I was planning on it, she said, ducking in. Janelle followed Sophia to the freezer, and the door closed behind her. The cold wrapped around her skin as she found herself among cheese, lettuce, and mayonnaise. An emergency light burned overhead. Even here, she could hear the storm raging outside. The howling. The roaring. It was muffled, like it was happening next door, but she knew better than to be fooled. In here, Sophia said, opening the door to the freezer. Vapor floated out, and along with it came air like the middle of winter. Not a good idea, that voice said. Huracan would be at her strongest in the freezer. I'm good, Janelle said. But Cordelia. I said that I'm good. Sophia's face fell in understanding. Oh. You go, Janelle said. Sophia ducked into the frigid cold without another word, letting the pitted door swing shut behind her. Janelle was suddenly back at Alara, in that meat freezer where she had found Leslie, bound and gagged with nothing but a flimsy blanket over her to protect her from the cold. But Sophia wasn't Leslie. The cold didn't bother her. Janelle. Cordelia's voice was much closer now, maybe just outside the hallway or kitchen. I know you're in here. Why delay things and make this difficult? The door to the kitchen outside burst open with a thud. Leslie tensed and backed up against the kitchen counter. The tapping of high heels drew closer out in the hallway. Kenna joined her, grabbing for anything on the metal surface that might be sharp. Her hand was wrapped around a butter knife. It was the only thing within reach. Gareth and Paul were gone, off to get that lazy Storm got upstairs. Where was he? He should have at least sensed the presence of Cordelia by now. Don't look at the freezer door, Leslie told Kenna. We can't have her looking in there. Got it. Her grip tightened on the knife. She had the same chance at hurting Cordelia with that as finding a unicorn. But Kenna had taken enough, been the weak one enough. Leslie could see that anger burning in her dark eyes. With the tap of another footstep, something orange danced inside her pupils. Fire. It took everything Leslie had not to scoot away. Here they were, the only two people Cordelia wouldn't release or kill. Yet. Huracan hadn't yet had the chance to make her human again. The kitchen doors swung open. Cordelia stood framed inside, dry and well-groomed in her gray business suit. Her high heels shone in the dim backup lights. It was dark enough in the kitchen for her glow to show up. It shimmered like the color in her eyes, a blue-gray aura that turned the air electric. She grinned, arms spread, and boldly stepped into the room. Her gaze landed on Kenna, and the grin fell away. Leslie caught her breath, waiting. Kenna and Cordelia stood, staring at each other for a minute. Tingles swept over Leslie like Cordelia sent invisible tentacles to snatch her prey. The paralysis crept over her limbs, holding them in place as her venom took effect. But it was Kenna that she was staring at most. Cordelia's mouth fell open. Then, as if ashamed to show her emotions, the goddess pulled it back together and turned her face to stone. It couldn't hide the insanity swirling in her eyes. How did you escape Zybalba? The foreign word hung in the air for a second. Zybalba. Kenna echoed. Her grip tightened on the knife. She held it at her side in plain view. Her arm trembled like she was willing the metal to melt in her hand, which Leslie remembered she probably could. If Cordelia saw it, she showed no sign of caring. Outside, something thumped. The Mayan underworld. Cordelia's eyes narrowed at Kenna. Do you think I dumped you in the cenote to let the water rise over your head? Like I said, how did you escape? Leslie's head about exploded in confusion. She'd heard the word before, but right now she couldn't process it with her heart pounding and her pulse throbbing in her ears. If they made it out of here, Kenna owed her a story. Kenna kept her silence. She glanced at Leslie, then away again to stare into the space ahead of her. Was she out of her mind, just zoning out like this? Leslie. Cordelia's voice piped up and she stepped closer, ignoring Kenna. While your friend over here thinks, would you care to have a seat? The goddess's voice assaulted her ears and exploded in her head. Leslie's legs moved on their own, lowering her to the floor. Cordelia had taken over completely. She was now a puppet, trapped in this body with invisible strings attached. Good, the goddess said. She raised her voice. Janelle. Come out here to me. No. Leslie held down a cry. Cordelia was about to make her give Janelle her breath. To turn her into a goddess. To betray her. Leslie looked down at the floor, waiting for the freezer door to open and for Janelle to walk out, wide-eyed and terrified. But the squeak of the door never came. Janelle, Cordelia repeated louder. She closed her eyes as if sensing the premises. Come out. Walk towards my voice. Still nothing. Janelle couldn't have not heard Cordelia unless Oh. Janelle wasn't a tempest anymore. Her best friend was no longer paralyzed in Cordelia's presence. Her limbs would no longer follow the goddess's orders. There would be no breath-giving right now. Also, no release. Leslie held down her sigh of relief. Cordelia didn't suspect a thing. The relief fled like a herd of antelopes before a lion when Cordelia opened her eyes again. They swirled with rage and she stormed towards Leslie. Where is she? Cordelia grabbed the front of Leslie's shirt, pulling hard. Leslie staggered to her feet. It took every ounce of her restraint to look into those eyes and not scream. I don't sense her anywhere in the building. Where is my daughter? I don't know. Leslie racked her brains. Cordelia couldn't sense Janelle if she wasn't a tempest. That helped. Could Leslie send Cordelia upstairs to where Huracan was waiting? No. Paul was up there. She'd vaporize him without warning.
Honestly,
I don't know where she went. She isn't dead, is she? Cordelia's words rose into thunder, but the storm swirling in her eyes was all panic, not rage. The howling picked up outside, so much that it sounded like the whole building was about to come down. I don't trust Sophia around her. If it turns out she's dead, I will rip every one of you apart. I won't even give you the honor of being released. No. Cordelia lifted Leslie high into the air, all her teeth showing. Lines of madness grew deeper around her mouth and her eyes. Turning goddess had eaten away at her sanity, hollowing her out and leaving nothing but a husk where a woman had once been. No. The change had just made Cordelia more like herself. Janelle's not dead. Leslie cried. I'm telling the truth. I just don't know where she is. Maybe downstairs. Maybe she ran into another building when the flooding started. I don't know. Then why don't I sense her anymore? Outside, something huge hit the building. Cordelia slammed Leslie back into the counter. Lights flashed in her eyes, every shade of yellow so bright that she thought the power had come back on at first. The steel door to the freezer shone in the corner of her vision. She dared not look. Now she could only pray that Janelle didn't open the door. Everything would be lost if that happened. And why would she need to run from the storm surge? She's a tempest. Cordelia lifted her higher, so that Leslie's head banged against the infrared lights over the counter. Something glistened at the corner of Cordelia's eye as Leslie watched. It was almost unreal, impossible. A tear. You're lying to me. Her grip tightened on Leslie's shirt. She gasped for air as the fabric pressed her neck like a deadly corset. Sophia and that winter goddess killed her, and you're all trying to save your own. Cordelia gasped and her head tilted back. Her grip loosened on Leslie, and the tingling fell away. Leslie fell to the floor, gasping for breath. The world faded to a dark gray, but not enough for her to miss it. Kenna stood behind Cordelia, eyes blazing, with a butter knife buried in Cordelia's back. Cordelia screamed, and it was an awful sound that rattled the silverware in every drawer and threatened to burst Leslie's eardrums. It was a siren wailing over a collapsing building, with the screams of terrified people below all mixed into one. Leslie kept her hands over her ears. Kenna gritted her teeth and kept the knife planted. A dark stain spread out from around it. Cordelia turned, a blur in the middle of the dark kitchen, but Kenna kept up, moving like a film and fast forward. Leslie backed away. It was all she could do to keep from getting hit. This was a kitchen, a place of heat and fire. Kenna had reached her full strength, enough to remind Leslie what she was. And that wasn't a scared girl soaked to the bone and lying in the mud. Kenna had just learned she could move this fast. Her legs worked on their own, keeping pace with Cordelia's thrashing. The kitchen blurred, but she had a sense of where everything was. The counter stood 3 feet to the left and about 5 steps behind her now. The wall 10 feet away. Leslie huddled near it, heaping down. Kenna's stomach threatened to heave up its contents, but she stayed focused on the knife in Cordelia's back, keeping her grip. The insane goddess thrashed and screamed. Her scream was awful, far worse than any explosion or eruption Kenna had ever heard. At least Cordelia's screams drowned out the sound of the knife digging farther into her skin. If Kenna heard that, she might faint. Cordelia twisted again, nearly throwing her off. Kenna focused on the knife, keeping hold like a bull rider. Heat up. Heat up. Come on. Hot. Hot. The butter knife brightened, turning a yellow red in Kenna's grip. Cordelia stopped. She sucked in a sharp breath, a gasp of pain that split the room. Kenna racked her brains. She couldn't keep this up much longer. If she didn't get Cordelia away from here, she'd destroy everyone, starting with Sophia. She and Janelle were still hiding in that freezer. Kenna had no doubt that they had both heard every word she said. Kenna had an idea. Listen, she said, willing the knife in her grip to cool. Janelle's not dead. Do you know how I got out of the cenote? Cordelia grabbed the counter before her, back heaving up and down. Pull it out, she begged, punctuating her sentence with another scream. Listen. Kenna repeated. She was on top here. For once, she was winning against the storm goddess. Listening. Cordelia spat. She reached behind her to rip out the blade, but her hands raked against the gray fabric, missing by inches. Even if Cordelia managed to get hold of the knife, she had almost no hope of pulling it out. Janelle is not dead, Kenna repeated. It was time for what Sophia would call lie of the century. I needed to make an offering to the old Mayan gods, for them to let me out of the cenote. The gate was opening, and Janelle returned to Chichen Itza to look for me. She climbed down to help, but I knew there was no hope of us both getting out. So I made my offer. She winced and braced for the worst. It came. Janelle is in Xibalba? Cordelia roared. She whirled around so fast it caught Kenna off guard. Her grip loosened on the knife. Kenna flew. And landed on something so hard that her vision dimmed, flickered, and went black. It returned to reveal the storm goddess closing in, eyes swirling with that blue-gray apocalypse. Behind her, Leslie stood against the wall, helpless to do anything in the presence of Cordelia. Her pale face stuck out in the near dark of the kitchen. You did this to get back at me. Cordelia wagged her finger as she drew closer, her footsteps as sharp and cold as surgical blades. The knife handle stuck out from her back like the spine of a dinosaur. Kenna wanted to let her head fall to the tile behind her and black out completely. No. She had to stay awake and get Cordelia away before Paul and Gareth returned. Huracan was taking his sweet time. What kind of god did he think he was? I did, Kenna lied, gritting her teeth to keep from crying out with the pain. Something crunched inside the bones of her pelvis. I knew it. Cordelia took another step closer. A fresh burst of wind struck the building. The structure swayed a little underneath. Her voice stayed low and dangerous, and it was somehow more terrifying than the scream. I knew one of you would turn on her. My only shock is that it took this long. Kenna pushed herself to her feet. One last pop sounded in her thigh, and the last of the pain faded away. No shock came from Cordelia. Someone like her didn't understand the concept of real friendship. It was best to speak in her language then. The crazy idea began to grow. Like you said, girls like us must rise to the top. My mother and I don't need the competition, Kenna said, injecting a growl into her voice. And why should I side with you or Janelle? If she turns goddess, I don't think she'll want to share the power with me. Cordelia reached out and slammed Kenna against the wall. The storm goddess trembled with rage that threatened to make the building explode. Could she do that? You listen. You're going back to Chichen Itza. And then I'm going to make a little trade. Cordelia glanced around the kitchen again. Leslie withered at her gaze. I will have my daughter back. And I swear, if you're lying and I don't get her back alive, I will make a special request to the ancients to make your stay in Xibalba as painful and tortured as possible. It was working. Provided Cordelia was talking loud enough to be heard through the freezer door. and provided Kenna could find a way to convince the old Mayan gods to take Cordelia instead and keep her in that underworld forever. Or better yet, Huracan could throw her in for them. Kenna only needed Janelle and Sophia to hear all of this. The rest would come. No, she said, struggling against Cordelia's grasp. It wasn't all an act either. Kenna might end up back in that pit, with that green light opening up to consume her. Yes, Cordelia growled. She lifted and Kenna's feet came off the floor. Panic turned her head to helium. What had she done? Her trip to the underworld, what would be her hell, was sealed. Cordelia would continue her reign of terror. It sure didn't seem like. The swinging kitchen doors came open with a deafening bang so loud that all the pans in the kitchen rattled with its force. Cordelia jumped. Her grip loosened and Kenna fell to the floor. Huracan, at last, stood framed in the doorway. One of the swinging doors rocked on its hinge, gave up holding on, and fell to the linoleum. Kenna took the opportunity to skitter away, ducking behind a counter as Huracan slowly entered the room. Behind him, Gareth and Paul hung back in the hallway, pressed against the wall. Cordelia froze like an animal, staring at Huracan like she couldn't believe that he'd gotten off his lazy butt and come to do something about this. The storm was about to blow up. And it did. Chapter 16. Literally. Although she knew the wind couldn't hurt her anymore, Leslie couldn't help but shield her face with her hand and duck down against the counter when it screamed through the room. It whipped against her clothes and diverted around her. It was the weirdest sensation, almost as weird as taking Paul's breath in the first place. Huracan stood in the doorway, staring Cordelia down with those enraged, swirling eyes, and stepped toward her. Cordelia backed away and squared her shoulders, joining the staring contest. Which one of them was stronger? Leslie couldn't guess, from how they stood in the middle of the kitchen, with pots and pans banging around them like a metal concert. Leslie ducked lower. In the last few minutes, she had ceased to exist. And so had the freezer door, where Janelle and Sophia still hid. Leslie kept her gaze away from it. Kenna was still somewhere, and Cordelia planned to send her to the underworld. Kenna had something planned, and Leslie felt she knew what it was. But did the volcano goddess really want Cordelia to take her there? It was crazy if it really was a gate to an underworld. It was best to try something while the two gods were distracted. Kenna had vanished. If she was smart, she would lay low. This wasn't going to get any prettier. Leslie had to go after her. Now. Lightning arced between Huracan and Cordelia. A loud snap sounded. Neither of them moved, as if they were sizing each other up. And then a deafening roar of thunder shook the floor and made Leslie cover her ears. They were going to rip the building apart when the fight did start. Cordelia had already clarified that she didn't care about sparing anyone besides her and Janelle. Janelle to take her place at her side, and Leslie to make it happen. Leslie rose and searched the room. Kenna. Kenna stood around the corner, pressed against the wall, her tan skin paling. The wind had extinguished the flame in her eyes. If she heard, it was impossible to tell because the roar of the wind in the room was too much to yell over. They were down to hand signals. Something crashed nearby. Cordelia had made the first move. She stood with Huracan pinned against the wall. He shouted something as he struggled from her grip. Even without the wind, Leslie couldn't have guessed what it meant. Okay, maybe she could, and she was sure she'd agree. Huracan made the next move and lunged at Cordelia. Motion blurred in front of the swinging doors where Paul and Gareth stood. Paul was trapped on the other side, unable to reach her. His mouth moved on the other side of the blurred battle. For once, Leslie had to throw off his concern. Kenna, she repeated, pulling her away from the wall. The wind snapped at her, pushing her away, but Leslie held her arms. Mouthing her words would have to be enough. Are you trying to get her to take you? Kenna's eyes were wide pits that led right down into the earth. She shrugged with her lips pursed together. There was no point in trying to talk over the noise. Leslie tried another approach. She pointed to Kenna, flapped her arms, and then spread her arms like she was dropping something. Kenna nodded, though she still didn't look sure. It was enough. It was clear now. Cast Cordelia into the underworld no matter what it took. It was the best idea anyone had come up with since raising Huracan. If he could help them out with that, they just might be rid of her forever. Leslie nodded. Okay, she shouted. The counter behind them tilted and crashed to the floor. The wind could do nothing to mask its noise. Leslie jumped and pushed Kenna back into the wall. They couldn't hide here any longer. The floor was bare and dusty where the counter had once stood. It lay tipped on the floor like an overturned tractor trailer Leslie had seen on the expressway once. Spoons and knives flew across the room, some impaling themselves on the opposite wall. It was getting too hazardous to stay in here, outbreaker or not. Paul inched his way into the room towards their corner, hugging the wall and not taking his gaze off her. Once again, he was putting himself in danger for her. They had to leave, whether or not Kenna wanted to. Come on, Leslie mouthed, grabbing Kenna's arm. The blurred fight had now moved to the overturned counter's other side. Someone slammed against the wall so hard that cracks appeared in the bricks. Before Leslie could make out who the victim was, hopefully Cordelia, the fight moved again, farther away from them and knocking another counter to the side. The time to move was now. Huracan materialized again, colliding with another counter and crashing its entire length into the opposite wall. Cordelia stopped, staring down at the pots on the floor. They rose in the wind, still and floating ominously for a second, before flying towards the old storm god and battering him in a deluge of Teflon. Their help was losing. 500 years of sleep had taken its toll. Leslie, Paul's voice barely cut over the wind. I'm coming, she managed, giving Kenna another tug. It wasn't easy. The volcano goddess was putting up a fight. Yes, she definitely planned to get taken. Let go, Kenna shouted when they cleared the main storm. This is the only way. I know it is. She was probably right. But Leslie wasn't ready to jump into this yet. Out in the hallway. Now. Blessed quiet covered Leslie like a soft blanket when the kitchen doors swung shut behind her. Kenna stopped struggling in her grasp. Leslie lost all thought of her when Paul appeared, hugged her and planted his lips firmly on hers. She let go of Kenna's arm. Everything else melted away. Paul's kiss was the sun, not this storm raging inside and outside this building. It wasn't the monster inside them both, waiting for the next opportunity to break free. Warmth spread through her whole body as she embraced him. Another series of metallic crashes sounded in the kitchen, but they had to be miles away. That blissful second didn't last. Paul pulled away quickly, too quickly, and eyed the kitchen doors. They're sure fighting it up in there. Excuse me, Gareth said, pushing between them. Janelle is still in there, if anyone forgot that fact. And so is Sophia. What do you think we do about them? Gareth stood with his hands in his pockets. Still, Leslie could see the terror in his hazel eyes, the paleness in his normally olive-toned face, the sweat beading the skin that his locks couldn't hide. She'd never seen him like this before. We can't go in there and get her out, Kenna said, moving to block the double doors. The plan won't work if Cordelia sees her here. What plan? Gareth's voice rose, carrying a trace of that storm growl. The color in his eyes began to swirl. What plan, Kenna? My girlfriend is in that kitchen somewhere with those dueling gods. Even if Cordelia won't want to kill her when she finds out she's not a Tempest anymore, Huracan could hurt her by mistake. Kenna steeled her stance, ready to stop him. Gareth rushed for the door. Gareth! Leslie grabbed his arm. She was on board for this. That was crazy. Wow. Let me go. Another burst of wind snapped through the hallway. Gareth stared hard at her, his irises swirling with gray clouds and angry whitecaps. Leslie almost let her grip loosen at the sight of those eyes. She wasn't much different from him. Leslie! Gareth's voice deepened into a roar. His eyes spun, glaring at her with hate. But she held on, keeping him in place. The door exploded out into the hall, crashing into the opposite wall. Two blurs shot out and slammed into it. Cracks snaked out from the impact. Paul leapt out of the way. Kenna pressed up against the wall. Leslie jumped from the racket, losing her footing and falling to the floor. The blurs materialized, and Cordelia stood with Huracan pinned against the wall. He panted and squirmed. His eyes turned towards Leslie. Questions burned in them. What did you get me into? What do I get for all of this? Leslie breathed out. She had no answer for that one. Cordelia growled, tightening her grip on the bundle of the storm god's necklaces. She turned her head to face Kenna and then Leslie. The winds died away, leaving a heavy silence in its place. It was somehow worse than the raging storm outside, somehow more terrifying. Cordelia's mouth turned up in a smile, an insane mirror of the woman the former Tempest High leader used to be. This can all be fixed, she said, her voice dangerously calm and bubbly. And more. The blur returned, rushing at her. Leslie gasped with the force of something slamming into her. She flew back, spinning around. A hand gripped the back of her shirt. Leslie! Paul cried, strained and desperate. She tried to call back to him, but her feet left the ground. Her captor zoomed closer and closer to the elevator doors at the end of the hall. They were going to collide. Leslie screamed instead with the coming impact, but at the last second they turned and rushed back towards the kitchen doors. Gareth dove, hitting the floor. Huracan stood catching his breath, and Paul lunged for her, eyes wide and mouth gaping open. His mouth moved. The sound got lost in the rushing that filled her ears. Kenna jumped in front of them. She turned into a blur and solidified beside Leslie, dangling above the floor. She kept her legs curled up. Leslie looked down. She was doing the same. If her foot hit the floor at this speed, her ankle would snap like a popsicle stick in the hands of an angry toddler. A hand kept its firm grip on the back of her shirt. Cordelia flew along the ceiling and held hold of her. She had captured Kenna, too. She was taking them both to Chichen Itza to open the gate to the underworld. Kenna to spill her blood, or worse, and Leslie to turn Janelle once Cordelia rescued her. Only the storm goddess wouldn't be rescuing anybody. She would find out the truth soon enough, and Leslie would be lucky to survive. After all, Cordelia still had Paul to work with. The hallway ended in a large window right ahead of them. It shattered, sending millions of slivers of glass out into the storm. Gray clouds swirled overhead and trees whipped back and forth. Leslie held her breath. They drew closer and crossed the line from inside to outside. Paul screamed her name one more time. The sound carried all the agony of the past month, the trials they had gone through together, and the close shaves. Most of all, the regret that he had made her an outbreaker. She tried to turn her head to look at him, but it was impossible. She only saw Cordelia's business suit and the hotels below, now turned to islands by the ocean. If Leslie didn't know better, she'd guess this was the world's end. Chapter 17. Paul lost it. He turned away from the broken window seconds after the dot in the sky, Cordelia, disappeared into the clouds with his girlfriend in tow. With a growl that matched Gareth's, he raised both fists, balled them tight, and slammed them into the wall. Pain surged up both of his arms, but he was beyond caring. Cordelia had taken the last thing that made his life bearable. She had already taken his father and uncle away from him. Leslie was gone too, and it was all because of him. Cordelia wouldn't want her if she wasn't an outbreaker. He should have known Cordelia would follow them to the concert a few weeks ago. This whole mess could have been prevented. Gareth stood there, silent, as Paul watched a single drop of water go down the wall and to the carpet below. It was stained with moisture, dark with a storm that invaded all around him, spewing cold rain. "Dude," Gareth said at last. "Are you just going to stand there staring at the wall and feeling all bad for yourself, or are you going to come with me and figure out how we're going to get Leslie and Kenna back? In case you forgot, Mr. Storm God is still here to help us. Whatever Kenna's planning, he might know what." "I don't know what she's planning." Paul roared at him, turning away from the wall. You wouldn't give her a chance to say anything. If you had, we might not be standing here in the rain, twiddling our thumbs while she...
Hold it.
Paul silenced. Janelle and Sophia ran up the hall towards them, pulling Huracan between them. Janelle's eyes were different, even in the dim light pouring in from outside. Bluer and calmer, almost like the sky on a summer day. It was as if a great tension inside her had finally found peace. Sophia thinks she knows where they're heading, Janelle said, stopping outside the rain's blast radius. She faced the other girl, releasing Huracan's arm. Tell them. Sophia had spent this whole time in the freezer. She would have had contact with Huracan in that case. Paul felt the storm inside him ebb away to be replaced by hope. Huracan thinks that Cordelia's taking Kenna and Leslie. It must be, Sophia said, scanning everyone, back towards Chichen Itza. I don't understand why. She must have something planned. Janelle nodded. Cordelia thinks I'm dead or missing. I didn't hear everything she said to Leslie while I was in the freezer, but I caught that much. She stared into the space beyond Paul for what felt like minutes, her eyes calculating. If she took Leslie, she thinks I'm wherever she's going. There's no other explanation. But why would she think you're back in that old city? Gareth asked, moving to block her from the rain. That doesn't make sense. Paul swallowed and found the guts to speak up. Kenna has something planned. That's what I caught. All eyes fell on him. Kenna didn't want Cordelia to know that Janelle, that you, were still here. So, I think Cordelia expects to find you back at Chichen Itza for whatever reason. Chichen Itza. Huracan spoke. Recognition crept over the old god's features. He nodded, which Paul guessed was the Mayan way of saying yes. Some things never changed over the gulf of time. I heard Cordelia saying something about some place called Xibalba, Janelle said, raising her voice to emphasize the last word. She stared hard at Huracan, waiting for a response. They didn't have to wait long. Huracan paced back and forth, pausing to look at the flooded resort town and the blasted-out windows. Xibalba, he said, turning back and walking towards them. He nodded again, his face lighting up with what Paul guessed was an idea. Then, a smile crept over the god's features. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. Either way, the word sounded ominous to Paul. If Cordelia was taking Leslie towards whatever Xibalba was, then... Take us there, Paul said, stepping forward and puffing up his chest. He didn't care that he was making demands to a storm god. Not anymore. He had nothing else to lose. He pointed to himself, then out the window. Why did their translator have to bail out on them? Xibalba, he repeated, stronger this time. Behind Huracan, Sophia backed away. Even Janelle hung back. But Huracan grinned, taking years off his face and turning him into a 20-year-old guy about to take sweet revenge on one of his old buddies. Paul didn't like that look at all. He had no chance to react to it. The storm god pointed to the stairwell and started down it before he could utter another word. Xibalba. The word sounded familiar, but Janelle couldn't remember where she'd heard it before. It was probably in one of her lessons about Tempest history that her tutors had drilled her through in the past several months. But there had been a lot of lessons, with no way to remember everything. It brought a shudder down her spine. Whatever it was couldn't be good. Huracan led the way down the stairs, towards where the water still rose down in the hotel lobby. Janelle's heart started to race with the memory of it forcing its way up her nose, into her eyes, down her throat. She coughed. The landing tilted around her for a moment. She got over the spasm and blinked the tears out of her eyes. Are you okay? Gareth asked. He took her arm with the grip of a dinosaur. Even Sophia leveled a look of concern at her from the next step. She wasn't used to this. Not having her strength. Being afraid of nature's power. Being this helpless in its face like a normal person. I am, Janelle lied. She wouldn't let being human stop her from going after Cordelia, even if it meant they had to go through that water again. This was what she'd wanted after all. What she had wanted since the day she learned the truth. Huracan waved them down on yet another flight. The ocean water lapped lazily at the steps below. Debris and paper floated on top, doing slow dances with wood splinters and twigs. A chair from the lobby bobbed against the wall. The water had stopped rushing in, but it wasn't going down either. Now how are we supposed to go through that? Sophia asked. She held onto the railing like she was going to fall and slip in any second. Janelle let out her breath. She could swim at least. If the water wasn't moving, they might have a chance. But it was so flooded out there, she couldn't tell the land from the ocean. Sophia has a good question, Janelle said, hoping her voice sounded more confident than she felt. I can't tell how deep that water is. Well, we can't just stand here. Paul took a step down into the muck. Huracan stepped forward, grabbed Paul's sleeve, and dragged him back up the stairs. Paul grunted and fell down to his butt, his shoes dripping with ocean. The god said something in Mayan, blocking out Paul's protests. Hey, Gareth said. What do you think you're? But his words bounced right off the god's back. His headdress brushed the ceiling, and he stared down at the flood, ignoring everything in the world except for it. The water made a sucking sound. Then started to move. The stairs appeared underneath, sopping wet and guaranteed to have mold in the next week. Twigs fell into the canyon of air as the ocean split in front of Huracan, revealing the floor of the lobby, the reception desk, the doorway where glass had once shielded the hotel from the outside. The storm god was parting the ocean itself for them. Holy, Gareth started, slack-jawed. Janelle joined him. I guess that'll work. It was terrifying and fascinating at the same time, running through the canyon that Huracan had cleaned out in the flooding for them all. He ran in the lead, the feathers in his headdress staying upright in the storm. The water kept making its slurping noise as it parted for its master. Janelle ran through puddles, splashed across dark, wet pavement, and jumped over driftwood and fishing nets that had come in with the storm surge. Twin walls of water hung on either side of her, towering over her head and threatening to crash back in at any second. None of the tempests could have done this, at least not for this long. If only I'd practiced my skills more, Gareth puffed, running alongside her. Then I could have done this for us. You couldn't have. Not for more than a few seconds. She had to keep talking, to keep her mind off the walls and the water crashing back together behind them. Janelle wouldn't look at that. She refused and leaped over a piece of lumber. If she tripped. Sure, I could have. Janelle dared a look at the sky. Okay. Whatever you say. How long are we going to run for? Paul asked. Where does he think he's taking us? We can't walk all the way back to Chichen Itza. He can't fly and carry all four of us, Sophia panted, picking up her pace and running ahead of Janelle. Unless he carries me and Paul with both arms and Gareth sits on his back. And Janelle, you'd have to sit on Gareth's lap. She was right. Flying was out of the question, even without Kenna. That meant Cordelia had the advantage here. Janelle should suggest that the two of them stay behind, but she knew how that would go. Gareth would demand that only he and Paul go, and Huracan wouldn't understand her request. She couldn't stay behind here, not with her best friend in that monster's clutches. Leslie was gone because Janelle hadn't stepped out of that freezer when Cordelia had confronted her, near tears. She couldn't have been. Cordelia didn't love her any more than a dictator loved the soldiers he sent into war. Huracan plugged ahead. The watery walls grew lower on either side of Janelle. Her feet met the road, and she pounded uphill towards trees and rooftops that grew closer together. The mainland. Janelle's head cleared the water, which spread out around them. Whitecaps slapped at street signs and bounced off of buildings. A stop sign whipped side to side like a crazy weather vane, yet no wind ruffled her hair. Huracan had them encased inside a bubble that held the storm out. And then they were out, running past the new shoreline and onto the street. Water lapped at the ground, falling back on itself as the path behind them closed. Janelle turned. It seemed that all of Cancun had turned into windowed islands. Their hotel towered over it far, far away, just a rectangular toy under siege by the ocean. The water left no trace of the path the storm god had made through it, except for a small wake feet away. It disappeared and merged into the waves. They had walked through all of that on foot. "Janelle," Gareth said, grabbing her arm. She jumped. Gareth stood there, the trees whipping around in silence behind him. Wow, Huracan had blocked all of it out so well. Outside their little safe zone, the apocalypse was underway.
What now?
Gareth nodded down the street to where an SUV parked in the open. Two dark figures inside remained completely still, transfixed by the sight that must have materialized before them. Windshield wipers swung back and forth. A dashboard camera huddled on the other side of the windshield, blinking red as it pointed right at the coast. Huracan narrowed his eyes, glanced at Janelle and back at the SUV. "Storm chasers," she said, swallowing. "They were here to watch the surge come in. They're filming it right now." She waited for Gareth to devise some snide remark, like how they would be exposed to the world. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Huracan. Both of them smiled. Janelle sighed.
Okay.
"What are you up to?" "Universal language," Gareth said. "We'd better destroy that camera, because we're about to commit Grand Theft Auto." Chapter 18. If there was anyone Leslie felt sorrier for than herself in this situation, it was Kenna. It was bad enough flying through a full-blown hurricane with the cold rain beating every inch of her body, and only one angry goddess's hand keeping her from falling to the ground far below. Mats of trees waved like tall grass in the wind. Sheets of rain parted in front of them. An awful roar sounded in her ears as the sky forced its way into her eyes and sucked the air from her lungs. She'd flown out of her body before her first outbreak, but it was nothing compared to the rawness of this. Kenna kept her eyes squeezed shut inches from her. Her lips moved with words that nobody could hear. Cordelia's hand kept one firm grip on the back of Kenna's shirt, making it dig into her throat. It was amazing that she hadn't passed out yet. It might be better that way. There had to be nothing worse for Kenna than flying hundreds of feet in the air through walls of water and wind. But she was standing up to it well. She even reached up and tugged at the cuff of her shirt, a feat considering the amount of water bashing her at every second. The trees grew thicker below, and a gray river wormed through the forest with whitecap spines. Chichen Itza wouldn't be long. Leslie tried to turn her head to get her face out of the wind, but it was impossible. She might as well be sitting in the cockpit of an airplane without the windshield to protect her. Her shirt cut into her armpits from Cordelia holding onto it. A shoe fell off her foot, taking a wild spin back to the earth. It was lost in the storm if Cordelia made any taunts, or otherwise said anything. Leslie wanted this flight to end, even if it meant a trip to the Mayan underworld or whatever it was called. Now. Minutes passed. Hours, maybe days. Leslie couldn't tell. Leslie's skin ached, then grew numb in the onslaught of water. She'd never imagined that hurricane rain would be so cold. She'd always imagined it warm, tropical even, not like the hands of death. The foliage cleared, the familiar stepped pyramid rose from the trees ahead, and Leslie didn't want to land anymore. If Janelle, Paul, and the others figured out where Cordelia was taking them, this was where it would all go down. Collide. Explode. End. They descended. The trees turned from a mat to heads of broccoli. Decapitated heads, Leslie thought. Like hers and Kenna's would be when Cordelia figured that Janelle wasn't in the Mayan underworld. Trees turned to branches. They slapped at Leslie's feet like whips, making fire lash across the skin of her bare one. She held in her scream. Next to her, Kenna did the same. No way would Cordelia have the satisfaction of hearing it. The pyramid zoomed past below. The land turned to forest again, and cleared to reveal a circular pit that had refilled entirely even though it had been nearly empty last night. The cenote. Cordelia swooped down. The ground rose so fast that it threatened to smash them. Leslie curled up her legs. Next to her, Kenna covered her face in her hands. The impact sent a shockwave through Leslie's bones. A cry escaped her. The rib she had bruised 2 weeks ago screamed in agony. She rolled on the wet ground. The world tilted around her, and grass slapped at her face until at last she came to a stop, staring into the turbulent sky. Leslie grabbed at the space above her stomach. It pounded inside with the crack that hadn't yet healed completely. The pain grew from yellow to red, slowly fading to electric orange in the cold rain. Her rib. It was all she could think about. "If you value your life, Leslie, I suggest you stay here and don't move," Cordelia said, appearing over her. She stared down, her gaze beating into Leslie along with the rain. "Oh, I forgot." Her voice smoothed out into its fake sugar. "You can't move if I well it. That's an important detail. When I pull Janelle out, you also won't have a choice but to give her your breath when I say so." Leslie turned her head to face grass and mud. The edge of the cenote dipped into the earth feet away. The rope fence surrounding it drooped with the moisture and the wind that whipped the trees back and forth. Kenna lay on her stomach nearby. One wide brown eye faced her, unreadable. She mouthed one word at Leslie, glancing up at the storm goddess looming above. Stall. It couldn't be anything else. The two of them had to wait for Huracan to get here. Leslie had to do what she excelled at now. Talk. "Kenna," she managed. Speaking hurt her chest. "Why did you betray Janelle like that?" Not the best thing to say, but she had to go with the act. "You heard me back at the hotel," Kenna said. Her voice sounded stronger than expected, like the water hadn't affected her much. Was she getting more resistant to it? If she was, it wouldn't be showing. Kenna lay there like a beached whale, only much skinnier. "You're better than that."
Better than what?
Kenna's eyes rolled up, trying to see where Cordelia might be standing. The high heels stood just on the edge of Leslie's vision. She couldn't so much as turn her head. The storm goddess's power had come down on her like a mountain, holding her on the ground. If Cordelia ordered Leslie to stop breathing, she would probably do so. "Oh, knock it off with the talk," Cordelia said. "It's time to get started. I'm sure the old gods in Zybalba will be happy for some new blood, so to speak. They'll gladly exchange a tempest for a young volcano goddess. Not, of course, do they know what they will be missing." The storm intensified, and Cordelia leaned down and grabbed the back of Kenna's shirt. Pulled her up. It happened quickly, but not fast enough for Leslie to miss the growing terror in Kenna's eyes. Whatever she saw on the bottom of that cenote had shaken her. Cordelia dragged the other girl closer to where the pit dropped into the earth. A tree fell behind them. Water bobbed and tumbled around in the pit. The rain beat down like tiny fists, forming curtains over the giant hole, as if the gods were already preparing to open the gate. Kenna made no sound. If she did, it was drowned out by the roaring wind. "Janelle's not in that Zybalba place," Leslie shouted. Cordelia stopped. Both she and Kenna turned their heads to face her. Cordelia's eyes narrowed. Kenna stared, raising her hands to try to unhook Cordelia's grip. She neither nodded nor shook her head. Leslie didn't care if they were ruining the plan now. Time was up. Kenna was going to go into that underworld with or without the others. And then when Janelle didn't appear. And why should I believe that? A gust of wind slammed into the trees behind Cordelia, bending them to near the point of breakage. Leslie cringed even though none of it could hit her. She felt the words wither in her mouth. Sacrificing Kenna was something she could never live with. At last she could speak. "Janelle's still on Earth. If you let Kenna go, I'll give her my breath when she arrives." Cordelia turned with Kenna in tow, making her drag her feet in the mud. "You're lying, Leslie. I can tell. I have no reason to believe you won't try to back out when I saved Janelle." She was right about one thing. Leslie was lying. She hoped. Nobody complained when Janelle hit the accelerator and hydroplaned on the road. Only silence reigned on the inside of the SUV. That, and the electric feeling from the storm god in the backseat. Maybe he was getting ready to do something awesome. Like throw Cordelia into Zybalba and end all of this tempest madness. Of course, he'd gotten them out of the hotel and thrown out the storm chasers on the side of the road, so that counted for something. The windshield wipers cut back and forth. The world beyond the glass was a gray blur running down. Janelle was back where it began. On that terrifying day, her father had refused to evacuate their new house in Florida. Before Gareth blew into her life, she entered another world she no longer belonged in. She had returned to that beginning, and come full circle. The tempest nightmare was over for her, at least. Never again would she look in the mirror and see those storm-gray eyes staring back at her. But why did a lump form in her throat? Why did she want to cry? This was what she'd dreamed of. A gust of wind slammed into the SUV like the hand of a giant. Janelle tensed, her heart leaping. With a turn of the wheel, she managed to keep the vehicle on the road. Her father would have been proud. Where was he now? Huracan, she said, distracting her thoughts. She looked back at the god, who sat with his hands folded in the very back. Sophia and Paul joined her in looking at him. Janelle nodded to the weather outside for dramatic effect. Could you do something about this? He shook his head. No. That is not going to happen. Janelle sighed and returned her gaze to the smudgy road. Before Manuel left them, Huracan said something about being unable to stop the storm with Cordelia nearby. He had better not be lying. Kenna held down vomit. This hadn't been a good idea. The water of the cenote frothed, lurching back and forth. Kenna dragged her feet in the mud, but it only served to slow down the horror, to prolong her agony. She'd go in there in less than a minute, and there was nothing she could do with the rain beating down and Cordelia gripping the back of her shirt like this. The flight had already drained the strength from her limbs and sucked away her will to fight back. Leslie lay nearby, still on the ground, unable to move so long as Cordelia willed it. The power of this place penetrated every cell of Kenna's body with its black pulses, pulling her closer to an eternity of sleep at best or an endless time of suffering at worst. She could almost see the hands of the old gods reaching from the depths of the pit, ready to take her and pull her under. Cutting herself would do no good this time. Nothing she could do would trump Cordelia's sacrifice, her. All of her. Janelle really isn't in that underworld, Kenna shouted, reaching up and gripping Cordelia's hand with hers. They slipped off, numb in the rain. I was lying, okay? You certainly are now. Cordelia stopped. I'm getting my daughter back. I have no reason to preserve you. Kenna flailed her feet inches from the drop-off. Where was Huracan? He could fly too. There was no excuse. Her senses sharpened until she could make out every leaf flapping in the wind, every bubble in the water, every ebb and flow of the air around her. The wind stilled enough for her to make out something else, Cordelia sucking in a breath, ready to speak. Old gods, she shouted into the space above the pit. Please accept this sacrifice, this young goddess, in exchange for my child, Janelle Morgan. Her fiery blood will feed you well and sustain your vigor. Fiery. The earth's fire is always with you, Kenna. No. Leslie shouted from the ground. She isn't lying. She's... Silence, Cordelia barked. You will be next after I rescue Janelle if you don't follow my orders. Kenna had never been farther from the earth's fire. But she had to try, even if she had never done this before. She closed her eyes, reaching far into the ground below. Soil worked its way up through her consciousness, then hard stone, cold as death. Open the gate for me, old gods, and show me my child. Warmer now, far below. Leslie screeched something through closed lips as if Cordelia had taped them shut. Warmer. Hot. Boiling. Miles and miles below, the earth rolled and seethed with an orange glow that spread through Kenna, chasing away the numbness. She seized it. Pulled. Cordelia tugged again, dragging Kenna closer to the edge. The ground sloped under her feet. Kenna grabbed harder onto the molten rock below. The ground rumbled underneath, and Kenna felt the magma start to rise. She opened her eyes. An orange glow rippled to life around her hands and arms. It was the glow that was only there when she was around. Yes, Cordelia shouted at the rumble.
Open for me.
Except this girl. Wait. Leslie was still lying there. Kenna kicked Cordelia's shin, strong as if the water had never touched her. Cordelia cried out and lost her grip. Kenna fell, catching her footing on the edge of the drop-off. She slipped on the mud, righted herself, and ran for Leslie. The ground rumbled again. Leslie lifted her head, free from Cordelia's control. The storm goddess was distracted. It was the only chance she had. Get up! Kenna shouted, pulling her up by the shoulders. Run! Leslie had gone pale as moonlight. Her eyes were wide, brown and flecked with black. Her gaze locked on the cenote behind Kenna. Kenna turned her head. The water boiled, rolling like the inside of a cauldron. The first of the heat reached her skin. Cordelia gripped her shin and seethed, oblivious to the eruption behind her. Leslie nodded and ran. She disappeared down the trail towards the pyramid. A final rumble, loud enough to drown out the hurricane, sounded through the air, and the earth broke open. The sound filled the universe, but Kenna felt no urge to cover her ears. Walls of dirt, stone, and water shot for the sky. Steam exploded as the cenote vaporized. Cordelia stood, turned, and stiffened. The lava spewed up from the ground, burning even the steam away. It rose higher, slowing as gravity started its work. Kenna stared. She'd never known she could do this. If only she'd realized this before. Cordelia turned and ran, but not before the fiery fountain reached its peak and slammed down. Chapter 19. Janelle couldn't miss the orange glow reflected in the rain ahead, where Chichen Itza was supposed to be. Is that from the lights? She asked. Something in her gut didn't agree. Chichen Itza had lightning on at night for a show, but not like this. She'd guess they were driving towards a forest fire if she didn't know better. Even Huracan leaned forward in his seat, face pressed to the glass. Somehow I don't think so, Gareth said next to her. He squinted. I don't like this, Janelle. Zybalba. The word shot back into her mind. She remembered what it meant now. The Mayan underworld. Cordelia must have opened it. No, she stepped on the accelerator again and plowed into the storm, making the rain beat harder on the windshield. Slow down. Gareth shouted, reaching for the wheel. She's throwing Kenna into the underworld. Janelle slapped his hand away. He didn't resist, which was good, as he was still a tempest. If he wanted to, he could stop her right now. Gareth sighed and sat back in his chair. There was no fighting with her when she was like this, tempest or not. Gareth wrapped his arms around himself and scratched at invisible bugs on his skin. Something's going on there, Janelle. I know it. I agree with Gareth, Sophia said from the back. This feels a lot worse than last time. An orange tongue lipped up from the trees in the distance, glowing and fiery. If Janelle didn't know better, she'd think it was a volcanic eruption. The words spilled from her mouth. The fountain disappeared, falling back under the tree cover. Out here. Gareth sat straight up, gripping the edges of his seat. The SUV hit a puddle again, forcing Janelle to release the gas and regain control. Well, if Ken is there. She can't make new volcanoes. Can she? Gareth asked. It took all Janelle had to keep her voice from shaking. It looks like we know the answer to that one now. Keep going, Paul ordered, his voice rising with terror. Leslie was there with Kenna. They couldn't leave her. The gates to Chichen Itza materialized out of the rain so fast that Janelle had to stomp on the brakes. Whoa! Paul shouted from behind. The SUV's back end skidded in on the drenched pavement, making the vehicle slide closer to the gate and finally come to a stop. Janelle tossed off her seatbelt and threw open the door, jumping out into the storm. Hey! Leslie was calling for her. She stood behind the gate, gripping the bars so tight that they warped. A curtain of rain moved to the side, revealing her pale face and the red hair stuck to the sides of her head. Leslie! Janelle ran for her and stuck her arm through the gate that she could no longer bend or break with her bare hands. Leslie seized it. She was shaking. Not just trembling but quaking. She started.
Kenna volcano.
We figured. Janelle stared into the rain. A faint orange glow crept out from the trees. Gareth.
Paul.
Open this up. But a taller figure appeared beside her, crowding out of the way. Huracan. Janelle had forgotten about him. He seized the gate with both hands. Leslie backed away, glancing back in the direction of the glow. The direction of the cenote. With a single tug and the squeal of metal, Huracan ripped the gate right open. The two halves hung, defeated. He waved them into Chichen Itza, standing tall as if there wasn't an eruption happening just 100 or so yards away. Let me guess, Janelle shouted over the rain, wrapping her arms around herself to keep her shirt from whipping against her. She faced Gareth. You want me to stay here while you follow Huracan and hope he can contain Cordelia in that gateway? He nodded. You shouldn't be doing this, Janelle. I have to. The words hung in the rain. No amount of it could wash them away. Leslie bit her lip. Paul squeezed her hand. Even Sophia had gone silent. This was her duty, and hers alone. She had abandoned her post as Tempest High Leader the moment she had said yes to Huracan. Abandoning this, too, wasn't an option. Fine, Gareth said. He took her hand. I understand. I'm with you then. They found what used to be the cenote, erupting into a fiery fountain. Janelle could only stand at the mouth of the clearing and stare as chunks of lava, the earth's blood, pulsed out of the wound before her. Steam exploded into the air with a deafening hiss as water met fire. The rain was a blessing. Without it, the entire forest around them would burst into flames. Pools of lava expanded through tree trunks, destroying everything around them. It seethed and cracked with liquid fire that belonged on the surface of a sun-baked planet. We can't go any farther, Sophia shouted. At least I'm not. Where is everybody? The steam parted, revealing a figure that stood black against the backdrop of hell. Her hair blew in the wind as she faced it head-on, feet planted right inside the orange glow. Kenna. She was still here. But where was Cordelia?
Kenna.
Janelle shouted. Her voice blended into the hissing and seething gone.
Kenna.
She turned as if the rain wasn't pouring down on her. Janelle balked. Kenna's eyes not only burned but blazed. Two balls of flame bore right into her soul. She's gone. Kenna's voice boomed over the hissing and roaring. She'd never spoken this loudly. It was as if Janelle were listening to a new person, one way more powerful than Kenna had ever been. It's over. Over. Gareth sputtered. He looked at Huracan, who stood staring at the volcano with his mouth gaping open. Then what did we wake this guy up for? He left that question unspoken, which might be the wise choice given how powerful the storm god was. Another plume of liquid fire rose behind Kenna. Yes. A hole opened inside of Janelle. What did it leave in its place? Relief. Terror. She couldn't tell. She didn't know what to feel as she watched the boiling inferno. Huracan said something, shaking his head. The words were a jumble to Janelle, but she could feel the tension in them, threatening to break like an over-tight guitar string. The hole inside her filled in with a slow, snaking tension. The wind around them died off momentarily, then screamed through the trees so hard that it blew several chunks of airborne lava straight into them. Fires rose and died in the driving rain. Steam marched through the forest, turning it into a scene from the end of the world. A figure rose from the lava behind Kenna, warping in the superheated air. No, Leslie said, stepping forward. Terror gripped Janelle.
Kenna.
Move. You didn't kill her. Kenna turned. The figure lunged at her with its arms outstretched. But Kenna leapt out of the way as Cordelia fell on her face. Of course. A goddess couldn't die. Kenna inhaled as the molten rock curled around her feet, soft and warm. Rain evaporated before it hit her. The numbness had gone, leaving the world vibrant and clear. Her friends stood back by the clearing, blurring in the warping air, unable to come any closer. Leslie was right. Cordelia couldn't die. But she could get trapped forever in hardening rock if Kenna did this right, and made the lava encase her. "You're in my element now," she shouted at the lump on the ground. "How do you like it? How are you enjoying it?" Another rumble sounded through the air. Kenna looked up. That rumble had nothing to do with her. It felt different than the fountain rising from below. Invading, almost like... Oh no. A green glow, the sickliest color she had ever seen, rose from the pit in the earth like a geyser, overtaking the lava and shooting into the sky. Kenna's guts felt ready to fall out. The portal. She hadn't destroyed it at all. Xibalba still wanted its sacrifice. Chapter 20. Paul knew what it was before anyone had time to say it. Janelle's words reverberated in his head. The gateway to the underworld. Such a horrible glow like that couldn't lead to anything else. It reflected off everything, casting it in death. The rain turned to green slime. Leslie's face to that of a zombie. Even the lava had vanished, sucked down into the hell below. He squinted and wrapped his arms around Leslie, pushing her away from the scene. They crashed into a tree, and he went down, tripping over her legs. They couldn't stay here. There was no reason. He felt tired, as if the portal was sucking his life. "Paul!" Leslie cried. "Get up. We have to run. Huracan's going to push Cordelia in. That's the plan." She stood and tugged at his arm. He wanted to stay here, to sleep. "Paul. What's wrong with you? Get up." "I'll get his other arm," Sophia said above him. The others weren't affected by this. It wasn't the portal at all. He was about to have another outbreak. His power had returned. "Not now," he shouted into the rain, pushing himself up. "Not now." He let the girls pull him up. Paul moved his legs under him the best he could, barely stopping a stumble back to the ground. Mud caked the front of his shirt. He couldn't care less. "Don't stop," Leslie said, dragging him along. "At least get back to the car. Come on, Paul. You can do it." She wasn't slowing down. "Oh, Kenna. It looks like things are running smoothly after all." That awful voice filled Paul's head and jarred him out of the coming outbreak. He turned as much as the girls would let him, trying not to look directly into the fountain of raging green light. Cordelia stood now, wobbly, a silhouette against the green. Kenna faced her, back to Paul, clenching her fists and staring down at the light. But no lava returned. The gateway had destroyed the volcano she'd made. At the very least, it had stopped for now. "Kenna. Get out of there," Sophia yelled. Her voice rang loud in Paul's ear. "Jan." Sophia put her hand over her mouth, but it was too late. Cordelia looked up, and her swirling eyes met Sophia's. Sophia let go of Paul's arm. He fell into Leslie, sending them both falling to the side. She shouldn't have come. Shouldn't have opened her big mouth. Cordelia stiffened. "You." All the rain and wind turned and blasted right into her face, blinding her and separating her from the world. Sophia came off her feet and flew back. She landed, and the underbrush swallowed her. Leaves slapped at her face. Steam rushed over her as if trying to escape. A dull pain made its way through the shock and rolled up her spine. Someone called her name from a million miles away. Plants thrashed and bent aside as someone approached. "Kenna might have thrown my daughter in, but that doesn't mean I'm going to forget what you tried to do." The goddess peered right into her soul from above. She grabbed the front of Sophia's shirt, forced her to her feet. "So, do you know what? I'm going to use you as a fitting sacrifice also. 2 in 1, so they say. The gods will be more than happy to let me have Janelle back." Sophia searched for any trace of Huracan, any sensation of that cold that let her know she was there. You got us into this mess. Now what? Nothing. The demon had abandoned her. Cordelia pulled her higher into the air. A fist of wind punched her in the face, sucking the air out of her lungs. Rain beat in her eyes, forcing her to close them. When she managed to open them again, the rain was flying in the opposite direction, but only because they had turned. The ground moved underneath. The green glow intensified as the shadows under the goddess's eyes grew more profound. Cordelia was carrying her closer to the gateway. No. Sophia thrashed in her grip. Janelle's not in there. Throwing me in won't do a thing. Did it ever occur to you that Kenna might have been lying? She kicked. Scraped a leg. It didn't matter now if the truth came out. Cordelia was where they wanted her. You've got to. A tall figure crowned with a headdress appeared from the rain. The god took Cordelia's shirt so hard that her grip loosened on Sophia, and she crashed to the ground. Huracan. And behind him stood Janelle. Cordelia gasped. It was her turn to thrash now. Huracan held her high in the air by the throat, slamming her against a nearby tree. The wind died enough for Sophia to stand. The goddess gasped, her eyes searching. Her gaze landed on Janelle, and comprehension came over her features. Jan, she started, choking. You're back, she managed, going limp. I knew it would work, Janelle. Huracan said something, pulling her away from the tree and towards the green fire. Cordelia was present in the flesh, the nightmare Janelle had only imagined since Mobley. In Huracan's grip, and taking the trip to Zybalba. If Cordelia knew where she was going, she didn't show it. She hung there, smiling as Huracan carried her closer to the green light. Then the old god stopped, leaving Cordelia hanging in his grip. Huracan looked at Janelle, the gray and blue in his eyes swirling faster, and nodded. He beckoned to her with his free hand. Janelle, come on. This doesn't look good. Sophia appeared at her side, tugging her arm. The god's lips moved. He said one word that got lost in the wind. Cordelia's face hardened and her life returned. Her eyes swirled with fury. She faced Huracan, a growl rising in her throat. No, she said, slamming her fists into Huracan's chest. Don't you even think of that. Do you hear me? Don't you even consider it. Let's go, Sophia said, yanking Janelle away from the brewing fight. Janelle didn't turn fast enough to miss the first move. With a fresh wind, Cordelia jabbed her knee into the old god's stomach. He grunted, let go, and doubled over. Agreed. Janelle didn't resist Sophia's next effort. They almost tumbled to the ground, bolting away from the green fountain where the cenote had once stood. Another rumble shook the earth, and the light grew angrier, brighter. It still wanted blood. They all had to get out of here. Cordelia roared, a sound that drowned out the earth's tremors. Janelle clasped her hands over her ears. She ran. Trees bounced past. Sophia bumped into her, and crashed into the foliage. Nearby, Paul sat against a tree while Kenna, Gareth, and Leslie leaned over him. Why? They all had to get out of here. This was a fight for the gods now and no one else. And yet an invisible rope tried to tug her back. Run! Sophia shouted. It's getting ugly back there. Janelle slowed. Stop near Paul. He stared into space, muttering. His ponytail stuck against his shoulder, sopping wet. Come on. Leslie faced her, shaking her head. He can't. He's about to have another outbreak. Something crashed behind them and cracked. A tree. The full battle had started. Well, Paul, it's going to have to wait, Janelle said, grabbing his arm. She tugged, shocked at his weight. Was this how much trouble normal people usually had with lifting? Come on, Paul. You're heavy. I can't. Paul looked right at her, then Leslie, but not fast enough for Janelle to miss it. The brown and black in his eyes molded together now, forming swirls that moved around each other like the storms on distant planets. I'll get his legs, Gareth said, shoving his way into the group. Kenna and Leslie, get his arms. Janelle. Get down. A set of arms wrapped around her from behind. Janelle tumbled down in her captor's grasp. A gray sleeve shot into her vision, and dirt rose to meet her. A huge mass of leaves crashed nearby, defeated. Someone screamed. A body landed on her and rolled off, leaving her face down in the muck. Cordelia had leapt on her. And a tree had landed where Janelle stood seconds ago. The sharp end of its broken trunk impaled the dirt that would have been her had the goddess not knocked her out of the way. Janelle pushed herself up. Cordelia stood in front of her, facing away with her legs splayed. Her fists grew tighter, balling into clubs. Huracan faced her, panting in front of the green fountain of death. It blazed higher, a frothing beam into the sky. The god lowered his arm, clenching his fists. He was a silhouette against the gateway, a crowned king of darkness. Janelle's insides flattened and she froze on her knees. The wind sucked the breath out of her mouth. He had thrown the tree and tried not to impale Cordelia, but her. She was the payment that the old god wanted. The sacrifice. Oh crap, Janelle. Sophia pulled her up with the back of her shirt. Run. He's trying to do you in. Leslie. Paul managed nearby. Go. Janelle turned, bumping into Gareth. He dropped Paul's legs, letting him fall back down to the ground. Paul blinked, jarred awake. The color stopped swirling in his eyes. You run, Gareth told her, his hazel eyes deepening to storm gray. I mean it, Janelle. You're no use here. But she'll vaporize you. He shook his head. I think she has other things to worry about. Go. Cordelia stood taller. Every tree bent down in the changing wind, bowing towards Huracan like peasants before a king. The first snapped and flew. It missed the old god by feet, sliding past him and into the maw of the underworld. The green fountain sparked like a bug zapper, and the tree was gone. But the second tree hit, and Huracan went down like a bowling pin. Then, 2 more trees piled on top of him. Time to go. Gareth shouted in her ear. He was right. Even with Huracan trapped, she still had Janelle. A hand clamped down on her shoulder and turned her around. Cordelia. Even though Cordelia didn't have that paralyzing power over her anymore, Janelle froze, staring into those eyes that, for a second, were now calm enough to look normal. A spell came over her that had nothing to do with tempests, outbreakers, or even gods. It kept her cemented in place, despite every promise Janelle had made herself that she would run away when this moment came. Huracan wants you as a sacrifice, Cordelia said. I don't understand why. What deals have you made with him? Her voice dropped to an accusing growl, but there was something else there, something Janelle had never heard from her before. Cordelia looked up at Paul and Leslie, who stood together near the fallen tree. Paul leaned on Leslie for support. Nearby, Gareth remained a statue, unable to move. Cordelia had them all snared. What? Cordelia looked right into Janelle's eyes, deep enough to see into her soul, and her mouth fell open. She knew. No, she breathed, grabbing Janelle by both shoulders. You gave it up. You gave up your Tempest gift. Cordelia's face widened in shock, confusion, and terror. Behind her, the trees moved as Huracan struggled underneath them. One rose a few feet and fell back down. The green gateway shot higher than ever, trying to stab the storm above. Janelle struggled to say something, anything. And then it all came out. So I suppose you'll want to kill me now, she shouted. Being a Tempest isn't a gift. I never wanted it. I thought I accepted it after a while, but never really did. And do you know what? I honestly don't care anymore. You have no idea what you've thrown away. Cordelia pushed her back until her back met another tree, a survivor of her rage. The rain blew sideways, pushing Janelle's hair into her face and eyes. But wait. Those 2 words sounded louder than anything the storm could produce. The trees rattled again, higher this time as their captive progressed. There wasn't long. Huracan made tempests by giving them his breath. There's no reason I can't do the same. No. She couldn't, not after this. Not after all she'd gone through. Gareth struggled to say something, but his lips remained closed, stuck together. His feet stayed glued to the ground despite his attempts to lift them. Cordelia had frozen him with her presence. Not saying much now, are you? Cordelia asked. She moved her hand under Janelle's jaw, pulling it down. I'll restore you to a tempest, sweetie. And stay closed, the rest of you. You'll give her some outbreaker breath too. Cordelia smiled. It was the most sickening thing Janelle had ever seen. Then Huracan will not be able to hurt you. Terror gripped her. No. This hadn't stopped Cordelia at all. Turning human had merely delayed the horror by a minute or two. Now hold still. We need to do this quickly, Cordelia said, leaning closer. A tree branch swung from the side, hitting Cordelia on the side of the head. Then another branch turned to a flaming staff, came in, and slugged Cordelia's ribs. The grip on Janelle's jaw broke and she fell to the ground. Sophia's black and pink shoes dodged out of her way, and the bottoms of Kenna's jeans moved in. High heels turned and broke into pursuit after the punk shoes. Are you okay? The flaming branch hissed and went out when Kenna threw it to the ground. Kenna helped Janelle to her feet. Words wouldn't come. If Janelle became a tempest again, it was all over. She remembered. Sophia. Sophia ran toward the green geyser, towards the pile of trees where their other enemy lay. The first tree rolled off the pile, leaving only two holding down Huracan. Cordelia ran behind her, holding the side of her head with one hand and swatting out the smoke of her business jacket with the other. What is she doing? Kenna burst, bolting after her. It was no use. Cordelia stopped her pursuit, letting Sophia run closer to the pile of trees. She turned and faced Janelle. Then she broke back into a run, arms pumping. Even Sophia couldn't distract her now. The wind screamed at Janelle, trying to push her closer, to keep her from running away. Paul and Leslie huddled together against the tree. Paul's swirling eyes were unfocused, staring into space. Gareth shouted something to Janelle, extending his hand. Kenna leaped and intercepted Cordelia, catching the storm goddess by her feet and sending her to the ground. It would buy them maybe 30 seconds. Janelle had seconds, and then Leslie would have to give Janelle her breath. The moment had come. When Cordelia gave the order, it was done. Leslie struggled to stand, but the goddess's power held her down. Run, she shouted to her best friend. But Janelle fell back on her butt, pushing against the wind, backpedaling towards them. The storm pushed back, whipping her hair forward in a flare of blonde. Cordelia closed in, slower now, fighting against Kenna's grasp and sucking in the breath that would deliver the curse Janelle had just escaped. It was a cruel twist of fate. All Leslie could do was bury her face in Paul's neck. I can't do this. He lifted his head. Stiffened with the last of his strength. His outbreak, like Janelle's transformation, bore down on him like a charging steed. I won't let you. Paul sat up, ignoring the electric pulses that signaled the start of his outbreak. His limbs felt loose, almost gone. He had little time. No matter what, Leslie would not be the one to live with this guilt. No. She grabbed him, taking his sleeve, but she still couldn't move her legs. Cordelia's orders to stay still held her down. But Paul wasn't disobeying them. The paralysis couldn't work on him now. You'll give her some outbreaker breath too. So be it. He could deal as long as Leslie didn't have to do it. He could live with it, as long as Janelle didn't have to become a goddess. Janelle. Run. Kenna hugged Cordelia from behind, holding her back, but the storm goddess plodded forward, dragging Kenna with her. The distance closed by the second. Paul crawled across the ground, past Gareth, through the mud, and towards where Janelle sat, unable to push further against the wind. What are you doing? Gareth asked, trying to lunge. Paul ignored him. Janelle met his gaze. Only a tempest could take outbreaker breath and become a goddess. Not the other way around. She faced him and nodded her understanding, a calm resignation coming over her features. There was no other way. Paul, no. Leslie's shouts cut over the wind, shrill like the siren that wailed when he'd turned her. Paul's heart raced like a runaway train. The roar filled his head, threatening to tear out of his skull. Janelle. Janelle braced herself. She wouldn't return to anything she wasn't used to. It beat doing this Cordelia's way. She leapt at Paul, seizing his shoulders. He looked up, his eyes a swirling maelstrom of brown and black. Janelle stared right into the fury of the plains, wrapped her hands around Paul and embraced it. Give me your breath. Paul pressed his lips to Janelle's open mouth. The roaring and the tingling raced out of him, riding on his breath and leaving him calm and empty. He fell back from Janelle, every trace of his outbreak gone, and the monster quieted again. No. Cordelia let out a roar of rage that drowned out everything. Except for the tempest that now filled Janelle's entire being. It spread through her limbs, throwing her to the ground and turning the world gray and fuzzy. She collapsed, facing the trees. The air before a storm filled her lungs, like the countless summer days back home with her father. Gareth shouted her name. It was a welcome, she thought, a welcome back to a home she never knew she missed. Chapter 21. You've ruined everything. Cordelia hovered over Janelle, glaring in what must be Paul's direction. Do you understand what you've done? As soon as I sort this out, I'm going to release you, and then you're going to spend the rest of your time making this up to me. Do you hear? Paul said something in another universe. Janelle couldn't care less. Shut up. All of you shut up, Cordelia growled. Do you think this is going to stop me? I'll find a way around this. Janelle couldn't muster the strength to turn her head. She could barely keep her eyes open. There wasn't much left of her to argue right now. A single word rolled through her head like a distant rumble of thunder, getting louder each time it repeated itself. Outbreaker. Janelle. Honey. Can you hear me? Cordelia leaned down with her eyes wide. Hold on. There must be a way. We can start over if I can find out how Huracan made you human. You can still join me as a goddess. It's too late. Janelle let her head roll to the side. She was free. With a price, but free. No becoming a goddess for her. No, it isn't. Don't ever say that. Cordelia shook her again and pulled her into sitting. Janelle struggled to look up from the ground. Panic warped the storm goddess's features. Let me try something. Stay there. Behind you. Sophia cried. Huracan loomed behind Cordelia, headdress crooked from his struggle out of the pile of trees. He swung a massive branch at her. It slammed into her back. She grunted, falling away and leaving Janelle's view clear. He loomed above her now, armed with the branch in one hand and a ceremonial dagger in the other. Screeches of panic filled Janelle's being, zapping her back to full awareness. She staggered to her feet, backing away, keeping her eyes as wide as she could. If he saw that they were now brown and black, they had to be, he might change his mind. He wouldn't want to kill an outbreaker. One of his children. The wind whipped around her, ignoring her now and sending filmy rain curtains between them. Huracan stepped closer, his face stony, and slowly raised the dagger until it pointed at her heart. His payment. A wave of vertigo came over Janelle, and she fell, overcome by her fresh transformation. No. Gareth appeared from the rain, lunging at Huracan. His eyes swirled with the storm inside him. The god turned in time to meet him. The dagger dropped, and Huracan shouted something, shoving Gareth back into the rain from where he came. His form tumbled into the gray and disappeared. Gareth! Janelle rose to her feet again, searching for him, searching for a place to hide, searching for anything. Trees bent at impossible angles. The gateway to Zybalba burned higher, and the earth roared near the end of its patience. Someone had to go in, or they were all going in. Kenna leaped from the rain, legs flopping in the onslaught of water, and Huracan swept her aside with a flick of an arm. Leslie came next, followed by Paul. Huracan turned in a circle, staring them down, and they both fell back to the ground from his gaze alone. Janelle turned only to have her foot lodged between fallen tree branches. She screamed and pulled. It remained stuck. Huracan drew closer, dagger ready. Sophia appeared in front of him, her back to Janelle. "Excuse me," she shouted into his face. "Have you forgotten my payment? Don't you think you should take that before cutting out her heart? Mine's way more overdue than Janelle's is, you know." Sophia extended her arm, waiting. Huracan met her gaze, emotionless. He let the dagger drop to his side. "What are you doing?" Janelle shouted, pulling her foot from the fallen tree. "Sophia, get out of there. He'll rip you apart." Sophia glared back at her. Her expression was knowing, bold. Because there was no longer a reason to hide it. Sophia held her hand out to Huracan. The rain beat against her skin. She had the god distracted. Janelle had time to run, so long as she didn't do something stupid. "Have you lost your sanity?" Huracan's voice rose in panic inside her, pumping ice through her veins. "If he takes your heart, we'll both die. It will be my end." "Shut up, you hag. Don't talk to me that way. I'm talking sense." Sophia kept her arm out, unable to keep it from shaking. This could be the biggest and last mistake of her life. Huracan reached out and took Sophia's arm. "Sophia!" Janelle yelled behind her. Janelle's arms wrapped around her middle and she pulled. Huracan held on, turning Janelle's struggles into nothing. "Sophia!" Huracan rose into full panic now. "You have your full life ahead of you. Why are you just giving it away?" Sophia closed her eyes. Somewhere, Leslie called her name. Feet pounded on the ground. "I didn't offer him my life," she thought to the demon inside. "I offered him you. Like you said, the gods were the best sacrifices." Silence fell as Huracan flattened inside. A sensation like a million ants crawling raced under Sophia's skin, and Huracan breathed in. Sophia stiffened. A furious cold rose up inside her, thrashing and screaming. Spikes of ice stabbed into every cell of her being, popping the scream before it could escape. Huracan was a porcupine blizzard, making as many stabs as possible on her way out. Sophia's arms threatened to split open, and relief. The demon was gone, leaving Sophia empty and light. Free. She opened her eyes. Huracan let go, letting her arm fall to her side. He turned his face to the sky and breathed in deep. A vapor of shiny ice particles swirled around his head like smoke and disappeared. It was the last of Huracan's essence, consumed by the storm god. Sophia fell away from Huracan, as if her limbs couldn't hold her up anymore. Janelle froze as he stood there, shaking his head like the icy cloud he'd inhaled wasn't agreeing with him. But he regained his composure, looked down at her, and reached for the dagger on his belt again. He devoured Huracan. Janelle was next. "Go." Leslie appeared in front of her, pushing her away. Her legs moved. Janelle turned and ran. The wind blasted towards her, trying to push her back, but she couldn't feel it. She was immune now. The trail writhed and moved all around her. Leslie ran beside her, yelling something that got lost in another roar from the ground. It trembled, and took all she had to stay on her feet. Why hadn't she run when Sophia told her to? A hand seized the back of her shirt, and Janelle came off her feet. "No." The hand turned her around to face the worst. Huracan stared hard into her eyes, pupils growing smaller as he took them in. A wall of green spewed up behind him. The gateway grew bigger by the second, now a green wildfire behind the trees. "See them," she prayed. He nodded. He saw their new color, then. But instead of letting her down, he produced the dagger and readied it in his hands, although a little somber now, reluctant. Leslie screamed. Sophia called her name. Gareth howled somewhere. It was the most awful sound Janelle had ever heard. The dagger rose in the air and came down. Chapter 22. A force slammed into Janelle, throwing her to the ground. The breath flew from her lungs, leaving her gasping for air. She gripped her chest, feeling for the knife handle. Shock must have taken over. The pain signals just hadn't come through yet. Or she was dying, losing oxygen and blood so fast that nothing else mattered. No handle. No sticky blood. She felt only the soaking fabric of her shirt sticking to her like a second skin. Then what? A low growl sounded above her, followed by a choking sound. Cordelia. She stood in front of Huracan, the handle of the dagger sticking out of her shoulder. Dark blood spread across the arm of her gray business suit, painting her like a shark in a feeding frenzy. The storm goddess had saved her life. Twice. Cordelia turned her head, ignoring the dagger sending waves of pain down through her arm. She faced Janelle and nodded, her eyes swirling and reflecting the green of the nightmare behind Huracan. Janelle understood what it meant all at once, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Cordelia plowed into Huracan, throwing him off his feet. They turned into two blurs, racing back along the trail, thrashing and tumbling. They solidified for a split second, enough to show Cordelia pulling the knife from her shoulder and throwing it to the ground. They turned to ghosts again, shooting around the clearing like a supercharged swarm. Trees cracked. Fell. Puddles exploded. How long could this go on? One of them would tire out soon. Janelle wasn't sure who she wanted to win. She staggered to her feet in Gareth's and Leslie's arms, barely aware that they stood on either side of her, barely hearing as Paul swore and Sophia coughed nearby. The gods fighting took up the whole world, everything that mattered. "There's no win here," Gareth shouted. Janelle's gut knew otherwise. There was only one way, and she wasn't sure she could watch. The gods solidified again, closer to the green fire, a pair of silhouettes against its sickly light. Huracan, with his headdress askew and most of his necklaces torn off. Cordelia, missing a shoe and her business suit torn. They faced each other, stiff, for what stretched from seconds into what felt like minutes. Janelle tensed, ready to run for the van before she had to see it before Huracan realized she was still there. Cordelia made the first move. She lunged for the old god, wrapping her arms around him in an embrace. He staggered back, shocked. Cordelia threw her full weight into him, and he came off his feet, flying back at the green fire that towered hungry for them both. No. Janelle lunged forward, but she was still outnumbered. She had no hope of breaking free. The gods went to the ground, thrashing for another desperate second, and Cordelia grabbed Huracan's legs, pulling him back, pulling them both back into the wall of the underworld. Huracan clawed at the ground, eyes huge and pleading, but another quake made the world sway and he lost his grip. They tumbled into the light. The wall of green flashed, blinding, and they were both gone. The fire of the underworld crested high above the trees as if in celebration, reaching up to the clouds above, and crashed back down into the earth in one final gasp of light. Janelle's legs went out an eternity later. Gareth and Leslie released her arms, letting her down to her knees. The rain straightened out, and the wind died away, leaving only ordinary tears falling from the sky and the soft roar of the rain hitting the ground. The cenote remained dark ahead, silent and closed. Water flowed in, filling it and restoring its normal state. "So that's it," Kenna said. Janelle let her hands fall to the mud, struggling to keep herself upright. Her brain couldn't quite process all that had happened in the last few minutes, but one fact screamed louder and louder inside her, threatening to pop. Cordelia had gone into the underworld to save her. Given up her power. Her world. Everything. They had freed the world from her, but not in the way that Janelle thought. A sob escaped her, mixing with the rain. Why was she breaking down now? This was what they had come here to do. It was done. Janelle. Gareth was there, pulling her to her feet. He wrapped her in his embrace without a blunt word or a single snarky comment, and they stood there in the rain for a long time. Leslie wasn't sure whether to hug Janelle or leave her alone for now. She hung back near Sophia and Paul. The rain poured on her now, running down her arms and dripping off her fingers. Should I tell her? Sophia asked, stuffing her hands in her pocket. About what? Leslie turned, jarred out of her thoughts. About why Cordelia really tried to kill me. Or Huracan, I should say. I think she'll figure it out in her own time. Especially after this. Janelle was far from stupid. Impulsive sometimes, but not stupid. Sophia leaned over and wrung out her hair. Water flowed out and slopped against the ground. Good point, I guess. How's she doing now, anyway? Paul asked. He took a step back from Sophia. Huracan, I mean. What's she going to do now that Cordelia's gone? A smile crossed Sophia's face. I'm assuming Huracan's now digesting her essence in the underworld. She totally deserves it, after threatening to kill my grandmother. Leslie felt her mouth fall open. So that was what you were saying last night to the water? That you were going to give Huracan her? Yep. Sophia reached up and pulled down a tree branch, examining a leaf. Now, when I go home, I won't have a backseat driver. It will be awesome thinking of ways to get back at Shane without worrying about her going out of control. I might not have liked her, but she taught me to stand up for myself. And she was right that he's a jerk. Sophia, that's awesome, Leslie held up her hand. Sophia eyed it momentarily, hesitant, that hint of fear still there from the day she had almost died in the old factory. But then she lifted her hand to meet Leslie's in a high five, and the tension blew apart and flew away like a cloud of butterflies. So, Paul said, stepping closer. Are the days of awkward silence over? Probably, Leslie said, giving him a peck on the lips. You can rest easy now. If Paul was feeling any relief, he wasn't showing it. He turned away and walked towards the tree line, hands behind his back. Janelle and Gareth broke apart, watching him go. Kenna called his name, but he showed no sign of hearing her. Hold on, Leslie told Sophia, a dark cloud rolling over her mood. She found Paul facing the trunk of a huge tree like he wanted to vanish inside of it, forever. Water dripped on his head from the branches above, but the downfall wasn't as intense as out on the trail. That's the second person I've turned, Paul said, keeping his gaze on the tree. Leslie sighed. Paul, if you hadn't done it, Cordelia would have made Janelle a goddess. That was the last thing she wanted.
But she was human.
And then I took it away. Cordelia took it away, Paul. Leslie clamped her hand down on her shoulder and made him turn around. Same with me. You just did your best. And do you remember what you said earlier? She raised her face to his. You promised that I wouldn't have to turn Janelle. And you kept that. Thank you. She kissed him again, deeper this time, melting into his warmth and pulse. He pulled her close to smell the open fields and the summer days he always carried with him. Their lips broke apart, soft and barely touching. Paul looked away. But you're still an outbreaker, Leslie. And now Janelle is too. Janelle knows how to deal with that already. Even as Leslie said it, a fist of guilt socked her in the gut. What an insensitive thing to say. I mean, she knows ways to cope with what's coming. Doesn't she? But still. Paul linked his hand with her, and they returned to the trail. You. I already told you. I'll learn to adjust. It won't hurt to make college wait just a few years until I can control things better. Same for you, Paul. Your father never killed anybody with his outbreaks, right? She asked. Right. His grip relaxed in her hand. You're saying I could manage to go to college with my condition? You could even if we have to go to one in the middle of nowhere. What would you like to do? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Janelle felt as if a steamroller had run her over. She breathed out and settled into the seat as Gareth drove, watching the lines of rain march down her window. The trip back to Cancun was quiet for the first half. Why are we heading back there? Gareth asked. Well, we have to return this SUV to the storm chasers, and the storm is breaking apart. Let's leave it somewhere they can find. And we'll have to disable the camera. They mostly caught Huracan rushing their vehicle, not us. I think we should let them keep that footage. It might go viral on the internet. Gareth managed to smile.
Maybe.
Janelle was beyond caring about online videos by now.
Come on.
We're avoiding the bigger question. What are we going to do now? Gareth shrugged. We can go back to Alara, I suppose. On an island you wouldn't have to worry about, your new abilities hurting anyone. Except for the sharks and dolphins, really. You mean outbreaks? What happened to your bluntness, Gareth? I kind of miss it now. And for the record, I like dolphins. Janelle reached for the necklace that was no longer there. Gareth looked at her like she'd uttered the worst swear word in history. I don't have a problem with saying it, Janelle told him. She sat up taller, glancing at her eyes in the rearview mirror. Brown flecked with black. Only a minor shock ran through her. She'd expected the sight, and it didn't bother her nearly as much as she thought it would. I've dealt with worse, really. At least now, I have at least a few months before anything happens that I need to worry about. When I found out I was a tempest, what did I have? 48 hours before it hit the fan. That was not fun, Gareth said. Janelle, Kenna said.
Missing this.
Janelle turned. Hanging from Kenna's hand was the silver dolphin charm, shining like it had never taken a trip toward the underworld. Now a real shock ran through Janelle. How? She sputtered. How did you? Long story. I'll tell you all later. Kenna leaned forward, stretching to give her the necklace. She faced Leslie and Paul. Sorry. I didn't find anyone else's things. Though I don't think you want your offering back, Sophia. Janelle put the chain around her neck. It did something to fill the hole inside her, and make her feel whole again. Yeah. We can have all the tempests return to Alara if they want. Janelle turned in her seat to face Paul and Leslie.
And do you know what?
You two can stay there for now too. It'll give you time to learn to control your outbreaks. There's enough storms in the Caribbean. She shifted, remembering. Though I can't call myself Tempest High Leader anymore. The Elder Council is going to flip when they see this. Janelle pulled out her phone, drying it on her jeans. Amazingly, it turned on when she pressed the button, glowing like it never had gone into the ocean. But they don't have to know about my change yet, do they? Let's just deal with one confusing thing at a time. The rest can come later. She had 24 messages from her father alone. About 19 more from the Elder Council. Even 2 from Manuel. Whether they were messages asking if she was all right, or more pleas to not make deals with Huracan, she couldn't guess. That no longer mattered. Janelle tucked her phone away, preparing for the onslaught once the ride was over. I think we'll take you up on that, Janelle, Leslie said. There's worse places we could go. It's an improvement over staring at farm fields and tractors all the time, Paul added. Janelle settled back and watched the rain ahead. It parted and slowed, showing the world around them again. They rolled ahead into their new life. Sophia, free of her curse. Kenna was more capable than she thought possible. Leslie and Paul had a new hope for their lives, and their promises were kept. And her and Gareth. Janelle had only spent a few hours human. But it beat spending eternity as a goddess, losing everyone she loved. You know, she said to the air. It's better this way.
Better this way?
Paul asked. What do you mean? That it's us here and not the gods, Janelle said. Except for you, Kenna. But you know what I mean. In case you haven't noticed, we're still walking disasters, Gareth said. Somebody has to be. Janelle turned in her seat to face everyone. At least we're not demanding sacrifices or enslaving the world. We're a lot closer to humanity than some of the gods ever could be. We can understand people. If a tempest or outbreaker goes out of control, we can keep them in check. We've done it. Silence fell over the inside of the SUV. The rain pattered on the windshield, and the swishing of the wipers cut the stillness into neat pieces. Why hadn't Janelle thought of it that way before? It was true. Every last bit of it. But what if some other crazy decides to make themselves all high and holy? Gareth asked. All it would take is another tempest taking Outbreaker breath. It's common knowledge now. It was a good question. Janelle sighed. Then we will have to make sure the two species stay far away from each other. With just a few exceptions, you know. Our relationship, Gareth muttered, low enough to keep his words for Janelle only. Oh. She leaned closer, moving her arm in front of her face. A balloon of panic swelled larger in her chest. What about it? Well, Gareth said, breaking for a puddle. It'll be a first. You know, a tempest and an outbreaker. Cordelia and Thomas Kurt were together. Janelle didn't like the comparison in the slightest. Thomas Kurt, the man who had founded Mobley to get his army assembled. Cordelia, who had killed over 800 people in hurricane form alone. And saved her life. But there's a big difference, Gareth said, locking his free hand in hers. Their strength matched now. Their relationship isn't going to last. The clouds cleared above, letting a ray of sun shine down. Janelle felt it warm her skin, lending her a new energy. I can't wait to see where all of this goes, he said, flashing a genuine smile. Things are going to get interesting. End of Ancient Destroyers Book 5.